Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void of space, never to be seen again. Space Fams, good to see you here today. Thursday. Do some shout-outs before we get to talk about what we're going to do here tonight. Joe47771, Hermit Horologist, Jetmend123 in the YouTube chat. Who else is here? Rich P, Manda, The Pivot, The Reference Frame, Sasha G, Moen Noip, Chef Bongi. People over in the Twitch chat as well. Shoutouts there. Mick Secular, Ian Leal. What did I just do? What did I just do? I did not mean to open that. Bunch of people here as well. Secular, Ian Leal, Amanda the Pivot as well. Hermit. And Mono up too. Alright, everybody. A lot to talk about tonight. Biggest story of the night is, of course, ICE agents murdering an American citizen in broad daylight in Minnesota. People are upset. Rightfully so. Trump administration says that the United States will be dictating decisions in Venezuela, whatever that means. Is war with Iran imminent? We will discuss and many other things tonight. But first, of course, we must start in that familiar place we all know. The United States, of course. All right. Now, before we get to talking about ICE or anything else, one thing that we've been very distracted from, which I feel we have to at least mention once per stream, even without the full release of the Epstein files. Even without the files. We must continue to talk about it.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Have the Epstein photos ruined taking a vintage camera on vacation? And what does this mean for the camera industry? Digital and film cameras have made a comeback in recent years to give people's photos a...
I almost forgot. I think I owe another tinfoil hat from the previous stream. Nope, that's nope. There we go. How I confuse sunglasses with tinfoil hat, I'll never know. But people triple redeemed tinfoil hats the other day, so I think this is the last day of free tinfoil hats.
Digital and film cameras have made a comeback in recent years to give people's photos a nostalgic feel. But now, every grainy photo taken beside a pool or at a tropical villa looks like a piece of evidence in the largest sex trafficking case in history. For example, this innocent photo that my friend took. Is it a nice hike with her dad and her sister? Or is it a prelude to one of the most heinous crimes an adult could commit?
Illegal.
Impossible to tell. Or this photo I took of my niece in Fort Lauderdale, whose face I covered to protect her privacy. Just by posting this on Facebook, I look like a prime suspect in a pedophile ring. This has the camera industry running for me. Largest companies have issued a joint statement pleading for people to not use their cameras for documenting decades of heinous crimes. And now, instead of just having the date in the corner of every photo, vintage cameras will also have a watermark that says things like, not on the British Virgin Islands, and 100% pedo-free. To put a cap on these issues, the Department of Justice said the only legal form of photography moving forward is now the daguerreotype.
Well, I guess we'll see daguerreotypes making a big comeback, according to Dan Toomey over at the Good Work channel here. Wow, that'll be a real change from Snapchat filters and things like that. Anyways, we're still talking about the Epstein files, even if Congress refuses to release them. So millions of documents supposedly not in the public domain, even though I believe Congress passed a law demanding that they release the files. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just some guy. Now, earlier this week, of course, was the anniversary, the 5th anniversary of Jan 6th. Well, I guess technically it depends on how you want to put it, right? Because, of course, January 6th has happened many times. Many times. So, of course, we're talking about the Jan 6th insurrection. You could say Jan 6th has been happening since the beginning of time, depending on how you want to define it. But I just found this. We're just going to hit this up real quick. We're barely going to get into this one here. But you might be familiar with a couple of people who are also a couple who also happen to have their own show on MSNBC. Oh, sorry, MS Now, formerly MSNBC. That is, of course, Joe Scarborough and his wife, Mika Brzezinski. Is that? I can't actually. I'm forgetting her last name. I don't think she actually took Joe's last name. But Joe and Mika, of course, you might know them. This video popped up in my feed from yesterday, titled Joe: Space. History's judgment will be harsh on Jan 6th thugs who stormed the Capitol. Oh, God, history.
Arguably the greatest work
so
of nonfiction
rude.
of the 20th century.
The president, on the advice of somebody in the White House, and I hope I find out the name of that person, also pardoned criminals who injured police officers, who destroyed this building. Is there anybody listening to me today, all 30 of them that are listening? Is there anybody here, if you had that happen to your office or your business, would you think, well, they were just a little hot-headed, let them go, not prosecute them? Or would you hold them accountable for destroying the citadel of democracy? I look to my Republican colleagues and say, don't take the bait. I would support him again if he ran for re-election, which is not going to happen. However, we acted on bad advice. We let bad people go, and we sent the message that if you come to this Capitol and you've got the right president in office, he's going to let you get past things that would not any one of us would get away with if we did it back in our home state.
Well, it's very obvious, but it's good to hear that.
Yeah.
Senator.
Oh, it's good to hear that, says Joe. Yeah. Yep, says Mika. Yeah. Now, what I love about this clip, most especially, is got nothing to do with anything said during it. It's just the title of it. And I'd just like to speak to the person over at MS Now, at the Morning Joe show, who's in charge of titling these clips. Wow. Bad call on the title. History's judgment will be harsh on Jan 6 thugs who stormed the Capitol. Now, I don't have a problem with the premise of the title. Then when you put it on a video, including these two idiots, who literally, earlier in 2025, was it 2024? I can't remember how preemptive it was. They're kowtowing to the Trump administration and to the man who literally directed people to do the insurrection, Donald Trump, the current president, of course. Let's not forget that these two fuckwits here in front of us went all the way down to Mar-a-Lago and lined up to kiss the boots of Donald Trump, the man that they're here claiming, is going to be judged by history poorly. If history is going to judge him poorly, how will history judge Mika and Joe for capitulating ahead of time and going and hanging out with Trump? A little dinner with Hitler type situation. How's history going to look at them for that one? That's my question. Honestly, why are these two still on the fucking air? It's a question I ask myself every single time I see one of their clips. I'm like, why? Why? How and why? How long? How much longer is this contract still going to be going? And how do these two still have a job? Does anybody actually watching the Morning Joe show with any real seriousness that isn't like a neoconservative? Like at this point, I feel like even the neolibs must be tired of them. Bunch of stream streaks over on Twitch, I'm noticing. Hermit Horologist with a 50 stream streak. Manda with the 30 stream streak, also impressive. And GemFem24 with a tiny little 3 stream streak still. Great job. Still great job. Pat yourself on the back. All right, let's move on from Morning Joe, who's now deciding who is going to be judged harshly in history. I love it. Love it. Okay, let's talk about some historical things. Historical things like the testimony of Jack Smith in the cases against Donald Trump. Stuff like that. Actually, I guess was this testimony? I can't remember if this was in Congress. Actually, I think this was in Congress regarding the case against Donald Trump. Where does it start? I'd say around here is a good place.
It makes me sick. They know exactly what he did.
And also, what an indictment this is on all of these billionaire tech leaders.
Yeah.
That we all saw it and that they all colluded to make sure that this man, this criminal who could not accept that he lost, who wanted to throw feces, literal feces all over, who wanted his vice president killed, that these industry titans, that these people who have made so much money off of a rigged economic system in their favor, and that they wanted him to get elected again. This whole Jack Smith thing is an indictment on the Democratic Party.
Absolutely.
For not taking the appointment of DOJ, the most serious appointment of our lifetime, and we don't get Jack Smith until 2022. It's crazy. All right. Here is Jack Smith on Trump refusing to send help to the Capitol. Play the clip.
That violence started. The president refused to stop it. He endangered the life of his vice president. Then he's getting calls, and not calls from Democrats, not calls from people he doesn't know, calls from people he trusts, calls from people he relies on, and still refuses to come to the aid of the people at the Capitol. That's very important evidence for criminal intent in our case.
We heard Mike McCarthy say that Trump was like, I don't care. I mean, he was flippant. He did not give a shit. He did not want to send help because he sat there and he lied to people for 3 months about a stolen election, knowing they believed him when he knew it was a lie. These motherfuckers lie like they breathe. Are you kidding me? Sorry.
Come on. And I think it's interesting to point out that this video that we just saw of Jack Smith, this used to be kind of the Republican law and order default setting. The Republican Party, just like 10 years ago, this type of litigator.
Yeah, but those conservatives have left the room, left the party, if you will, or completely, they've either left or they've completely shifted how they view the world. They've completely flip-flopped on caring about, well, I mean, they still try and play this game sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. They still try and bring this out, like when it suits them. But it's much harder to do it now when the president has been so actively and so loudly, vehemently, speaking against that very sort of institutional sort of thinking over and over again, and has now been, of course, convicted of like 34 felonies. And since he's basically the guy who's in charge of the Republican Party apparatus is a convicted felon, it's a little harder to play that game. I should listen to the J.D. Vance statement he made at the White House today. Yeah, we're gonna listen to it at some point. It was incredibly stupid. All right, let's go here. Before we get to that, talk about some of the tactics in the media that ICE has been using in conjunction with the Trump administration. I mean, ICE really is, even though it's supposed to be an independent agency, it's essentially Donald Trump's personal police force. They've got their own media team, something we've talked about on many occasions, but the degree to which they are involved with and coordinating with the Trump administration, if this reporting from Taylor Lorenz is accurate, well, it's
but they are not taking down murderers every time they get somebody. A lot of these people have no criminal history.
For years, ICE's public affairs department was run like any other routine government communications shop. They posted public service announcements and news releases, mostly to their own website where very few Americans would ever see them. But since Trump's second term, ICE has rapidly transformed itself into an influencer-style media machine, churning out nonstop viral videos of tactical operations and immigration raids. ICE's social media strategy and ability to dominate the internet has come to serve as a blueprint for other Trump administration agencies, and their relentless focus on dominating the online world is already reshaping public opinion on immigration. Drew Harwell is a reporter at The Washington Post, and he recently published an investigation into ICE's social media blitz. Today, he's joining me to reveal the inside information that he uncovered about how ICE's internet meme team operates, what their internal chat logs reveal about their approach, the Gen Z clip farming operation they're employing, and how a previously under-the-radar federal law enforcement agency became an influencer-style media machine. Drew, welcome to Power User.
Thanks for having me.
To start off, can you tell me a little bit about how did ICE's Public Affairs Office operate?
ICE was established in 2003, says Christoph 863. This was 13 years before Trump was ever in office. Yes, true. It was made under the Bush administration. What's your point? I remember you. You were in here making a whole lot of very unnecessary comments in the last stream, Christoph. Looks like you're back at it again. What's your point? I would like you to make an actual point. ICE was established in 2003, and what? And what is your point? Does that mean we shouldn't have a problem with it because it's been in existence for 20 years? What exactly? I just need you to make an actual point. Otherwise, we're going to have to time you out again.
Before this Trump term, and what has changed?
Yeah, so ICE's public affairs office, it used to just be this boring kind of government, every government agency has their own public affairs shop, and they basically are never seen because...
I said it's Trump's personal Gestapo force. Yes, I did. I did, because he's using it as his own personal Gestapo. That's right. Both things can be true. It can be, just because it was made before Donald Trump took office doesn't mean that he can't be using it as his own personal Gestapo. They're not mutually exclusive, okay, stupid? How dumb are you? Like, really? Like, the Supreme Court was made before Donald Trump, too. Does it mean that he hasn't appointed justices to the Supreme Court? Right? Like, oh my God, your brain. How do you get through life? How do you walk through life and, like, actually, like, have a job and, like, a purpose in society? Like, I just don't understand. Like, you're struggling with object permanence right now.
They interact with reporters, they put out press releases, they kind of do the back end stuff that nobody pays attention to. But since Trump 2.0 started, ICE's office and a couple of the others have really taken the lead and being like the core megaphone of the Trump administration, putting out memes, putting out this like really bombastic, like skull cracking videos about how tough they are, and just being at the forward side of the Trump push online to be like really tough on immigration and to be talking about mass deportation basically 24/7.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, of all the deranged posts from the Trump administration, there are a lot of really unhinged videos from the main White House account. But I feel like aside from the main White House account, the most viral Trump administration account has become the ICE account. They've tweeted like all of these crazy viral videos. Talk me through kind of like how this operation is up and running, and like how have they sort of like changed their approach to social media to sort of so consistently go viral?
It actually really did start with the White House. The White House, they have this press office that, of course, under Trump was really encouraged to not pull any punches. And they told me that their approach was to be smash mouth, like and not the band, like to really just be running into people all day long, be triggering the libs, be feeding the base with this content that was constantly lionizing Trump, constantly tearing down Democrats and other perceived enemies as horrible people, and constantly like memeing immigration and making goofy, edgy videos about shipping, brown people into planes and out of the country. And so the White House started it. And actually, a lot of these sort of agencies underneath the White House, people like the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Labor, Department of Education, a lot of those agencies have political appointees, just like with every administration. So they bring in people who were loyal to the Trump people during the campaign and are now kind of installed at these agencies. So you could actually see as the year went on, these agencies starting to take on that White House strategy of memeing their way into attention and virality. And yeah, the Department of Homeland Security and ICE were like on the first part of that. And we actually, from our reporting, we found that was by design.
Threats of being timed out for having a different opinion is actually a fascistic characteristic. Isn't this what you guys attempt to accuse us of being, says Christoph. Oh, Christoph. Oh, God. It's not for you having a different opinion. It's for you having the temerity, the gall, to continue to say some of the dumbest things that I can think of that detract from me doing the show. Okay? If you came in here with anything valid to say, I would sit here and I'd actually, I'd be fine with having the conversation. But actually, you just make everything worse, okay? You don't come in here with valid arguments. You come in here with straw men and gaslighting and, just bait and switch arguments, things that are completely irrelevant. And until you, I've allowed you to chat. You haven't been banned yet. You've been timed out on a number of occasions because you're just annoying, okay? You're just annoying to me, and I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, okay? And I'm sorry that you want to be in this chat so badly, and yet you're annoying me, right? It's a real conundrum. It's a paradoxical situation. You want to be here, and yet you're making everything worse. So it's kind of, it's a situation where you're going to have to find a way to navigate. Okay, it's really not on me. It's on you. And you're not doing a very good job of navigating things. That's my problem.
We could see from these internal chat messages that we got from inside this, DHS ICE team, where the White House was really pushing them to put out more content, put out more videos of not just memes about immigration, but actual immigration operations themselves, like dispatch video makers and producers.
You can use facts to argue your points. You still have not even responded to the questions that I have given you. You've just moved on to other topics. Okay? I've already responded to your arguments. You're just regurgitating of facts without any actual opinions being given. I've responded to everything you've said with facts, right? Now I'm attacking your character. Okay? Because your arguments are shit and garbage. Okay? That's where we're at. All right? You're making specious and shitty arguments. I've already responded to those arguments. And now I'm attacking your character because I think you're a bad person who's making everything worse. And in about 30 seconds, you're gonna get timed out if you don't chill the fuck out.
To shadow these ICE agents going out on these raids and operations, bring that video back, pull out the most clippable pieces of it, and put it online, and then put some caption about how it was like this epic takedown action movie thing, put on a rap soundtrack. So they were really like forward facing at the start of it, and they were really, disturbing a lot of people, but also getting a lot of attention just through the metrics of social media and just constantly putting out content.
You write in your piece that ICE's visual communications team embedded in the public affairs division began recording on the field more frequently, accompanying officers on raids and removal operations, shooting video day and night. You also wrote that any video producer who witnessed a particularly cinematic scene was expected to alert their supervisors so the agency and the White House could promote it on their social media channels. Employees on ICE's digital engagement team then raced to edit and post the footage on social media in hopes of securing a viral win. Can you kind of talk about this, just like the mechanics of this? Like, do they have these video content people just following around on raids now, and what does that look like? And also just what does that mean for the privacy of these people that are being recorded seemingly without their consent? Like, you're getting raided by ICE and then you have a whole videography team there basically capturing it so that it can go viral.
100%. Yeah. They literally did have videographers, video producers, trained people with sometimes cameras, sometimes just their phones that would be in the back seat of these SUVs from ICE deportation removal officers, going out to not just targeted operations where they would know they were going for people who were undocumented immigrants, but also the kinds of stops we've been seeing more throughout this administration, traffic stops, untargeted. They're basically profiling people who they think may be in the country without papers and going after them. And they're getting video all the time. I mean, it's basically functioning like a media operation. These videographers would have their phones. They would go to their chat and say, hey, I'm in Houston. We just saw this operation. One of the guys ran. We got this really action-packed video. The officer took him down. It's going to be a great clip for social media. And then the team would respond back in the office and say oh, great content. Let's put this online immediately, because they wanted to go viral. I mean, they wanted to make this stuff that would please the White House, would piss off the libs. And so in terms of privacy, we saw thousands of messages. The privacy of the people they were arresting was never something that was brought out. And I talked to people from past administrations. These are law enforcement activities. These are police and officers detaining people, arresting people. Often in the past, their faces have been blurred, not just for the people's protection, but for the sanctity of the case, to help the prosecutors, prosecute the case in a way. They did not seem to care about that at all. They would want to be putting out people's faces and putting them on wanted posters, and they were.
Yeah, they're blurring the faces of the officers, not the people being picked up. If you notice, if you go back to images,
to care about that at all.
Where was it?
Protection, but for the sanctity of the case to help.
Where is it? Right, they're protecting the identities of the officers, not the people being accused of immigration infraction.
Prosecutors, prosecute the case in a way. They
Whatever
did not seem to
else.
care about that at all. They would want to be putting out people's faces and putting them on wanted posters, and they were proud of that.
Did you get any insight into kind of what makes an arrest video particularly good or cinematic? Like what sort of videos that they're capturing were performing the best online, and what sort of things are they looking for?
They were really trying to make cops TV show style like action scenes where there'd be a chase, there would be a guy getting taken down. Well, a lot of these operations in the real world were not like action movies. It was, people being pulled out of their car or people being pulled off the job site. And some of the videos we saw were women in aprons, men in paint spec jeans that were just coming. So they were not action movies, but they wanted to really focus on the spectacle, the ones that would go the viral the most. And you could see actually in the chats where they would be celebrating the ones where there was really a takedown. And the White House put out a clip that said like, this was an epic takedown of 5 guys outside a home improvement store. And they really wanted to play up just the outrage of it, the anger, because they knew that people who hated seeing this, who were liberal or whatever, they would share it because they were pissed off too. And so they were basically using the outrage of the moment and the spectacle to go viral more consistently.
And what about arrests that like don't fit the narrative?
Those were just completely ignored. And that was one thing that was a surprise to me. And that was really disturbing to some of the people inside the agency as well, was that they were only going after the worst of the worst. That was like the slogan of ICE this year, because, they get a lot of criticism for separating families, deporting young parents, people who don't have criminal backgrounds. And yet they wanted to make every case about the worst of the worst. They wanted to play up when they would get somebody who was a criminal, who had done horrible things in the past. And so all of the content they started putting out, they started using that moniker. And so the people inside the agency were getting really disturbed because they were like, well, we're basically suggesting that everybody we're capturing on video is this horrible monster, which wasn't the case. And it was really kind of warping the public understanding of this agency that does a mission under the Trump administration, but they are not taking down murderers every time they get somebody. A lot of these.
Yep. ICE has been spending untold sums of money on its media apparatus to create a narrative. Criminalizing all immigrants, essentially, and making ICE out to be, some sort of a force of heroes running around the country, saving America. There's a reason you only have 25 people on the stream. Wow. Wow. Educated people don't care for echo chamber. Oh, Christoph is an educated man. Of course, Christoph, incredibly educated. Yes. Believes absolutely everything that J.D. Vance tells him. Truly educated, skeptical, thinking person. Yes, that makes sense. I love how this guy's coming at me over views when we've been streaming for like 30 minutes. This stream goes for like 8 hours, 30 minutes in. Oh, you don't have enough views. You're trash. You're trash, says Christoph. Ah, you're garbage. Oh my God, you don't have enough views. Christoph, you should start your own channel. Okay, pal? You have so many great opinions. I think you should just start your own podcast. I think I think you would do phenomenally well. And I recommend you start up your own stream. You want to come in here, you want to, tell everybody what you're thinking, tell me everything about what you're thinking, you want me to talk about everything you're thinking. I just recommend you do that yourself. Get out there. Market yourself. Put it all together. Just it's not that much work. It's really easy. So just get in there. Just get in there. Start it up right now. Send me a link. Start it up and send me a link. You know, I'll even unhide you. I'll untime you out. I think there's a way for me to untime you out technically. So I could, here I'll untime you out. You send me a link to your stream, and then I'll watch it sometime. I'll watch it. I'm not left or right. I'm a gay black man, says Christoph, with opinions backed by facts because I'm educated enough to read and look into them. Ah, thank God. Reading and looking into them, are you? And yet you think that everything J.D. Vance said earlier was all true, even though that's just definitionally false. Ah, you're a strange person. You're a very strange person, Christoph. I'm not sure what being gay or black has to do with this discussion. I'm glad you've brought identity politics into this. Great plan. Christoph, start a stream. Start your own stream, okay? That's my recommendation to you. You know, you got a lot of heat for this stream. Just start up your own. All right, let's start off the discussion. Well, we've already been discussing it to some degree. Ahead of time, let's go to Minnesota and talk about this horrifying tragedy. It took my CNN and BBC 8 hours to admit the woman was white? My BBC and CNN? They're not mine. What are you talking about, stupid? My CNN and BBC. The woman is white. What is your point? Please explain yourself. What is it? What is your point? CNN and BBC. My CNN and BBC. I run them. I don't know if you know this. I run the CNN and BBC channels. Okay, they're at my purview. They're mine. I dictate to them what they put on the air. Everything they do has to go through me first. It appears the left has been praying for something like this for many months. No one has been praying for this. People have been saying we want the opposite of this, actually. You dumb fucking idiot. All right, you are getting timed out again because I'm tired of your shit. For a full day. Enjoy it. You have no good arguments, and I get the sense that you are being less than honest about a lot of stuff. And I'm done. I'm done. I think everybody's done. Everybody's telling me to ban you. And I think they're right. But I'm just going to time you out for another day. Feel free to bother us another time. But we got better things to talk about. You try to say I believe everything Vance says, you believe CNN and BBC. I do not believe everything CNN and BBC says. If you've ever watched the stream for any lengthy period of time, you would know that what you just said was very fucking stupid. Okay? We watch CNN and BBC clips. Doesn't mean we take everything that CNN and BBC says to be the truth. Because we are capable of exercising skepticism and critical thinking. Now, I would like you to take some time, think critically about why you're getting banned from this channel. Because you're just a fucking nuisance. I could bat down every single one of these arguments all night long, and we would get nothing done.
As of like the beginning of the year, I sent in 2,000 thugs. Bovino, my understanding was either was slated to come there today or sometime this week. I mean, just to give you a sense of like how big of a presence that is. 2,000 people. We've got 10,000 Marines off the coast of Venezuela, ostensibly as a threat to a country of 23 million people that is also heavily armed in terms of militias and whatnot. Like there were reports of people, on Caracas, armed sort of like a paramilitary on the streets of Caracas. Minneapolis is how many people?
I'm looking at this now. It's in the hundreds.
Hundreds of thousands.
Oh no, in terms of people, but sorry, hundreds of police officers. Like
yes,
there's
2,000 feds brought into a city
428,000.
428,000. So I mean, it's a huge, huge force on the ground now.
My point is just more than double the entire police force of the city.
Wow. Really? The police force?
That's,
wow.
I mean, a cursory Google search basically says that, yeah.
Like, I just find it's a fucking fascinating claim that anybody would come in and say that beat my CNN. I'm still blown away by that claim. My CNN and BBC. I mean, people who've been watching the stream for a long time know just how much I have, like how much heat I have for those two fucking outlets. And this guy's like, it's your CNN and BBC. It's like, bitch. Do you know how many times I have come at CNN and BBC for their fucking, like, garbage?
More than 800 sworn officers at the beginning of 2020. Now, city officials say the number is currently 570, and that's 2024. So
that's nuts.
So I mean, my math
almost
is horrible.
4 times
almost
more.
At least 3 times more than the cops that are in the city.
And apparently, Bovino is on the site of the killing.
It seems like this woman was a legal observer. We have 2 eyewitness accounts just there in the.
Do we have video here?
There's 1 video and 1 statement. Maybe we'll just read the statement really quickly. I have it here. Evan Hill has this of the Washington Post, but I think this is from local reporting. A witness to Wednesday's shooting in South Minneapolis told NPR News, that's local in Minneapolis. It's the first link I sent as well. I sent 2. That she saw a federal agent shoot a woman several times. She lives near this eyewitness here, 33rd in Portland, and said she woke up to a commotion outside her home. She said she saw a car blocking traffic on Portland Avenue that appeared to be a part of a protest against federal law enforcement operations. Heller said she heard ICE agents telling the driver, a woman, to get out of here. She was trying to turn around, and the ICE agent was in front of her car, and he pulled out a gun and put it right in, like his midriff was on her bumper, and he reached across the hood of the car and shot her in the face like 3-4 times, Heller said. Heller said it appeared the woman then accelerated and traveled about 100 feet before striking a utility pole and some other vehicle.
Yeah, and just so everybody understands what's happened here. The woman didn't accelerate, okay? Her dead body. Not the she didn't hit the gas pedal at that point. She had been shot in the head. Right? She was dead. She was shot in the head multiple times at point blank range, and she was dead. And her dead leg hit the accelerator. You shoot somebody who's behind a moving vehicle. Suddenly, it's just a 2-ton missile. Right? Something that the officer should have taken into account before just blasting them. Because they put everybody in danger. Not just that woman. Or the people behind the car who could have been shot. Or if there was somebody in the car who could have been shot. They should have known better. Anybody in front of that car was in danger by doing that. The car was in motion. You're in a freaking neighborhood.
Could be seen slumped over inside her car, and this echoes this video too.
You have another video? Yeah, let's.
This is from a Facebook Live, and then the attorney Ben Crump tweeted this out.
Well, this is worse than before.
Shot her in the face, and then her foot just went down to the down to the gas, and she slammed into those, slumped over. They wouldn't let EMS through. They wouldn't let anybody through. They wouldn't. There was a physician here yelling.
So murdered her.
Could I take the pulse? Could I please take a pulse? They wouldn't let him through. They wouldn't let anybody fucking through. And then when EMS did get here, 10, 15 minutes later, they carried her out like a sack of fucking potatoes. You saw that. They saw that. They're down here, guys. Yeah, she's off. There's no way she's for sure fucking dead. I just watched a fucking murder outside of my house.
I mean, this is, we were saying throughout much of the second half of last year that this was inevitable, and there's going to be more. You cannot.
It's actually their policy not to shoot at moving cars. Yeah, I mean, it's law enforcement policy not to create public danger when it's not necessary, when it's not 100% necessary. You don't add more danger to the situation as a law enforcement officer, right? Like, that is the opposite of what any law enforcement officer should be doing. And any like, this is such a fucking upsetting situation, like, because this is just so beyond the pale. Like, this is such an unacceptable fucking decision that this guy made. He was not in danger. I've watched this video multiple times. He wasn't even knocked off of his feet. His feet didn't even shift. He was actually running at the car. And at no time did this guy get even grazed by the car. But he felt it necessary to open fire in the middle of a neighborhood, endangering everybody around and murdering a person in cold blood, in broad daylight. If this sort of thing had happened under President Obama, the outrage, I mean, the right-wing militias would be like fomenting like a full-on revolution over it. Okay? Alex Jones.
So rid of the Second Amendment.
All these other people so long have talked about, oh no, authoritarianism, they're coming for your guns, and federal agents are gonna run through the streets and take away your rights. Well, they're doing it, and meanwhile those people are all cheering. It's fascinating. It's full-on authoritarianism. And it's crickets over on the right. If anything, it's more like claps.
Not have a bunch of poorly trained crypto, fascist, maybe not crypto,
Death Squad
thugs, bounty hunters, whatever they are, running around with absolutely no constraints on them. No accountability, weaponed up, buffed up with all sorts of gear they can buy to make themselves feel like they're commandos, and not have them going and shooting people. And the amazing thing is like, when have we heard in all of these supposed sort of and it's not even worth at this point taking at face value the idea that they're going after the most dangerous people. It's absurd.
No,
we've seen them go after grandmothers. We've seen them go after parents and kids.
And the largest percentage increase has been people with no criminal record in terms of who they're detaining. It's a lie. It's a Nazi lie.
But not one single story. Not one single story of these ICE thugs apprehending the supposed criminal element where these ICE thugs' lives were in jeopardy because one of these, hardened criminals was firing at them. All of the violence has gone in exactly one direction.
It is a great point Sam is making. I mean, America is filled with guns, more so than basically any other country on the planet per capita. And I mean, there's a couple of other ones out there, but I mean, we're in the top three. And it is fascinating how we have not seen, I mean, ICE, I mean, we just got done talking about the media apparatus over there. If they thought that they could use something like that, if that exists, they would use it, right? If the footage existed of, ICE agents under fire, oh, they would be using it. It would be all over social media. They say, look, ICE is under attack.
And it is emanated from these fascist thugs. And make no mistake about it, like Trump sent in these fascist thugs into Minneapolis because they're on a roll with demonizing Somalis. I mean, that, this is...
Yeah.
He doesn't have Colin Kaepernick to incite the sort of like racist fantasies of his followers. So now they have the Somali population in Minneapolis.
I mean, 32 people died in ICE custody last year. There was a story that I saw over the break about, I believe there was somebody that was working at one of these detention facilities who ended up getting fired because he was having sex with I think it was she might have been Guatemalan, but a detainee there. And she was asking for photos of her daughter. And that's what was, the sex that he was part of the trade and other things. And, he was fired. I mean, that's rape because it's coercive.
Illegal.
It's assault at the very least. But, just like this is what's happening to people all across this country right now.
These are fascist death squads. And the idea that there's...
Yep, fascist death squads. Armed psychopaths running through the street with federal badges. Unaccountable. Wreaking havoc upon our neighborhoods. They should get the fuck out. Now, Minnesota officials held that Majority Report stream happened while the news was breaking, from my understanding. So that was very much sort of the first, for many people, the first perhaps video that alerted them to this heinous crime committed on Minnesota streets. Now, Minnesota officials held a news conference in the wake of the shooting. This is Minnesota Governor Jacob Fry.
Get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted in full. But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, I'm genuinely offended that anybody would claim that people wanted this, that anybody on the left wanted this. Why? Why would anybody want this when everyone that I can think of on the left has been decrying these violations by ICE? Like, who wanted this? Nobody. Like, if for the people, honestly, I think the people who are making this argument, who are making the claim that somehow people on the left are excited about this, those people think that somehow we needed more to complain about with this, as if there wasn't already enough to justify things like prosecutions and hearings in Congress. Like, they are living in a fantasy world, okay? I did not need this. Nobody needed this. Anybody who did need this to wake up, I think, has been living in a fantasy world, deluding the shit out of themselves, and have been living with their heads under the sand for the last year. Okay? If you needed this, somehow, you've been thinking, there's not enough, I can't find enough shit to point to complain about ICE, to make a case against ICE. You are living in a delusional fantasy world, okay? There was enough shit to make a case against, like dissolving ICE long before this, okay? And this is a fucking tragedy. And you people are just horny for just in such a disgusting way. And like, it really is disturbing to me.
Sowing chaos on our streets, and in this case, quite literally killing people. So they are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. As soon as it happened and we learned of the incident, we had several priorities. The first, of course, was to get the victim to the hospital and to get care as soon as possible.
Exactly, Amanda. No, exactly. The only people who I actually see cheering this, the only people I actually see excited about this are right-wingers. Those are the people who are happy about this. It's cruel, sadistic, right-wing ghouls who are thrilled about this situation. It is beyond disturbing.
To the family, I'm so deeply sorry. There's nothing that I can say right now that's going to make you or your relatives or the friends of the victim feel any better. There were, I believe, 2 Minneapolis police officers that responded and were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. The second was to get ICE off of the scene. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of ICE and federal officers that were there at the time. Having them there was only causing more chaos. Having them there was only making a difficult situation even more problematic, and one that, yes, they created themselves. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave. It's on you to make sure that further damage further loss of life and injury is not done. We're going to be working towards justice as quickly as we possibly can right now, and justice is what we've all got to get. Next, a message to our community. Look, we all know that the agenda of this Trump administration is to create chaos. Let us respond right now with our best versions of self. This is a moment where all of us in Minneapolis and beyond, we can rise to the occasion. We can show them who we are. We can show them the kind of courage, bravery, love, and compassion that makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America. We are better than a bunch of ICE agents being deployed to cities around the country and ripping apart families and communities. We're better than that. And so we are going to meet that hate with love.
Okay, there you go. The Minnesota Governor Jacob Fry speaking about this horrific tragedy that occurred on Minnesota's streets yesterday. Oh, God. Truly horrifying. And we've been saying that stuff like this is going to happen. And honestly, this isn't even the first, this is not the first instance of someone dying. It's the first instance of an American citizen dying. But it's not the first instance of somebody dying in these raids. At least I think it's the first American citizen. I think everybody else was either a visa holder, green card holder, or an undocumented immigrant. But we've already seen deaths when it comes to ICE, both in custody and on the streets. You've already seen just incredible, like, human rights violations from ICE and zero accountability or any concern from ICE or DHS on this matter. Or on any of these matters, really. They don't seem to exhibit any significant concern for anybody affected by their operations in the United States. American citizen or not, they do not care. Oh shit, I almost forgot to start the goal. Yeah, I can't do that. Okay, starting the content goal on YouTube. And I'll start them over on Twitch as well here. Gotta do both. Can't just do one. Everybody's gotta get looped into the goal situation. It's a team effort. Whoopsies. I was actually going to start earlier tonight. Unfortunately, I had to do surgery on my keyboard. Because the last stream I spilled tea. I don't know if everybody remembers, but like I spilled tea in the middle of the stream, and then it didn't have time to, I guess I didn't fully get I guess the tea managed to really get deep into the inner workings of the keyboard, so I had to literally pop off about 20 keys and put them in a bath of alcohol and scrub them and the board, and then meticulously reassemble it. 'Twas a disaster. But it is at least working now. So that's good. All right, I've started the goals on the YouTubes and Twitch. No, what? Don't clip that. No, don't. Why? I didn't mean to do whatever. Epi Mew breaking the ice on the galactic content.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Over on YouTube with the horizontal chat. Thank you, Epi Mew. Ghoul on. Oh. I see what you did there. Ghoul on. Well played, sir. Well played. I'm just realizing I don't know Epi Mew's gender. I apologize if I've misgendered you. It's not clear. And Frizzla also with a sweet, sweet super chat. 2 of 10 already done over on YouTube. Fire and ice. That's hot. Thank you to both of you. Very quick, breaking the ice on the galactic content goal. Thank you. All right, let's get back to the content. Oh, good. Yeah, speaking of the amount of accountability and concern from DHS, let's go to the Secretary of DHS, Christy Puppy Killer Gnome. R.I.P. Cricket.
So a couple of questions there. You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism.
Wow.
What happened, it was our
How is this so quiet?
were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman...
Oh my god, this clip is insanely quiet. You know what? I've got a second one of this which has good enough clip of this. I'm not going to put you through this. This is terrible. The volume is so low. That is garbage. One of these days you're going to fix one of your keys. Yeah, it's a process. Depends. I mean, some people's keyboards are much more annoying than others too. Mine is not fun to take apart. Not gonna lie. Maybe one of the most annoying keyboards to take apart. It was supposed to say melt ice. Oh. Oh. I get it now, Frizzless. Melt ice. Right, because there's the flame. I see what you're saying. It's the flame and then the ice cube. That makes perfect sense. I'm a big dummy. Alright, yeah, I'm just going to go to this clip because the volume is so low on this one. I believe this has what I want in it. Christy had some fascinating things to say about this. Like, literally hours after this happened. Hours after this happened, Christy's out here making statements.
You know, something that we also heard from Mayor Jacob Frey, we should note, is that he is taking issue with the narrative that is coming from federal officials, calling this kind of an act of self-defense by this ICE officer shooting this woman who was driving off. Frey actually calling it a garbage narrative, that this shooting was in self-defense. We also heard from DHS Secretary Christy Gnome a little earlier. Maybe we can pull that up for people. She is standing by this officer, basically saying from their perspective, this happened in self-defense. We saw that's what their statement says right now, and city officials sort of challenging that. Here's Christy Gnome.
You asked about a shooting that we just had in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
Wow.
An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him.
Defensively
and my understanding
shot.
is that she was hit and is deceased.
Defensively shot somebody driving away from them. Yes. Oh, thank you, Christy. An act of domestic terrorism, says Christy Dome. I mean, honestly, I will agree with that. ICE absolutely just committed an act of domestic terrorism on the general populace, murdering a woman, an American citizen, in broad daylight for driving her car down the street. It's insane. It is insane. This is such a bullshit fucking narrative. Oh, she was attacking the officers, and the act. This was hours. This was like hours. This was in the same day. It's still light out. It's been barely any time has transpired. Zero investigation has been done. You know what I mean? Like, this woman's barely. Her body is barely cold. Is barely cold, and Christy is out here saying this sort of nonsense. It's insane. It is deranged. It is irresponsible to come out and make these sorts of claims this quick after something like that. It's an act of injustice. For somebody like Christy Noem, who's in charge of an agency like DHS, to come out here and make those sorts of claims without anything to back it up. How she could claim terrorism without even knowing this woman's name, beyond me. But she wasn't the only one out there making claims. WRAL North Carolina reposted this Care 11 NBC video, which I think Care 11 is, I think it might be Michigan, but it might be Minnesota. I can't remember. Point is a slightly more local stations channel. They reposted this video with the title, "Woman rams ICE agent with car. They shoot and kill her." Woman rams ICE agent with car. That is the title that they've put on this video. I've already reported it for misleading title. It is still up. 24 hours later. More than that. By the way, having a misleading title or a thumbnail falls under, can you guess what policy of YouTube's it is? Spam or scam. Having a misleading title or a thumbnail falls under YouTube's spam or scam policy community guidelines section. Yeah, it's weird. That's the thing that we lost the channel for. These guys, though, still up and running. By the way, it doesn't even include a clip of the woman or the situation in question.
Yeah, a few witnesses when I first got here did mention that there was some sort of a car crash or some sort of a ramming incident. They didn't at that time know if it was something that was intentional or if it was, you know, an accident or anything like that. But that is something that we had heard from a few witnesses when we first got here to the scene. Since we last spoke a few minutes ago, there has been some more smoke that has been launched. It's kind of escalated a little bit, a little louder, more snowballs being thrown. We are seeing a lot more police kind of moving in, Minneapolis police officers moving into the area, and the chief has been a little closer to the scene. I don't know if you can see, but there's members of the police leadership team right in front of us that are gathering. And
I don't know if you can see. Dude, there's like 500 police officers in front of us. What are you talking about, stupid? Of course we can see. What do you mean? There's more police than there are people out here. I don't know if you can see. There's police out here. Yeah, stupid. Yeah, we can see. Pitchforks, thank you for the super chat over here. 3 of 10 already on YouTube, making it happen. The Christy Gnome's puppy defense. Defensively killing. Yes, defensively killing that innocent puppy. R.I.P. Cricket. That innocent puppy had to die. Because Christy couldn't be bothered to train it. Like a normal human being. What the heck? Vertical stream? Yeah, we're doing vertical stream now. Vertical stream, horizontal stream on YouTube. And still doing the stream on Twitch. That's right, the tri-stream, the galactic tri-stream, the triumvirate, if you will. 2 horizontals, 1 vertical. Trying to fulfill as many possible domains of content as we can. Sure, it splits people up a little bit, but I think it's worth it to get the word out. And you, of course, feel free to hang out in whatever chat you want. That's the great thing about it. You want different emotes? You know, you could go between YouTube and Twitch to get all the emotes, because, of course, there's a bunch of YouTube emotes on Twitch, but not all of them. But then there's a ton of Twitch emotes that aren't on YouTube. As well as the galactic point system over on Twitch. You could be racking up galactic credits by watching the stream on Twitch. Points you could be using to redeem for things like feeding the puppy, applause, and others. All right, well, let's move on from that horrifying messaging from both Christy Gnome and just the deeply irresponsible messaging of both Christy Gnome and of WRAL. For some reason, nobody's being punished for their lies. You don't bitch about ads on your stream only. Well, I really appreciate that, Jerry. The ads really help us out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Manda, for the sunglasses. My eyes are growing weary. Quite weary. I appreciate you. But yeah, thank you, Jerry. You know, for those of you on premium, your watching the stream helps us, even if you're not watching ads and or donating by super chat or super stickers or memberships or whatever else. And if you don't even if you don't have a premium membership, of course, your watching ads on the stream helps us out a great deal. And every little bit counts. It all adds up.
So hot right now.
Cash App Patel FBI is in the chat. Oh, God. Cash App. By the way, did you know that you can contribute on Cash App? And that the first name of Cash Patel is actually Cash App. And apparently he's in the YouTube chat. Oh, God. We're being watched. The deep state is in the YouTube chat. The deep state is watching. All right. I actually meant to put this first. We might as well just watch this again. This is the footage of this horrific tragedy. By the way, I would point out, so this is this Honda right here. This is her car. Right? You can see here that right before that, you can see a car goes right around her. Right? The car gets around her perfectly fine. So really, she's not even impeding their vehicles from getting to wherever it is they're trying to go. You can see that this guy does not once get bumped by the car. He gets completely out of the way of the car. He sees her moving in this direction. He stands in front of the car longer than he should to shoot her. Like, at this moment, this guy, as an officer of the law, has a fucking choice to make. He makes the wrong decision, of course. And if he had any fear of this vehicle, he wouldn't have planted himself. You see from here to here, right? If you go back here, you can see from this frame to this frame, you can see that he plants himself. She's in a vehicle, and if he has any reason to be worried, right? So you see that right there? He plants himself. This guy plants himself in front of the vehicle. You see that? He widens his stance and stands down to shoot. That is a cognitive choice. That is an active decision that this officer made, right? Rather than getting out of the way first, he stands down, stops, aims, and prepares to fire on the vehicle, right? And then chases the car, follows the car. You can see he's almost trying to hold on to the vehicle as he's shooting. This guy did nothing, and he's standing here. Everybody's gone. He's still standing there, and he's just nonchalantly putting the weapon back in his holster. He is in no danger. He's walking perfectly fine. He's not even limping. He's walking in a relaxed manner in the direction of the vehicle. He is under no duress. He is experiencing zero adverse conditions. This guy living the dream. Walking free. Causing chaos. With these sort of tyrannical behavior. Like, it's fucking disturbing. This is an American citizen that was just gunned down in broad daylight for no clear reason. Out of just what seems to be just spite. This guy was not in danger. We just saw the footage. In no time during that footage was he in any danger. The only danger he was in was danger that he put himself in. If he was in danger, he could have made the choice. He's a trained professional. He should have gotten away. He should have moved out of the way. Instead, he planted himself and prepared to fire instead of getting out of the way. Which shows intent. It shows intent and lack of concern for his life. Which means that he was under no threat. Which means you cannot claim self-defense. Because it's not the same thing as a suspect having a gun, right? It's a vehicle. It's a moving vehicle. It has very clear, confines, Anyway, thank you, EpiMew, for the gifted galactic memberships on YouTube. Papa Dukes, Christy, Latino Mafune, Pepper W, and Paige Larson. Enjoy the Galactic Membies, courtesy of EpiMew. Much appreciated. Helping us along with the Galactic content goal. I think that technically gets us to like 6 of 10 on the YouTube side. No donations yet on Twitch that I've seen. But we've already made great strides. Great strides. We're only 30 minutes in. I mean, we're more than halfway through. But honestly, all of this should be disturbing to you, right? After that footage, Kristi Noem came out before any investigations and claimed that this woman was a domestic terrorist. And that this offer was like, you know, like, she's not the only one to come out. More people will be coming out shortly to also say obscene things in the wake of this in haste without any investigation having been done. People like, I don't know, the President of the United States.
All right, this is not the video that the president had posted on Truth Social, but it is one vantage point. And so this is what we were discussing with Anna Schechter earlier, in which you saw that sort of purple SUV type vehicle. Let's go ahead and watch it again. You see that agent on the left trying to open the driver's side door. She appears to reverse and then accelerate. And at that point, that officer fires. The mayor said at least 2 shots. I hear at least 3 shots, and we know that she suffered a gunshot wound to the head.
Hold on, I don't need this whole goddamn CBS report. I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minnesota. It is a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer, who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but he is now recovering. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So yeah, that was Donald Trump, 3:28 p.m., hours after this woman was shot. Like 3 hours later. Like 3 hours later, he is out there calling her a disorderly professional agitator who violently and viciously and willfully ran over the ICE officer. Like, it's fucking insane. Like, they are coming out and, like, they are muddying the waters of any, like, for him to come out and do, like, this is so improper, right? And I know everything Donald Trump does is improper, but you do not come out and do this. The president, the secretary of DHS, the FBI, like, all these people should not be coming out and, like, declaring this woman a terrorist or making any declarative statements about this woman without any evidence to back it up. Hours after this, with zero investigation, it's insane, and it's irresponsible. You think the officer was looking to shoot? He seemed to be. The way in which this went down, with him intentionally standing in front of the car so that he could get the shot off, right? Like, this guy did not get out of the way because he wanted to shoot her. He just wanted to shoot her. He was just looking for someone to murder. There was no justification for it. He was under no threat. But Trump is out here, you know, calling her a vicious, violent person who willfully did something that didn't even happen. The man wasn't run over. we just watched it. He never left his feet. He was in no way injured. I don't know why he's in the hospital. Maybe he peed his pants. He needed to change. I don't know, but maybe he had some sort of like a psychological breakdown. I don't know, but I know he was not physically injured by that situation. If he was, it was tripping over his own fucking shoelaces after the fact. It wasn't during that altercation. I know that much. Let's see what Tim Walz had to say. Governor Tim Walz, who's been unfortunately subject of a great deal of right-wing attacks lately, has unfortunately stepped down from the governorship, but stepped out of the race. 'Cause his term is up this year. But he is still governor of Minnesota, and he had some things to say about this horrific tragedy.
WCCO News starts now with breaking news.
Good afternoon. We're about to hear from Minnesota's governor following this morning's deadly ICE shooting in South Minneapolis.
We are going to listen in to Governor Tim Walz as he comes out. It looks like some of his staff there, and we can see Walz taking the podium, hoping for more information. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that an ICE officer shot and killed someone in Minneapolis. My deepest condolences to the family, to the loved ones who had to learn about this tragic event on national television. We have been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our public safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequences of governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV, and today that recklessness cost someone their life. I've reached out to Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, and I'm waiting to hear back. Let me be clear, Donald Trump and his administration may not care much about Minnesota. That's been pretty evident, but we love this state. We won't let them tear us apart. We'll not turn against each other. To Minnesotans, I say this: I feel your anger. I'm angry. They want a show. We can't give it to them. We cannot. If you protest and express your First Amendment rights, please do so peacefully, as you always do. We can't give them what they want. The hearts and minds of the people in this state are on our side. To Americans, I ask you this: please stand with Minneapolis. To Minnesotans, know that our administration is going to stop at nothing to seek accountability and justice. The State Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are working on the investigation. We have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. State Patrol and Minnesota National Guard leadership is connected with the Minneapolis Police Department, the St. Paul Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, the DNR, and Minnesota's Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have activated dozens of members of the State Patrol's mobile response team. And from here on, I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety. I've issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. We have soldiers in training and prepared to be deployed if necessary. I remind you, a warning order is a heads up for folks. And these National Guard troops are our National Guard troops. They're teachers in your community, they're business owners, they're construction professionals. They are Minnesotans. Minnesota will not allow our community to be used as a prop in a national political fight. We will not take the bait. We will continue to update you, Minnesota, as we get more information. Now I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Bob Jacobson of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety.
There you go. That was Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, in a press conference discussing this horrific tragedy. He had more to say. I just want to get the rest of this here.
And I would make note, Mary, and to Minnesotans on this about the National Guard, they're there to protect you and protect your constitutional rights. These are our neighbors. They don't wear masks. They don't bust in from somewhere else. They're not here to cause hassles to you or what we saw today, the tragedy. Having them at the ready to make sure, because when we see these types of things happen, and we saw it after the murder of George Floyd, there's folks that want to cause chaos. There's the disruptors in it. And while the vast majority of those protests were peaceful expressions of their First Amendment rights, there were those that destroyed property and put people at risk. The National Guard is there to make sure that peaceful protests are able to be done, and that those that want to do the destruction are stopped from doing that.
There you go. That was Tim Walz spelling it out. The National Guard is being called in. The Minnesota National Guard is being called in to protect Minnesotans from ICE. Now, whether or not that will be enough to prevent more tragedies in Minnesota, or, you know, just generally speaking, I mean, certainly, I mean, in Minnesota, maybe. Hard to say. I don't expect Trump administration to respect this, so I honestly feel like it's unlikely that we see that this is somehow an end to it, you know, with Jacob Fry saying get out, the National Guard being called. I just don't know. I feel like they're going to see this situation, this adversarial situation that they've created, you know, with them responding. I feel like they're just going to respond. It's going to be like the tariff war, right? It's like, oh, China went to 50, we'll go to 100. Now, protests have been cropping up in the wake of this heinous murder. Rightfully so.
Shooting sparked quick and angry protests. Neighbors pulled out their phones as officers got physical. You can see spraying tear gas and pushing people to the ground.
Our Adam Duxter witnessed firsthand the strong emotions in the crowd. He joins us right now. So what is the community's reaction, Adam?
Yeah, Amelia, you heard Connor say just a moment ago that the mood has turned somber. I would say over the course of the last 6.5 hours, it's been every emotion under the sun, really, from anger to frustration. Now the mood here at 34th in Portland, very much one of somberness and sadness. Important to remember where we're standing is more or less a residential area with homes on either side of the street for blocks in either direction. And so you heard Connor say, yes, there was one person who heard this and came out. There was a number of people, perhaps a half dozen to a dozen people who were just simply in their house at the time, heard the commotion, came out and captured it on video in one way or another. And again, we had police barricades here for hours. We saw those confrontations when the federal agents attempted to leave, and then another confrontation when Minneapolis police left as well just a couple of hours ago. But of course, now you can see behind us the scene. Rather, I believe you're seeing now some of the video of the day, but behind us right now, there's probably 350, 400 people gathered for this memorial. We haven't heard of anyone who knew this individual who was killed yet, but I did speak again with another neighbor who was upstairs, heard the commotion, took a video of his own, and this was his perspective, talking hours later what he had to say about the moment.
I'm not going to say that she's totally innocent because she's possibly could have seen someone in front of her, but I don't think so because she was looking at this way while he was snatching on her car like, hey, this person's in front. I can't see no one in front of me right now. So it could have been on her mistake too, you know. I'm not saying it's totally their fault. I'm saying it's their fault because they shouldn't have had to fire a shot.
Dumb take, sir. Dumb take. It could be on her. Really? It could be on her. Really? She ran into the bullet? She ran into the trigger to cause the bullet to fire? I mean, it's not on her. This is such a stupid fucking, such a stupid point this guy is trying to make right now. It's not on her. It is on the fucking officer. Why is our society run to like giving officers the benefit of the doubt just over and over again? I don't understand. Like, why does our society do that? Like, these people are there to uphold the law. All officers, whether it's ICE or the police, the sheriff, whoever it is, all those people, they're there to uphold the law. And they should have to follow the law themselves. We should be able to expect that the people who are there to uphold the law are doing it themselves. Upholding their own conduct should be lawful at all times. They should be there. In fact, they should have a higher bar, not a lower bar. They should have a higher bar of expectation of upholding the law and of keeping the public safe. Because that's their fucking job. That's why we pay money. That's why we pay taxes. Right? Because of services like the police to supposedly keep us safe. But if they're not held accountable, if they don't hold themselves accountable, and our own institutions do not hold them accountable, then they are useless. And anarchy would be preferable. We cannot live in a society where the people who are here to uphold the law live by a different set of rules. It cannot stand. No justice, no peace. All right, I've got some clips here somebody sent me in the Discord of the, I believe this was the vigil / protest the night of. This is courtesy of one of your fellow space fams. Thank you. You know who you are. I don't know if you want to be made known for this clip or not. So for now, I'm going to keep it anonymous. I should have asked.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's an incredible crowd. Look how many people are there. There's thousands and thousands of people out here. From every direction. It's just a sea of human beings. Look at it. It's wild. Look how many people are out there. There's a fuck ton of people. Just an ocean of people. In a place like Minnesota. Minneapolis, Minnesota. In the dead of winter. And it looks like, I don't know, a very cold Coachella or something. Look how many people are out here. It's wild. Okay, there you go. Exclusive galactic content, courtesy of one of your fellow space fams. That wasn't even on YouTube until just now. And now it is. Documented historically. Thank you very much. Oh no, how did I do this? I got wrapped up in this goddamn situation. Oh, this is terrible. I just blew through the first break by like 20 minutes.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Huge, tiny mistake. Is this shorts? Yes, you are in the vertical stream right now, Shade Dragon. Correct. Which is much quieter today than it was the other day. For whatever reason. The other day it was bumping. We had like 150. Like 150 people watching on shorts at one point. That's on YouTube. It's true. It's on YouTube now. All right. We got to take a quick galactic intermission, everybody. Don't worry, though. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe and like buttons on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom lines of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alrighty, everyone, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is time for us to get back to the show. So you're going to want to get back in your seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. Okay. We are back. We left off talking about the vigil that was being held on the night of this tragedy. Now, let's go and see how some Congress people have been reacting to this situation. People like, I don't know, Chuck Schumer. Oh no, I have no sound. It's fine. Chuck is doing nothing interesting.
Do you have any comment on the shooting in Minnesota, the ICE-involved shooting?
Well, I saw the video. It just turns your stomach. We need a quick and full investigation to get to the bottom of this. But when you have these ICE agents all over the streets of our cities without any cooperation with local law enforcement, local communities, tragedies, horrible tragedies, killings occur.
Senator Murphy, leader.
Well, I've never been for ICE going into our cities, period. It doesn't belong there. And the mayors and county executives and others throughout the country believe they can handle it much better themselves than having people from the outside come in.
Wow, Chuck Schumer. He's never been a fan of ICE. Now, of course, Chuck has voted to approve ICE's budget many times. So I don't know where those objections have been until now. It's nice to hear. I'm not going to lie. It's nice to hear. I'll give Chuck that much. Nice to hear. Where's this Chuck been? Where's this Chuck been? Oh, I've never approved of ICE before, ever. And you're just finding out about it right now. I've been keeping it a secret the whole time, actually. I told the Baileys about it, but I didn't tell everybody else. Thank you, Chuck. It's fascinating that he's coming out and claiming that he's somehow anti-ICE. He's never supported ICE. I mean, he has been in the Senate since ICE was created under Bush. I can't remember if he voted. I can't remember if he voted for the creation of ICE or not. But the guy has not been. This is the first time I'm hearing about Chuck having some sort of serious issue with ICE. All right, let's go from the Senate to the House, not leaving New York. Representative Dan Goldman here.
I'm sitting here at my desk now just catching up on some of the news and watching the horrific video of the blatant murder by an ICE officer in Minneapolis. As you can see from watching the video, there was no threat to this man's life. There was no threat to anyone. The poor woman victim was simply trying to drive away. She was escaping from the federal officers. As you watch the path of the car after she's shot, it turns because she's trying to clearly get away. So then I look and I see the statement from the Department of Homeland Security.
Honestly, I've watched it frame by frame. The turning of the wheel happened before a shot ever rang out. You know, so I mean, really, it wasn't a reaction to the shooter. She was already turning away from the officer that was approaching her on the passenger side.
This person, Tricia McLaughlin, claiming that this is domestic terrorism, an act of domestic terrorism, that this lady, the victim, quote, weaponized her vehicle. That is absolute bullshit. There is nothing remotely in that video, and we don't need more evidence. The video shows everything that demonstrates that she was trying to actually attack the ICE officer. What is going on is that ICE is hiring so many unqualified people who are not properly trained, giving them weapons, and now they are murdering people. They are actually killing people. Qualified immunity does not apply here. It was such an outrageous and egregious and excessive use of force. And this individual, this ICE officer, needs to be investigated seriously. And I think, based on the video, without knowing more, very likely charged.
Yes, they should have been charged. And actually, you know what? There was a... Now that Dan is saying this, I'm remembering that there was a part of this that I wanted to listen to that I didn't listen to before. I think it was way back. It was way back. I think it was during the Jacob Fry. I think it was during the Jacob Fry press conference.
Stephen Miller, of course, piles on with more domestic...
Shut up, Dan. Oh, God. I want to go back. Oh, no. Because this was relevant. This was relevant. And honestly, Dan, I think Dan made a fairly good statement here. I would say that the phrasing of the beginning part, which I took issue with, obviously. But I think generally speaking, he was right on point with this one. But... I just want to go back to this press conference really quickly because the chief of police of, I think, Minneapolis came out and spoke at the podium during this this initial press conference, and he basically, I mean... Honestly, this one kind of pissed me off. I'm not going to lie. Just a little bit. Hold on.
That makes Minneapolis, Minneapolis, and that makes America, America.
Oh, this is taking forever to load. Come on. There we go. This is where they transition. Perfect. This up. Full screen, please.
I'll invite him up. My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIANO''HARA. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. This morning, Minneapolis police officers received a report of federal law enforcement being involved in a deadly force incident, meaning shots had been fired. Minneapolis police officers responded to the scene. We arrived and found a woman with a gunshot wound to the head. Life-saving measures were performed at the scene, including CPR. The woman was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center, where she has since been pronounced deceased. The preliminary information that we have indicates that this woman was in her vehicle and was blocking the roadway on Portland Avenue, midway between 33rd Street and 34th Street in the city. At some point, a federal law enforcement officer approached her on foot, and the vehicle began to drive off. At least 2 shots were fired. The vehicle then crashed on the side of the roadway. Minneapolis police officers secured the crime scene and assisted in trying to preserve the evidence that is there. We have since turned over the scene both to the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which will be conducting an investigation into this use of deadly force. I want to thank the mayor, city council president, other members of the city council, state legislators that were on the scene. This has been a very difficult time for everyone in the city. And this is obviously a very, very tragic situation where a woman has lost her life. That being said, in addition to this tragedy, which unfortunately we did predict, we were seriously concerned about further escalation from the scene. And I want to thank the elected officials that came themselves to help us prevent that from happening, as well as the individuals on that scene that remained peaceful and that abided by law enforcement instructions so that we could preserve that scene and ensure that a full and transparent investigation can take place.
Where does he say this?
That being said, I just echo the mayor's comments that we ask that the community continue to call for peace. We understand city or destruction. Thank you.
Hold on. There's another. This is not the right part of the speech. Hold on. There's another spot in here where, yeah, he comes back up. God damn it. God damn it. I should have written down the spot. I totally forgot about this part, but I feel like this is important.
So, if I heard you correctly, the question is about when people call 911, what is the city's protocol in these situations? We've had a very dramatic increase in 911 calls related to this activity. We have a protocol in place that has been evolving as the situation has been changing. And at this time, there is a designated supervisor that is on duty 24/7 that fields those calls. And we do everything that we can to ensure that they are appropriately prioritized, with the priority being placed upon the protection of life and safety of everyone in the community.
Can you tell us any more about the woman who was fatally shot? Was she there as a legal observer, protester, bystander? What do you know that you can share?
So the question was, what can I share about the deceased? There is nothing to indicate that this woman was the target of any law enforcement investigation or activity. This woman was in her car, and it appears then blocking the street because of the presence of federal law enforcement, which is obviously something that has been happening not just in Minneapolis, but around the country. She appears to be a middle-aged white woman.
Just about a month ago, you said these unplanned and questionable tactics by federal agents would result in someone being killed at a press conference right here. Do you consider today's tactics in line with that, or do you just have a generic response to the fact that somebody is now dead?
The question is that I had previously made several statements about being concerned about the tactics being employed. I am obviously very concerned that I have been told that a woman who was sitting in her car blocking the street and not the target of any enforcement activity is now deceased. However, I do not know, to be clear, I do not know the exact circumstances of the shooting, but I would tell you, in any professional law enforcement agency in the country, I think they would tell you it's obviously very concerning whenever there's a shooting into a vehicle of someone who's not armed. but it also is something that is possible. At times, it is justified. But it is very concerning, and it's something that most law enforcement agencies in the country train very intensely to try and minimize the risk that law enforcement officers get placed into a situation that the need for deadly force would be necessary.
Has there been any indication of that need in this case?
I didn't hear the question.
Has there been any indication of the need to shoot into the vehicle in this
The question was any indication about the need. I guess getting back to the justification of this, I have not seen any information other than what I have communicated.
Was she alone in the car? Were there children in the car with her?
The question was if she was alone in the car. I know that I got there shortly after this call came in. I did not see anyone else with her while I was on the scene. However, I've since been told by our officers that have been with her the entire time that a spouse has arrived at the hospital.
Mayor, just curious if you're thinking about contacting federal authorities.
Somehow, like, still have not found the exact spot I wanted. There was a bunch of things in that I wanted to comment on, but I didn't want to miss the spot that I wanted to talk about. Because at some point, this guy talks about the scene, like the scene of the crime. And he talks about how essentially he like dispersed the like him or some other I can't remember if it was him or some other officer of the Minneapolis police force arrived on the scene and then dispersed the ICE agent, the guy who murdered this woman. They basically told him to get out of there. And I can't find the spot. It is killing me right now. Maybe it was during a different press conference. I've listened to so many fucking press conferences now. At some point, like you heard him talking about how, a bunch of other, like, trying to make justifications for this guy and whatever else, or like give him the benefit of the doubt and all this other shit. But he basically, like, rather than arresting the guy who committed murder, like, told him to get gone, like, to leave. I'm just trying to find the spot, because at some point he says it during this goddamn press conference, if I'm not mistaken. But maybe I've already passed it. I'm
The
gonna
only
try
thing I
this
would add
spot
to the
real quick.
mayor's statement is that the crime scene was held by the Minneapolis Police Department, and the investigation is now being led jointly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as well as the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. And the purpose of their involvement would be to investigate whether any state laws within the state of Minnesota have been violated.
Can I just add something to that too? What's very important is that for our communities that we do have some kind of part in this investigation. It needs to be done on a local level. With all due respect to the federal level, we do need to make sure that our local agencies are involved. Most certainly the BCA is very well capable of working with our federal partners in doing so. That is something that is needed for our communities, and so that's something that I can tell you that.
Damn it, I can't find it. I'm sorry, chat. I fucked up. I fucked up. I cannot find the spot. I have so many clips, and I try and honestly, like, I try and keep them all in my head. I try and keep track of all the spots in my head, and sometimes that does not work. Sometimes that does not go to plan. The fact is, I'd probably be, like, murdering, like, a tree per day with the number of notes that I'm, like, just sort of, like, keeping in my head on this stuff. So many goddamn clips. All right, let's move on from that. I'm not done talking about this. I'm just moving on from the clip. Oh no, we are not done. Let's go back to talking about the protests. This is an outrage.
Protest tonight in Minneapolis. An ICE agent shot a woman there.
I'm
witnesses
sorry.
say, in the face as she was in her car. She is dead. He killed her. And you are looking at live pictures right now of the streets in Minneapolis. You can see all of those lights. This is a vigil near the site where the shooting took place.
Yeah, and I think that this is also the spot from the footage that we got. I think I could be wrong, but it's a very large gathering. I'd be shocked if there were 2 gatherings in Minneapolis of this size. And this is the footage that I think
have
we
been
were looking at
growing
earlier.
all night. They are chanting, "Say her name," and we have just learned the victim's name. She is a 37-year-old woman, as we said, and her name is Renee Nicole Good. Renee Nicole Good. She was shot and killed today. And ICE claims that the agent opened fire after Good, quote, weaponized her vehicle in an attempt to kill him, a federal officer. All right, well, there's a lot of video out there, so let's just show you some of it. Here's the video so you can see what actually happened for yourself. We warn you, it is graphic. Renee was killed. But you see agents approaching the SUV, which is stopped in the middle of the street. They instruct.
We've already watched this video so many times. And we already saw that they could move past the vehicle, right? You saw the car go by. All right, at the very beginning, a car goes right by her. She's not actually impeding traffic. She's just annoying people. And that is all. And maybe doing, if anything, a traffic violation, which is not under the purview of ICE. You could drive 200 miles per hour past ICE and they would have no jurisdiction to pull you over for that infraction. They cannot issue traffic violations. That is not under their purview or guidelines. Well, I'm just going to skip past this clip. We've already watched it so many times now. And it is disturbing. Somehow it's muted now.
And that's when the vehicle bumps the ICE agent, who draws his weapon and fires it 3 times. Now, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem calls this an act of domestic terrorism. She says there were 3 others of those today. And President Trump says, claims online that Good violently, willfully, and viciously, this is a quote from him, ran over the ICE officer, adding that it is hard to believe he is alive. All right, now President Trump puts out his own angle of the video to make that point. Let's just show you what he put out there. This is what he's putting out to show the ICE agent's life in danger. You can see, we'll go back and show that to you, that that he was bumped by the vehicle. We have video from the moments after the shooting where you do see the agent adjust.
The president is such a fucking moron. He thinks that this is like, I'm surprised he's alive. He must think that he's like, the agent's like in the car or something. This car, it contains a dead woman. This is a car careening down the street with a dead woman inside because an ICE agent just murdered her. The only people who are in danger right now is America at this point. The rest of them, ICE not in danger. Who's in danger? America. Fuck yeah!
This is what he's putting out to show the ICE agent's life in danger. You can see, we'll go back and show that to you, that he was bumped by the vehicle. We have video from the moments after the shooting where you do see the agent adjusting his mask as he walks away from the vehicle. So that you can see that there. President Trump says that he was injured and is in the hospital. We have learned that he's been released, which is consistent with him walking away there, adjusting his mask. Now, the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey had this to say about Trump and his administration's account of what happened.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit.
Frey also did not mince words when he delivered a message to ICE.
I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
Now, what happened today is something that Frey spoke about and warned about last night here on the show when he talked about the 2,000 federal agents who were deployed to a city and what ICE said was going to be the largest deployment ever. Here's what Frey said.
This is not about preventing fraud. This is about sowing chaos on the streets of Minneapolis, and that's what they are intent on doing right now.
In a moment, we are going to be joined by a woman who lives on the street where the shooting happened. She was recording as she was pleading with agents to let a doctor check on Renee Good, who was shot.
We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor. You caught butter in the face. You killed my neighbor.
All right, we're going to speak to the woman you heard her voice there, the eyewitness, in just a moment. First, I want to go to the ground and Whitney Wild, who is there in Minneapolis tonight.
Skipping past Whitney, going straight to the interview. That's the part that I really want. Where's that? Around here? Wait, where does that? Actually, you know, I think I'm gonna listen to this too. Wait, is this not the video with that? Hold on. Oh, it's not that one. That's why. The interview clip is in the next. It's the next clip I have after this. Or 2 clips after this. I just realized.
What was striking out here earlier, Aaron, was the crowd was so angry, and most of that anger was directed at the Minneapolis Police Department, who had nothing to do with this shooting, but quickly became the target of furor from people who live here and work here, and for many people who saw it, Aaron.
All right, Whitney, thank you very much at that vigil. And, you know, as Whitney's talking about, you know, that anger initially that was directed at the Minneapolis Police Department, which of course was not involved with the shooting. Let's go now to the Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara. And Chief, I appreciate your time. In the context of what Whitney said, how worried are you about lashback, about this anger, about anything getting out of hand or violence in Minneapolis tonight?
Well, I've been very concerned for several weeks, and I've been quite vocal about it. I have been worried not that federal law enforcement activity was happening, but how that enforcement was taking place in the city. And I have specifically said, I've been worried we would have a tragedy in our community. And I would hope that everyone, regardless of their viewpoint, can acknowledge that the loss of a woman's life is tragic. And along with that, things in this city have been very tense for several weeks, and it is a very emotional situation, and it's very divisive and politically charged. So that is why I have been asking all of our elected officials to please ask for peace and ask for calm. And as you mentioned, our police officers responded immediately. I responded immediately to the scene once I heard there was a report of a shooting. But unfortunately, you know, as our officers were trying to leave today and trying to keep the peace, to preserve the crime scene so that there can be an investigation, so that there can be some level of, you know, a finding related to what actually happened, our men and women became the object of hate, vitriol, and just the frustration that has been building in this community for weeks.
So...
He just said it, didn't he? He just said the thing that I was talking about before. I was reading chats over here, but I think he just said the thing that I was saying. Ah, for fuck's sake. All right, let's keep this moving. Jesus Christ. We need Boudikas. Interesting. Think that'll help? All right, let's go back down to the I'm sorry, not that. No, wrong one. No, let's go here. This is Forbes breaking news from 11 hours ago. Who was the woman shot by ICE? Nicole Good. All right, Forbes, what do you have for us? Who was Renee Nicole Good? The woman shot and killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis on Wednesday was identified by her family as Renee Nicole Macklin Good, 37, who had moved to the city last year. The Associated Press reported that Good was a U.S. citizen born in Colorado, and she had no past legal issues aside from a single traffic ticket. Good was a mother of 3 and had a daughter and son aged 15 and 12 from her first marriage, and a 6-year-old with her second husband who died in 2023. She had moved to Minneapolis last year and, according to the Minnesota Star-Tribune, was living in the city with her current partner and youngest son. Good's ex-husband told AP that she had dropped off her 6-year-old son at school and was driving home when they encountered a group of ICE agents on a street. Even though Trump administration officials have tried to label her as a radical leftist and a domestic terrorist, her ex-husband told AP that she was neither an activist and never participated in any protest. Good's mother, Donna Ganger, told the Minnesota Star-Tribune that her daughter is, quote, not part of anything like that at all. Her ex-husband said Good was a devout Christian who participated in youth mission trips to Northern Ireland. According to both AP and the Star-Tribune, an Instagram account belonging to a woman described her as a, quote, poet and writer, a wife and a mom. Commenting on the situation that led her daughter's death, Granger told the Star-Tribune, "That's so stupid." She was probably terrified. She added, "Renee was one of the kindest people I've ever known. She was extremely compassionate. She's taken care of people all her life. She was loving, forgiving, and affectionate. She was an amazing human being." The woman's father, Tim Ganger, told the Washington Post she had lived most of her life in Colorado and briefly moved to Kansas to stay with her parents after her second husband, a military veteran who suffered from PTSD, died in 2023. She had a good life, but a hard life. She was a wonderful person, Ganger said, adding that he thought she was just caught in the crossfire. KMBC, an ABC affiliate in Kansas City, spoke with Good's former neighbor who said she lived in the city for 2 years before, but she and her family decided to leave the country after Trump was elected in 2024. I think they must say... Oh, Good's family first moved to Canada before settling in Minneapolis, the neighbor had claimed. She described Good as a neighbor who you know is not a terrorist, not an extremist, that was just a mom who loved her kids and loved her spouse. It seems like everybody who knew this woman said that she was a good person. Just an average American woman. Living her life, a mom. A mom with a former military veteran for a what do you call it? I mean, a spouse, but she's a widow, right? A military widow, essentially. A true patriot, some would say. A great, great patriot. Whose life was taken away from her unjustly by the repressive arm of the federal government. All right, let's go here to that interview that they referenced with the I forgot her relation. The one of the women, I think, who was on, I'm not sure if they knew each other. I think they might have been neighbors. I can't remember whether or not she said that in this interview. But one of the women who witnessed this horrific tragedy from the sidewalk, who I believe shot the video, at least one of the videos we've all seen here, went on to CNN to talk with Aaron Burnett.
Emily Heller is out front now, who you heard there and filmed that in that horrifically traumatic moment. So, Emily, I know you live there. This is your street. This is your home. And you're inside your house. You hear all of this commotion. Everything is starting to happen. Okay, can you tell me what happened then? You hear everything. You come outside, and then what?
I hadn't even gotten dressed. I was making breakfast. I went out. I heard the commotion. I heard whistles, which is a common sign of ice is nearby. And I went out onto my front porch. I didn't even have shoes on, and
Why should we have people running around our streets with fucking AR-15s? Just like assault rifles. Just everybody just running around, locked and loaded. This woman's just, you know, trying to make breakfast over here. The woman in the vehicle is just got done dropping off her kid from school and runs into this. It's insane. We're being occupied. We're being occupied right now by a hostile force.
within 60 seconds, everything had already gone down. But there was an ICE convoy that seemed to be stuck, and then there was a protester who was blocking traffic, so they couldn't progress. And she was totally peaceful, and ICE, it seemed completely unorganized. They didn't really know what they were doing. They were screaming at her to move, move, move. And then they approached her vehicle aggressively and tried to open her door. And then that's when she got spooked, and she reversed her vehicle to turn her wheels to try to escape. And that's when an ICE agent stepped in front of her vehicle and said, "Stop." And then, I mean, she was already moving, and then point blank shot her through her windshield in the face.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. That's what we saw when we slowed it down. This guy planted himself in front of a moving vehicle, putting himself in danger unnecessarily so that he could shoot her. His intention was to shoot her. It happened in the blink of an eye. He put himself in front of the vehicle so that he could shoot her. Watch it yourself. We just got done doing it. Just go back and watch.
I can't imagine what it was to see that, Emily. The way that you are laying this out, though, I just want to repeat and make sure that I'm clear, and please correct me if I say anything wrong. You're saying that what you saw was disorganized ICE, but then when they tried to get her to stop, she got spooked. She reversed her car to turn her wheels to get away, and that was when the officer stepped in front.
They were telling her to leave. They were telling her to move, and then all of a sudden seemed like they were trying to get her. So they were telling her to move, and then in a split second they were saying they were trying to get her out of the car. So it was like she was trying to move. Once they were trying to get in her car, she was of course she wanted to leave at that point. They were extremely aggressive.
Yeah, and giving conflicting orders in a situation like this, whipping your gun out, not a good plan. Adding violence, adding a deadly weapon to a situation that's already fucking confused. How is that helpful? We see what this leads to. Death. Death, death, death. It's fucking disturbing. These people are so incompetent, they can't even figure out what they want her to do. Bunch of petulant children running around with guns, unable to have a cohesive strategy in their supposed law enforcement efforts. It's pathetic. It's disgusting.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
They should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, she would have been scared, obviously. You know, President Trump, as you know, he posted a video saying that it's lucky the ICE agent was alive, and I just want to be clear, the ICE agent is walking afterwards, and we know that from any.
He's perfectly fine.
He's fine, and he's
He's
out.
chasing after her at the end.
He stood there.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what you're going to say about what he did afterwards.
Oh, he just stood there. The other ICE agents surrounded him. He was obviously spooked too. I mean, they seem like children. They seem like untrained people. And so that agent was obviously spooked because he had just killed someone. And it was very obvious to everyone who had witnessed it all that she would not make it. And so they kind of gathered around him, and then there was a gold SUV that came, and they put him in it and got him out of there because everyone knew he had murdered someone.
So President Trump says the woman was disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran.
I love how the same people who cried about Ashley Babbitt for like the last 5 years, at like every possible opportunity, they would bring up Ashley Babbitt, this poor martyr, this great patriot who lost her life. The federal government murdered her. She was just peacefully protesting while trying to climb through a broken doorway at the Capitol. Oh, God. And then they see something like this and they start applauding. They're like, yay, murder Americans, more please.
The ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense, he shared a video of the incident from a different angle. What's your response to that version of events?
I mean, that's the only reason why I'm here. I don't think I'm the most articulate person. I don't think that I don't want to be here, but I knew that this would be twisted and it would be self-defense, and that's absolutely not what happened. But it's just my life is forever changed from having witnessed this, and I just can't let this narrative that it was self-defense go any further, because it's absolutely not what it was. And yeah, my neighborhood, my neighbors, we're all going to be pretty traumatized from this for a long time.
When in that video that you shared with us that I just played, the 34 seconds, you know, you're obviously incredibly distraught, and there's a doctor next to you or near you. We can, you know, hear him saying, "I'm a physician. I can help," and they say, "No, we have our own medics." But the doctor is there offering to administer CPR, standing right there. I don't want you to have to relive what you were looking at when the horror of her death, but how did agents respond to him? Was there a speed and a desperation in trying to get any sort of assistance to her? Because it didn't sound like that from what you gave us.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him near, and they said they had their own medics that were on their way, which it was, I mean, I don't know, it was at least 15 minutes before the ambulance arrived, and then the ambulance couldn't even.
That is negligence. That is what that is. That is fucking negligence. First off, if you're trying to apprehend somebody, or if you, I mean, like, honestly, like, these police officers, not just in apprehension, you shoot somebody, they immediately become your, like, you immediately become, like, their steward under the law. You're supposed to look after them. You're supposed to do everything you can to actually keep them from dying. Right? It's actually not supposed to be, your goal is not to kill people. All right? Is not to be an extrajudicial murderer. Right? Somebody who just gets to run around killing everybody without any consideration. No, actually, your job is to keep people from dying as an officer of the law. And somebody under your care is supposed to, you know, receive certain constitutional rights, human rights, things like that. And by denying this woman a doctor, while they seemingly put no effort into actually getting someone on the scene, while this woman's life is like, I mean, she was probably already dead, but there's no way to fucking know because they did not allow a doctor on the scene. They prevented it from happening. And that is negligence. In fact, I think it's worse than I think it actually rises to something worse than negligence, because they actively I don't know the legal terms because I'm not a lawyer, but I think it actually rises to something further than negligence because they actively denied her that in this moment.
Through because the ICE agents had all abandoned their vehicles in the road, so the ambulance couldn't get through. So they parked at the end of the block, and about five paramedics came in and examined her for, I didn't see this, but they were with her for a few minutes, and then they carried her limp body away by her limbs, not even on a stretcher. Just carried her down to the end of the block where they could get a stretcher because they couldn't get through with their ambulance.
Emily, I appreciate your talking about this. I know it has to be incredibly difficult, and I think everyone understands why you're choosing to do it, to make sure people...
It is a disturbing recounting of it. I mean, it illuminates just how little regard these ICE agents had for this woman's life from beginning to end in their interaction with her. It is deeply disgusting to me. I'm honestly still deeply disturbed by that chatter who was in here earlier, just making these completely specious arguments around all of this stuff. Telling us that we needed to watch the J.D. Vance speech so we could get a full picture on this. Because he was saying only true things. Which we're about to get to this speech, and it was, I mean, filled with lies. It's just filled with how anybody can justify what is going on here. It's beyond me. It's beyond me. GNN got a troll. We've been getting lots of trolls lately, honestly, ever since we came back to YouTube and I started doing the try stream on Vertical. We get a lot of trolls on Vertical. I also get a few on Twitch sometimes too, but mostly it's been on Vertical. But horizontal chat is always very tame. He was a troll, no way he was real. Yeah, I mean, who knows? There's no way to be sure. All right, now earlier today, more protests on the ground in Minneapolis. What's that? I hear barking. I hear barking. Whoopsies. Who was that? Oh, Dark Sparkle. Thank you for feeding old Leica over here. The YouTube Shorts algo is crazy. It is crazy, MX Glitch Master. It's a weird place. It's a strange place. What was I gonna say? Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Because I accidentally clicked the confetti early. We haven't actually completed the galactic content goal. Just want to remind everybody, we're about 3 hours through the stream, which means we got like, at least at this time, like an hour and 15 minutes to get through it. Thankfully, we've already made a great deal of progress. About 60%, I think, of the way through the goal. But still gotta get a little further. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. I think you all know what they are. All right, back down to the ground. This was from earlier on Thursday. Protesters, Minneapolis, in the snow.
Winter is coming.
As you can see, there is a fuck ton of police out here. I mean, the number of police is insane. Now, I think these are state police. I can't actually tell because the blur on the camera is too difficult to make out. Like, as you can see here, it's easier from this angle. It's nearly 1-to-1 police to protesters. Like, you can see there's media people and then protesters and then just a giant horde of officers here. Sasha G with a super sticker. Thank you for that. Very cute. Very cute. Appreciate it. Bravo. I don't know what the bravos. I don't know what I did to deserve that bravo. But I'll take it. I will take it. That was just like the middle of the day protest. And you just had like 100 officers hanging out here to deal with like 50 people and like 50 press people. It's fascinating what we use government resources on. We can afford 100 police officers for 50 Americans using their First Amendment rights, but we can't afford healthcare or affordable housing. Yeah, we can't afford food assistance for poor people, but we can give Kristi Noem $250 million for marketing for ICE that she's going to give directly to one of her personal friends. We got money for that, but not for your diabetes medication. Okay? Okay. Priorities. We wouldn't have any sweet, sweet Instagram content for DHS if we didn't take away everyone's health care. Okay? We gotta make sacrifices if we want meme videos for the internet. Sure. Does your grandma need that chemo medication? Probably. But don't we also need ICE to have what was it again, $175 billion budget? Don't we also need that? Isn't that fiscally responsible? Frizla with a gifted galactic membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Who got it? Hyper Spiky. Hyper Spiky, enjoy the Memby. All right, here we go. Let's move it along now to Democracy Now! This is from earlier on Thursday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world. In Minneapolis, thousands gathered for a candlelight vigil Wednesday evening to mourn the death of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a mother of 3 who was fatally shot hours earlier by an ICE agent at near point-blank range. Video of the shooting shows masked ICE agents approaching her vehicle, screaming for her to get out of the effing car, using profanity, and attempting to force open her driver's side door. As Good attempts to drive past the officers, a masked agent pulls his firearm and fires 3 rounds at Good. The shooting comes after the Trump administration deployed over 2,000 ICE agents to Minnesota.
Trump administration officials claim the agent acted in self-defense, but local officials, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, rejected that claim. This is Mayor Fry speaking Wednesday.
We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case, quite literally killing people. They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bull. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying, getting killed. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here.
If not sooner. According to press accounts, Renee Nicole Good was shot shortly after she dropped her 6-year-old son at school. She was killed less than a mile from the site of George Floyd's murder in 2020 by a Minneapolis police officer, a killing that sparked protests internationally under the banner Black Lives Matter. Democratic lawmakers have accused President Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem of spreading misinformation about the shooting.
Yeah, they really rushed out there to do that. Donald Trump and Kristi both coming out to make a whole bunch of unfounded accusations about Renee the second that they could find a microphone or their phone to tweet on True Social. Real fucking disturbing. Just how quickly they are to weaponize this sort of thing. The fact is a great patriot is dead. Renee Good. A single mother. A widow. Her former spouse. A Army veteran. Just trying to live the American dream. Gunned down. For what? For what? To what end? What is achieved by gunning that woman down? That couldn't have been achieved by just using words. Like, what is, like, why is every problem is solved with violence in the minds of like certain people? This is America. You're not just supposed to, like, the government's not just supposed to gun people down that they don't like. You know, like, use your words. Say, hey, get out of the way. And in fact, they were doing that while simultaneously telling her to get out of her car, which is, you know, incompetence at its best. Incompetence that led to the death of a woman.
Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem accused Good of weaponizing her vehicle to commit a, quote, act of domestic terrorism, unquote.
Oh, by the way, thank you, Carl Schmidt, for the super chat on YouTube. America needs the kind of social support systems that people in Europe get if we actually want to still be a first world nation. It looks doubtful at this point, though. Yeah, it does. Things we're not great. We're not going in the right direction on what you're talking. We're going in the opposite direction with regards to what you're talking about. That would be nice, though. That would be nice.
Post on Truth Social, President Trump claimed Good, quote, violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Trump went on to say, quote, it's hard to believe he's alive, but is now recovering in the hospital, unquote. Video from the scene shows the ICE agent walking away after shooting with no signs of injury. However, video from the aftermath shows outraged Minneapolis residents, including a doctor, screaming at the agents to let them help Renee after her crash into a parked vehicle after the shooting.
Can I go check a pulse?
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
Hey, listen, we understand. We got EMS coming. I get it. Just give us a second. We have medics on scene. We have our own medics.
Where are they? Where are they? How can I relax? You just killed my neighbor!
At a vigil in Minneapolis last night, residents decried the shooting of Renee Nicole Good and the Trump administration's decision to send 2,000 ICE agents to the Twin Cities. The surge in agents began shortly after President Trump called the region's large Somali community garbage and accused state officials of failing to root out fraud in social services programs. This is Mustafa Hassan speaking at the vigil.
It's important, honestly. It's just, one, we lost a civilian slash a human being. You know, we all live in a small world. It doesn't matter what color or race you are. I'm here on, you know, even though me being Somalian and what I'm dealing with, we had somebody who also that was in our community who passed away. And that's what we're here for. I'm here to support the cause. It's difficult now. A lot of people are moving around scared. They don't know if they're going to be actually going to work or school or wherever the destination they need to get to safely and make it back home without being stopped and you know, going through all that process.
The killing of Renee Nicole Good was at least the 9th time federal immigration agents have fired on people since last September, all in their cars. 5 people have died in mass deportation operations since President Trump ramped up the ICE operations when he retook the White House. For more, we're joined by 2 guests in Minneapolis who were on site shortly after the ICE shooting of Renee Good. Robin Wansley is a Democratic Socialist Minneapolis City Council member, longtime Minneapolis activist. This week, she was elected minority leader, marking the first time
what just happened? Somebody just secretly subscribed. I don't know who it was, because I didn't get a note. That's really weird. I just saw it. I don't know. I think it might have been like a resubscribe, perhaps. But somebody just resubbed on Twitch, so thank you over there. I saw it go through. It counted towards the goal, I think. Yeah, it counted towards the goal. It just didn't pop up. Whoever that was. Clearwatch? Actually, I honestly missed it. Thank you. That gets us like really close to completing the goal now. People were like 90% of the way there. So goddamn close.
Democratic Socialists have had a leadership role on the City Council. We're also joined by Edwin Torres de Santiago, Network Manager for the Immigrant Defense Network, which monitors ICE activity and responds to community needs after someone is taken. They've received thousands of requests from Minnesotans who want to volunteer as constitutional observers of ICE in Minneapolis. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! City Council member Robin Wansley, let's begin with you. Talk about what happened soon after you got there. You heard about the killing, and you came to this area of Minneapolis, and respond to what's taken place, what President Trump wrote, what the mayor and the governor are saying.
Yeah, it's been a very challenging moment for our city, and that was put on full display yesterday after thousands of us received the word and also saw the video footage of Renee Good being shot and killed by federal ICE agents. And I think the biggest takeaway to share with the public is fully in alignment with both Mayor Frey and Governor Walz is we must refute the blatant lies that the Trump administration is looking to put forward to cover themselves in enacting what was a blatant murder of a civilian. And a civilian who was simply illegal, making sure not only that her child made it to school safely, but made sure that her neighbors who are currently being terrorized and attacked by federal ICE agents could also have that same privilege. And she was shot and killed while caring for the smallest members of our community. And I think for anyone watching this, to know that if this could happen to a 37-year-old mother, this could happen to you in your city. And we can't accept Trump's administration's lies of them going after bad guys. No, they're going after everyone, especially those who are in.
It was me. I didn't want to disrupt the show, says Clearwatch. Thank you. Oh, it was a Prime sub. It's a Prime subscription. Much appreciated.
Opposition to the cruelty campaign that they are waging through federal ICE agents all across our city. So I'm absolutely standing in solidarity with our residents, with our elected officials who are calling for the immediate removal of ICE officials from Minneapolis. And not only that, we need the federal agent responsible for Renee's murder to be arrested and for local ownership of the investigation to proceed, because we cannot trust the federal government.
By the way, to the chatter who just got timed out on YouTube chat, I'm looking through your messages here. You're claiming that somehow we're being unfair because we didn't watch a particular angle of the video clips available. I've seen enough angles to know that this was not a justified killing. Okay? I don't care what angle you want to look at. I watched it. That motherfucker was fine, and he put himself in harm's way. Okay? He planted himself in front of a vehicle that was moving so that he could shoot her. That's what happened. I don't you know, like, I don't need another angle to see that.
To investigate themselves when they are the cause of this travesty and harm. So we need to have local ownership over that investigation and prosecution of be it one agent, several agents who were involved in the murder of one of our beautiful civilians, a mother who should not have lost her life, while making sure that her children and those of many of our neighbors made sure that they could make it to school in the morning.
And Edwin Torres de Santiago, you received a text message Wednesday morning and you raced to the scene. Could you describe what you saw when you got there and who you spoke to and what they told you?
For sure. That morning, we were patrolling the western suburbs of the Twin Cities. Around 8:30 or so, we were just getting done patrolling places like Edina and other places I've been also hit by ICE agents. We were making our way to Bloomington around 9:15 when I got a message from an observer that happens to have been walking on a morning walk between 34th and Portland, with the text message just being, someone was shot. We did everything possible to send constitutional observers to that area quickly. Within minutes of sending the alerts, and that's something that the Immigrant Defense Network does, we are a coalition of over 100 organizations across the state of Minnesota. We've been responding to ICE activity every single corner.
Yeah, there are people out there fighting the good fight, trying to stop ICE from harassing people on the streets in the United States. Honestly, people shouldn't have to deal with this shit. Like, let's be really, really real. People shouldn't have to deal with this. There was already an existing immigration enforcement apparatus before ICE, before Bush, right? Before 2003, INS. Immigration and Naturalization Services were the people who dealt with this sort of thing. And they certainly weren't the sort of like militarily armed, guns blazing type of people that we now have in the form of ICE. Like, did they do raids? Yeah. But it was a very different vibe than what we have now with ICE. INS was too woke. Yeah, sure. INS was so woke. Yeah.
Give me a
Yeah.
joke.
Good one. Good one. That's funny. That's funny. Cash App Patel, FBI, with the jokes in the YouTube chat. And it's too woke. Okay. Just gonna keep going through these clips that I have. This is just a horrifying moment in American history.
On the streets of Minneapolis, the culture war fracturing America captured in 3 gunshots.
What did you do?
An ICE agent shoots dead a 37-year-old woman in her car. Renee Nicole Good. In life, much loved, a mother of 3, said to be kind, compassionate, a devout Christian, a poet and writer. But in death, she has become 2 people, an innocent victim to the thousands who poured out onto the streets in snowy Minneapolis and across the US overnight. But to the Trump administration, before the facts had even been established,
It was an act of domestic terrorism.
when it came to passing judgment, reflex kicked in. The president waited just hours to leap to the defense of the ICE officer.
Yep. I mean, this has been their MO since the beginning of the Trump administration. Every time anything happens, they rush to capitalize on it politically and point fingers, specifically at the left, before any evidence comes out. That has been the modus operandi of the Trump administration at every turn. Politicize it. And then after Charlie Kirk died, they demanded we do not politicize the death of of a politically polarizing person. And yet, but like other tragedies, those are fine. Those are fine to politicize. At least for them. They're allowed to. We're not. Politics for me, hush for thee.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
A number of videos of the incident from the scene on Portland Avenue, focusing on these 3. One shot from here, the other across the road from here, and CCTV from here. As the incident starts, Renee lets the car pass as an officer walks around her vehicle, appearing to film on his phone. Her car is pointed across the road with ICE vehicles around her as protesters shout and whistle. As officers approach, she reverses. Her wheels are pointed to the left, reverse lights on. CCTV shows the officer who was filming her walking across the front of her car.
Kaname Kun, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated.
The wheels straighten and spin a little as the officer pulls out his gun. In the split second, the car begins to move forward. Trump cites this grainy video as showing that the officer was struck by the moving car, who appears to jolt as if knocked back. But it all happens in moments, and another...
Yeah, and as we've watched this in slow motion. This man plants himself in front of the car. You can't tell me that he was afraid of dying. You can't tell me that the man was afraid of dying, and he was afraid for his life when he planted. He opened up his stance. He moved his leg outwards to brace himself in front of a car. If he thought he was going to die, move out of the way. Move out of the way, dumb shit. Instead, he planted himself. which to me indicates intent.
Right to jail, right away.
Other angle shows when Renee Good's wheels start to turn to the right, in fact, steering around the officer just as he shoots. As more details and videos were circulated, anger rose. This one seems to show a physician asking to help to check a pulse, but being refused. This city once reacted viscerally to the killing of George Floyd by a police officer on its streets, with initially violent protests turning into a worldwide anti-racism movement. But it was another perceived injustice by law enforcement officers against ordinary citizens. And so America holds its breath to see how Minneapolis will react this time. Flooding Democratic-run cities with ICE agents has become a centerpiece for Donald Trump. Many would say he wants dystopian-looking images of law enforcement officers squaring up to citizens, snatching immigrants off the streets to define his second presidency. As to the human cost, this time so tragic, whole communities will mourn, but his government plans to carry on.
Oh shit, I just realized I left the vertical stream in the office. That's my bad. I should have switched over for you. My bad, George chat. Oh. You're being repressed by me.
How rude.
It's very rude. It's very rude of me. Jumping up on the hood is also a valid option. I mean, it's the least option. It's the least. I mean, it's not the least valid option. It would have been more valid than murdering this woman. But the most valid option was to just get out of the way, right? And not to plant yourself in front of a vehicle, right? Like, that's just, anybody will tell you that's not good. It's not a good idea, right? And nowhere in any training manual for ICE or any other law enforcement agency does it say, stand in front of a moving vehicle if you wanted to stop. Never once has that ever been uttered in a single. I've never been through any. I can say right now I've never read through any of them, but I can almost guarantee you with 100% certainty that in no training manual in any law enforcement agency's handbook does it say, stand in front of a vehicle that is moving that you want to stop. No. Nope. It's never been suggested, I don't think. That's what he did. Voluntarily did it. You watch that footage. He had so many other options. He had like 270 degrees of open air and he stood in front of the car. How is that not on the police officer? These guys are supposed to be able to keep the public safe. He can't even keep himself safe. He's too fucking stupid to get out of the way of a car. Instead, he just murders a woman. Right. Somehow that's justifiable. All right, everybody. We are over 3 hours, so gotta take a quick galactic intermission. Do not worry, though. We will be right back. A lot more content after these brief messages. That's what it is. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe and like buttons on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like YouTube Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, Prime subs. You got Cash App, you got PayPal, if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars, Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. galactic patrons things like a avatar on one of the break screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. That's not all, they'll give yourself a shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. That beeping is intended to alert you to the fact that the second intermission is about to end. And the third half of the show is about to begin. So get yourselves back in your seats, otherwise you are going to miss it. God damn it. Okay, let's go here. See what J.D. Vance had to say about all of this.
First of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire...
It's a tragedy of her own making and of the far left, says J.D. Vance. It's her fault, and it's the left's fault that this ICE agent pulled the trigger. We all forced him to pull the trigger to murder this woman, don't you see? This woman, the left, everybody. They pulled the trigger for this man. He has zero culpability. It's America's fault that this woman is dead, according to J.D. Vance. It's incredible.
movement.
Now, I would say this woman was trying to get away from a horde of armed masked men. I think most women would be terrified in that situation, probably.
Tragedy
most people.
Of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement. But why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't
We're allowed to disagree in between voting, as it turns out. We don't have to, like, all of our disagreements aren't solved at the ballot box, right? Speaking of ballot box, remember when Donald Trump and Trump supporters, stormed the Capitol because they lost at the ballot box, but they claimed to have won? Remember that? What about that? It's weird because there's like nobody talking about that at this moment, 2 days after Jan 6th. Yeah, it's strange. But actually, you're allowed as an American to voice your concerns and complaints, criticisms of the U.S. government, at least supposedly. According to the supposed Constitution, in between voting, you're allowed to still speak You're still allowed to voice your opinion and disagree with the government, as it turns out. Unless, you know,
vote.
we live in a
Why don't you
dictatorship.
organize? Instead, what some of them are doing,
That is literally what people are doing. That is literally what people are doing. People are literally organizing to utilize their First Amendment rights. JD just doesn't understand
to get
that.
violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful and it's got to stop.
Not a single law enforcement official was injured in this situation. The only people who were hurt or killed were innocent Americans minding their own fucking business of criticizing the U.S. government. Which is, once again, their constitutional right to do, since we don't have a king. Actually, wait, I think I want to, I'm going to let JD go a little bit longer.
Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very...
JD would prefer that they don't investigate the actions of the federal government. Oh, I see. He would prefer the state government investigate something else. Well, as it turns out, you know, according to that stupid constitution, state government doesn't have to do everything the federal government tells it to do. It's strange. I remember these people, something about states' rights and all these other sorts of things. It's weird.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
All of a sudden, it's like, you know, JD Vance is here. He's saying, oh, look, investigate something else, okay? This woman was intentionally trying to run over these agents. But, of course, she was being surrounded by armed men. Masked, armed men. A gang, you might almost call them. A gang of thugs. Unidentified thugs. And this is from how many months ago? 3 months ago? 6 months? Sorry. This was from 6 months ago. This was in, I think, June or July of last year. The year 2025. Long ago. Ron DeSantis had some stuff to say about people being attacked in the streets by vicious gangs of thugs.
Week on Dave Rubin's podcast. Let's watch that.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida.
Of course not. Exactly. This is America. You don't have to allow yourself to be dragged through the street. You have the right, according to Ron DeSantis, to run over anybody who would impinge your freedom. Okay? That's Ron DeSantis on Dave Rubin's podcast here saying it. It's strange when people are allowed to commit vehicular manslaughter and when they're not, theoretically speaking, hypothetically speaking. It's strange. Now, apparently, people in Minnesota are living in fear in the wake of this recent murder in broad daylight being committed by federal agents.
Welcome back. Because of safety concerns, Minneapolis public schools canceled classes for today and tomorrow.
The Department of Education released a statement demanding ICE stay away from schools. This comes after ICE clashed with some people outside of Minneapolis Roosevelt High School just hours after Renee Good was shot. A student captured video of the incident. Today, some students and former Governor Jesse Ventura stopped by Roosevelt. John Lordson shares what they had to say about yesterday's shooting and the protests.
What was going through your mind when you saw all this?
Like, I can't believe this is happening at a high school where, like, people are just here just trying to learn.
Daniel is a former Roosevelt student who stopped by the school on Wednesday when he heard ICE agents were on school property. He used his cell phone to record a chaotic scene. At one point, somebody throws a snowball at an ICE agent, who then sprays a chemical irritant towards a group of people. Daniel and his friend Braden, a Roosevelt student, say ICE's presence at school has them angered and scared.
My whole family doesn't feel safe at all no more.
I never thought that we would live in a time like this. That's what goes through my head. And it makes me really, really sad for our kids.
Roosevelt High School also got a visit from former Governor Jesse Ventura. He says he stopped by the school to show his support for students and teachers.
I'm a 1969 graduate of Minneapolis Roosevelt. I'm proud of them for what they did. They made me proud as an alumni.
Ventura says he supports the students.
Look at they called him Jesse Venture on the where did it go?
1969 graduate.
Oh my God. Jesse Venture. Jesse Venture. Yes, Jesse Venture.
Aww.
Former Minnesota Governor Jesse Venture. Yes. It's Ventura, if you're wondering what I'm pointing out. It's Ventura with an A. That would be a cool name if he was like a wrestler or something. Very funny. Very funny with the jokes.
You are not funny.
Now, let's go back to talking about this particular investigation, which seems to have swapped hands on multiple occasions already in the last 48 hours, but is supposedly under the purview of the federal government now. They're blocking state investigators from having anything to do with it at this point, which seems shady as fuck, if you ask me. Why not let state investigators in if you're not hiding a crime? It's weird.
Emotions are running high in Minnesota and across the nation following the deadly shooting of a woman by federal immigration agents in Minneapolis.
Within the last 90 minutes, the governor ordered the National Guard to stage and be ready to support law enforcement if needed. Here's the latest. The FBI is now the sole agency investigating what happened, removing the Minnesota BCA from the case. Why state leaders are concerned with that move.
Late this afternoon, we learned the name of the ICE agent who fired the deadly shot. DHS says he is a veteran officer. The new details about his background and another operation where he was hurt in the Twin Cities last summer.
A memorial and calls for justice are growing for the woman killed, 37-year-old Renee Good. We've learned she was a mother of 3 who recently moved to Minnesota.
Also, a crowd is protesting outside of the federal building that ICE operates from in the Twin Cities. This follows some tense moments this morning where at least 3 people were arrested. We're live at another
Well, apparently free speech in America is dead. Get arrested for criticizing the U.S. government. Sorry, I'm trying to find the spot.
There, we did not have the governor's soundbite ready. We can tell you that the governor said it feels now that Minnesota has been taken out of the investigation that it will be very difficult for us to get a fair outcome. I say that now because people in positions of power, i.e. the vice president, the president, and Kristi Noem, have all made statements, judgments about what happened here. Now, the governor also said he has not spoken to President Trump. He said if he could speak to him, he would ask him to, quote, leave Minnesota alone. And the governor made an appeal to protesters saying thank you for being peaceful, but he asked them to continue to be peaceful as they go about their protests.
All right, Esme, thank you for the update.
A witness shared this new video from the scene yesterday.
Okay, that's all we need from that clip. Yeah. Not only has the vice president, the president, and the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem come out making declarative statements about this person who was murdered, about Renee, you know, accusing her of being like a terrorist and an agitator and all these other sorts of things. You know, making claims about her conduct in the moment without any evidence. It's incredibly irresponsible. And they're just doing it. They're using a dead woman's name for political points. It's real crass when you think about it. Maybe he should run again. Jesse Ventura, I think he should run again for what? For governor? He could, yeah, I suppose he could. Honestly, I mean, yeah, I haven't really thought enough about that, but who is going to take the place of Tim Walz next year? It's an interesting question. Now, the shooter has been identified as a man by the name of Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent, the alleged murderer.
Illegal.
That very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before.
In fact, the very same officer who was attacked today had previously been dragged by an anti-ICE rioter who had rammed him with a car and drug him back in June. He sustained injuries at that time as well.
There we go. They found out who this guy was because of the Trump administration on multiple occasions gave information that was identifiable. What's fascinating about this is apparently this guy cannot seem to get out of the way of cars. Like, he is too fucking stupid for whatever reason to get out of the way of cars. I don't know what's wrong with this guy, if he's got some sort of like a mental defect or something, but seemingly incapable of avoiding vehicles. Always getting himself into situations with them for some reason. Doesn't seem like a super competent guy, not gonna lie. All right, we're almost done talking about this for now. Let's go here. See what Zohran Mamdani had to say in the wake of this attack.
At that hearing, there was anger directed at the federal government and Chicago police, but also the civilian commission that hosted the meeting. Speakers accusing the panel of not holding CPD accountable.
You will respect this mic or you will be asked to leave.
The Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, hearing from the public, some with heated words about CPD's presence at ICE operations.
The city can no longer prioritize
Oh,
the
shit.
protection of federal agents.
Oh, shit,
over
I
the
forgot.
protection of our
Sorry, I'm chewing toast over here. I forgot. I forgot I added videos in between here. I didn't refresh the list. This is not Zohran. This is not about Zohran Mamdani. This is in Chicago. This totally threw me off. Yeah, this is ABC 7 Chicago from earlier this evening on Thursday. Community members protesting. Raising their voices at local hearings. A local hearing on police officers and ICE agents.
At that hearing, there was anger directed at the federal government and Chicago police, but also the civilian commission that hosted the meeting. Speakers accusing the panel of not holding CPD accountable.
You will respect this mic or you will be asked to leave.
The Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, hearing from the public, some with heated words about CPD's presence at ICE operations.
The city can no longer prioritize the protection of federal agents over the protection of our neighbors.
Chicago's welcoming city ordinance prohibits CPD from taking part in immigration enforcement actions, but speakers questioned CPD's role in keeping protesters away from federal agents, including at a South Loop facility in June and in Brighton Park in October after an ICE-involved shooting of a woman.
That's what we need you to work with us to hold the Chicago Police Department superintendent accountable.
CPD radio communications in December appears to capture an officer talking about a traffic stop of some.
Yeah, honestly, the images that I wish to see in all this is the opposite of the images that we always see. Is police officers looking at protesters, right? Facing protesters, facing them down. Rather than that, we should have the police, there should be a police line in front of the protesters marching towards the ICE officers, not the other way around. They should be there to protect these protesters, whatever the hell they want to do. Fuck these ICE officers. Not that we're ever going to get that, but I really wish we would get that at some point, really. That would be actual justice. Protect the citizens from this fascist threat. Well, meanwhile, while people in Chicago were making their voices heard at a local hearing out in Portland, Oregon, ICE agents were murdering more people. 2 people shot by federal agents in Portland, Oregon, while the stream was going on, apparently.
Breaking news out of Portland, Oregon, where Border Patrol agents shot 2 people this afternoon. Portland's police chief saying a man and woman were shot outside a medical center and drove to a separate location to call for help. Both are in the hospital, but their conditions are not known. The federal government tonight accusing the man of being a Venezuelan gang member and trying to run over agents. The DHS says an agent feared for his life and opened fire. Protesters have started gathering in Portland tonight.
We go straight to this one. This is also
just
in
one
Portland.
day after the horrific violence in Minnesota, our community here in Portland was witness to a moment of fear, confusion, and heartbreak. Earlier this afternoon, 2 people were shot and injured by federal agents in the Hazelwood neighborhood. Violence in our community is devastating. These are not statistics. These are human beings. Portland is not a training ground for militarized agents. When the administration talks about using full force, we are seeing what it means on our streets. The consequences are not abstract. They are felt in hospital rooms and living rooms in the quiet moments when families try to make sense of what happened, what is happening. We know what the federal government says happened here. There was a time when we could take them at their word. That time is long past. That is why we are calling on ICE to halt all operations in Portland until a full and independent investigation can take place. Our community deserves answers. Our community deserves accountability. And
there we go. In the wake of another ICE-involved double shooting, it's unknown at this time who those people are that were shot, whether they're American citizens or not. All we know is that federal agents shot more people this time in Portland, Oregon, and the mayor of Portland asking for them to leave until they can do a full investigation on the matter. I'm sure that they'll listen. It's not like ICE is ignoring the law all the time. Oh, wait, sorry. I mean, yeah, it probably will never happen since ICE is completely ignoring the law over and over again. Pitchforks, thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat. Public service announcement. Do not fuck ICE officers. When America has its Nuremberg trials, you'll be a single mother or father. Aww. Don't do it. Very sad. That's very sad. Smart advice. All right, let's go now. See what Zohran Mamdani had to say about the murder in Minnesota.
Runners still run marathons. I'm a slow runner and I'm fun too, so you can do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also enjoyed running a marathon, but I have a three-part question.
Okay.
One is the mayor of Minneapolis.
We'll do one at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor of Minneapolis, Fry, has said I should get the F out of Minneapolis. Do you have the same attitude in New York? And do you have any idea whether President Trump plans to surge ICE agents here? And even if he doesn't, how to protect New Yorkers?
Now, I can't speak to what the president will do. I can tell you, however, what I've also said to him directly, which is that I believe that these raids are cruel and inhumane, and they do nothing to actually serve the interests of public safety. And what New Yorkers want to see is a city that they are safe in, a city that they can also feel comfortable leaving their home in. And I can tell you, when we did The Mayor is Listening, when I sat for 12 hours at the Museum of the Moving Image in Astoria, I had a number of undocumented New Yorkers come and speak to me and share with me the anxiety that they live with each and every day, the fear when they leave their home, and also the sense that when they hug their aunt, it may be the last time that they do so. And so we will continue to make clear that this is a city that stands up for immigrants, and also this is a city that will follow its laws of sanctuary city policies, precisely because these are laws that keep New Yorkers safe. And prior to this moment in time, these were laws that were defended by people of both parties because of what they were seeing as actually delivering.
We have one question for President. Just
Okay, well, there you go. Zohran Mamdani
Before
responding to questions from Amy Goodman on this whole situation. ICE, whether or not they will continue. What's the word? Whether or not the enforcements will be stepped up in New York, or what is Zohran's plan with it. Honestly, wasn't the most direct answer from Zohran. Kind of felt like he was being diplomatic. Have we met the goal yet? Have we met? I think it's possible that yeah. I think we may have. Yeah, I'll say we have. That's good. It's probably close enough. That's close enough. Goal over. Galactic content goal has been completed. Bask in the glory, space fams. Well, there you go, people. That's right. We have completed the galactic content goal here for tonight's stream, ensuring that we get every single clip that I have prepared for us tonight. So, bask in the glory. Take it all in. Last moment to do so. Then we're going to get back to the stream. Alright, let's keep talking about Zohran Mamdani.
Before things went sour, there was a day of 2026 thus far, which was a good day. And that was the day that Democratic Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani, I was about to say his dad's name for some reason, but Zohran Mamdani was inaugurated to be New York City's mayor, and he's immediately gotten to work. The dude is now holding town halls and sort of like listening sessions in every single borough, specifically focused on landlords who are price gouging, who are not fixing their units, who are taking advantage of their renters. Again, New York City, it really is it's a renter city. Very few people can own a home there. And so he's gone after corporate landlords like Pinnacle, on and on and on. The dude is getting to work. And it's amazing. And of course, he had an incredibly inspiring inauguration speech that the right latched onto a very specific phrase inside of the whole speech that you could think like, they might get mad at him, mentioning, Nelson Mandela. Why not? I mean, isn't that someone who Charlie Kirk thought was awful, right? They could get mad at him for talking about Palestinians in Bay Ridge and shouting out all the different immigrant communities and all of the inspiring things that he said on that day. But instead, they latched onto something that I thought was beautiful, poetic, and inspiring, and that is his thoughts on collectivism and working together over just rugged individualism. Take a listen.
We will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our campaign demonstrated that the people of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it. Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers.
Did you catch how dangerous that was? Did you miss it? Did you miss that was a cry to melt all the rich's gold into guillotines? And then
all I heard was from the river to the sea. I blocked it all. I blocked it all out. Yeah, no, of course not. Of course it wasn't dangerous. Yeah, I mean, Zohran he's gotten right to work. He's appointed a fuck ton of people, a lot of very qualified people. He's held multiple rounds of like hiring sessions of listening, and as well as he's like dedicated an entire day to just letting New Yorkers come and tell him about their problems. And he's signed a bunch of executive orders, gotten rid of a bunch of executive orders from the previous administration. And this clip that we were watching earlier of Zohran Mamdani responding to questions from Amy Goodman were from this press conference. You can see Amy down here in her Democracy Now! Hat. She loves that Democracy Now! Hat, doesn't she? She's always rocking it when she's down the streets. Look at her. Look at her with the phone out and everything, and the hat. She's doing journalism. She's doing it. Front row. Now this grouping of people is apparently independent journalists, content creators. I believe it was deemed the first new media briefing for influencers.
It's my first time here in this room for a press conference as well. So, good afternoon, my friends. It is a privilege to be gathered here today in a building that belongs to the people of New York, but has too long been withheld from the people of New York. There is a reason that we are here in this room. For generations, the Blue Room has been reserved only for traditional press. But this administration is not traditional. And the way we reach New Yorkers cannot be either. You are newsmakers. You are trusted voices in communities across every borough in our city. Across races, religions, cultures. And as I look out onto this room, less than 1 week since I was sworn in as the mayor of New York City, and joined by tens of thousands at our inauguration here at City Hall and in the block party that we had and the block stretching beyond, I see faces now of New Yorkers that so many in this city turn to and trust, not just during the work of the campaign or the transition, but also during the work of governing. And when those in this city want to make sense of this city, when they want to feel the solidarity that sometimes feels absent in this city, when they want to figure out where to get some good momos in this city, when they want to understand how and if government works and who it's meant to serve, or whether they want to get involved and hold those in power accountable, they turn to you. They turn to you, and they do so because many of these New Yorkers have not felt the presence of government in their own lives or in their own communities for all that long. They don't know what it looks like when government makes a positive difference in their lives, when government fills their days with dignity. These are tenants and young people, immigrants and trans New Yorkers, people who speak one language with their parents and another with their friends. As we transform how City Hall serves the people, we want to also transform how it speaks to the people too. Not just with a newfound empathy and interest in everyday people's lives and struggles, but also with a new approach to communicating.
There we go. Zohran Mamdani speaking to the new media in the new year. A plan to bring in voices from the interwebs into the conversation, into the halls of power at Gracie Mansion. Trying to keep track of time right now because I went way over at the beginning of this. I'm trying to get us back onto the regular timing of the halves. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's okay. We're doing okay on time. All right. Now, Zohran Mamdani's race is, of course, over. He is officially the mayor. But the midterms are upon us. And other people's races are really, to some degree, just beginning. One race in Illinois in particular, we should keep our eye on. What is it? I'm trying to remember now. The ninth district of Illinois, where one Kat Abou-Ghazaleh is running for Congress.
Aren't you sick of out-of-touch career politicians not understanding the moment we're in? I mean, it's 2026. Why do so many of our elected leaders seem to think it's 2006? We deserve a representative who will put everything on the line to protect us, who will stand up to ICE, who will tell white supremacists to screw off, who will fight for an economy that works for the people and not billionaires. And that's why I'm running for Congress. Because we don't just deserve a fighter, we deserve good things, and we don't have to settle. My name's Kat.
There you go, Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, with a message for you if you're in Illinois' 9th district, that is. Get voting, America. The primaries are upon us. It's an important time. The fact is, the primaries are, honestly, in my opinion, primaries are more important than the general election. Right? In terms of who, like the primaries is when you get stuff done. The primaries are the time where the left gets the opportunity to pull people to the left. Right? Like, that is the moment. The general election's not a good time. It's not a good time for it. I mean, you can try, but it's difficult, right? You need to get somebody winning in the primary who is already to the left, put out there in the general. You can't try and pull a bunch of neolibs to the left during the general. That's a bad plan. Not gonna go good. We've seen what's happened with that on many occasions. Doesn't go good. Which is why primaries are really the most important part of all this, is deciding between who it is that we want to put our weight behind. Who do we want to support? Who are we going to support with our votes? Who do we think is best equipped to run the country? Or our district, or whatever, right? Like, these are important questions. And the fact is, we've seen what happens when you get, like, a bunch of, like, milquetoast neo-libs in there. It doesn't go super great. In many of these cases, it just does not go super good. Will there be a bump because Republicans are in power right now? Absolutely. We have to use that to our advantage. More than anything else. It's an opportunity, really. Just have to find a way to get that in there. All right, let's go on now here. Talk about America's health. Maha. Make America healthy again. That's what everybody's telling me. Unfortunately, we have a man by the name of RFK Jr. in charge of our health apparatus. A man who doesn't really believe in science. Believes in feelings-based medicine. But he has declared a war. Ended one war and declared a new war. A war in the health and food area. Prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves for the glucose wars of 2026.
We are ending the war on saturated fats. Diets rich in vegetables and fruits reduce disease risk more effectively than many drugs. Whole grains outperform refined carbohydrates. Added sugars, especially sugar-sweetened beverages, drive metabolic disease, and today our government declares war on added sugar.
Ending the war on saturated fats, and we're bringing a new war to the front. The war on sugar. What is wrong with him? What is going on? Why does his voice sound like that? Why? I don't understand. Like it genuinely sounds like his esophagus is about to revolt and like jump out of his neck, like in protest, like for having to utter a single word, and like he's having to use all of his effort and all of the force of the tie around his neck to keep that thing in there. But that's the man in charge of our health in America. A man who sounds like he's about to die every time he talks. But ending the war on saturated fats, a war I did not know we were waging, considering. But now, ending that war, a war that, once again, was not clear was going on. And then we're starting a new war against sugar. Fascinating. Not sure exactly what that means. Are we going to blast like domino sugar or something? Like we're gonna like I assume it's like a figurative, not a literal war, but I don't know. Maybe we'll be napalming sugarcane fields somewhere. I have no idea. There's no way to know with this administration. Either is possible. Now, RFK asked a question about the changing of the name of the center in D.C., which was named after his great uncle. No, his uncle, great uncle? No, uncle. Uncle? God, he's an old fucker. I think, yeah, JFK Jr. was RFK Jr.'s uncle, right? Yeah. So, yeah. The building named after his uncle that has now been renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. Let's see what how RFK feels about this. The destruction of his family's legacy.
The Kennedy family have spoken out against the unofficial name change of the Kennedy Center to the Trump Kennedy Center. Can you understand why they're upset about it?
Of course I understand it, but I have bigger fish to fry. If we lose any children in this country to obesity, heart disease, 77% of our kids can't qualify for military.
I love that. RFK's like, look, I could claim, I could care about that, but if I showed any remorse, I love what this says about Donald Trump and RFK as well. Is that RFK? He actually does not like what's going on at the Kennedy Center, now Trump Kennedy Center, but he's too much of a coward to bring it up. And Trump is too much of a maniacal narcissist All right, do you understand what's going on here? Like RFK Jr., he can't bring it up because if he does, Donald Trump will prevent him from saving children for some reason. Like, do you hear what he's saying? He's basically saying if I complain about Donald Trump renaming the Kennedy Center, children will die. What? He's like, what? Children will die if he complains. Ah, okay. Weird. It almost sounds like the president would scuttle some of RFK's projects in saving children just because, just the possibility of him criticizing Donald Trump, our supreme leader, strong man. Strong man. A strong man who crumples in the face of criticism. Wilts in the face of dissent. Melts like a little snowflake in the hot, hot sun of opposition. All right. Let's move on from health. Health is healthy enough, I suppose. Even though we have terrible health outcomes based upon how much money we spend per dollar spent, worst health outcomes on the planet. All right, let's quickly. Oh wait, I forgot one. I forgot to do one. Wait, this shouldn't be here. I see what the problem is. This shouldn't even be here. Why is this here? This should be like down here or something. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Okay, sorry, I was like, all these, like, I had like this mix up over here on the list. All right, back here. One more from this CBS News interview with RFK Jr. Earlier this week, the CDC released a new vaccine schedule, confusing many people across the country and the world, as it all just sort of went against actual medical science. Let's see what RFK Jr. had to say about that.
Here's the promise that you made to Congress when you were going through your confirmation process. You said, I will support the CDC vaccine schedule when I get in there. Isn't this a violation of your promise?
No, this is the CDC vaccine schedule, and I am supporting it.
So, but I don't think that that's what senators took you to mean, that you would go ahead.
What a disingenuous fuckbag answer. This is the CDC schedule, and I am supporting it. It's like, dude, you shut the fuck up. You know what she meant. Support the original CDC vaccine schedule, not the new harebrained one. The mostly non-scientist, non-doctor CDC panel that you've created, just sort of willed into existence out of whole cloth. That is not what she meant. She did not mean, do you support the anti-science regime that the CDC has put out? She meant, do you support oh my god. What a piece of shit. What a piece of fucking shit. He knows he's being a little disingenuous bastard in that moment, and he just thinks he's so funny, he's so snarky. I am supporting it. The new one that I created. I love that one. It's great. I support it. Piece of shit. Go to hell, RFK. Go to hell. Now, there's been reports lately suggesting that Donald Trump wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment. An amendment intended to bar the use of federal funds to pay for abortion in programs like Medicaid. Apparently Donald Trump wants Republicans to basically, I think it's not clear entirely, but it seems to me that he wants them to pass the Obamacare subsidies that they just got done taking away. Which is a fascinating shift. Let's see what Caroline Levitt over at the Ministry of Truth had to say about this. Oh, look at Caroline. She seems to be having a great time over here. Look at this monstrosity of an outfit. Let's not forget, though, Caroline is now pregnant. So, you know.
I'll take a couple more. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy New Year and congratulations.
Thank
Two
you.
questions, if
You
I may.
too.
One on healthcare, one on Mexico. On healthcare, the president says he wants Republicans to be flexible on the Hyde Amendment in order to pass healthcare legislation. What is the White House's message to pro-life voters who say federal funding for abortion goes against their values?
Well, the president did not change the administration's policy. It was President Trump who signed an executive order protecting the Hyde Amendment. It's the Trump administration that has taken multiple actions on various fronts to ensure that taxpayer dollars are not funding the practice of abortion. What the president was saying yesterday was Republicans, and frankly Democrats too, need to show a little bit more flexibility so we can actually get something done with respect to the issue of health care.
What do Democrats have to do to be flexible? Be flexible to take away health care from Americans? To get health care to America? It's not clear. But yeah, it's a fantastic little claim here from Caroline Levitt. It's both Republicans and Democrats who have to be flexible, even though Democrats have been endlessly flexible all year in every possible way, while Republicans do like nothing to negotiate with anybody at any time during 2025. That's why the government shutdown happened, because Donald Trump and Republicans refused to negotiate with Democrats for a continuing resolution that they needed Democrats to pass. Just think about that for a second. They needed Democrats to pass. So what do? They didn't negotiate. Ah, perfect. She's in her 20s? I think so. I think Caroline Levitt is like 27 years old. But she dresses like a 50-year-old mom. It's got to be one of the worst sweaters I've ever seen. But you know what? There's been all this talk, inflation is still up, healthcare costs are rising. But little Mike Johnson, he's got some stuff to tell us about the year 2026.
Has to continue this great republic, and we're going to keep it. We began our fateful year yesterday, as I mentioned, with the we called it the Agenda 250 Policy Forum. It was very efficacious, very productive. Nearly every member of the conference attended. Very, very beneficial time that we had together, and the team behind me is ready to hit the ground running to continue delivering on our mandate, and all of our members are committed to that. There's a great sense of unity in the House Republican Conference.
Oh, back to the mandate.
I think I can say unlike I've ever seen.
Mike Johnson is back here talking about the mandate again? They let off the mandate for a while. He wants to bring it back? Wants to bring back talking about the mandate? But now that the government shutdown is over, he's going to hope that nobody notices? I mean, to come out here and be like, we still have a government, we still have a mandate from the masses. It's like, dude, you just what? You just shut down the government. Because you didn't have a mandate, because you didn't have enough votes to pass a bill by yourselves. Oh, but they've got a mandate. Interesting. Someone just followed over on Twitch. Jacket off, please. Thank you, Jacket off. We are getting super close to 1,000 followers over on Twitch right now. 984. Only 16 more to get to 1,000 on Twitch. And we just crossed over 1,200 subscribers on YouTube. We making the progress over here, Space Fams. Making the progress.
Resolve, locked arm in arm, understanding what's ahead of us, what we need to continue to accomplish, and we're bullish about doing that. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said a lot over the holiday about what we're to anticipate in the new year. He's echoing some of the things that we have been saying and feeling, what our constituents are already beginning to feel. His quote, though, in one of these interviews, he said, 2025 merely set the table. The feast and the banquet will be in 2026. It's going to be a blockbuster year. And I think he's exactly right. Our working families tax cut, the big beautiful bill, those provisions will hit American households and wallets, and you're going to see all boats begin to rise.
Well, there you go. Mike Johnson here to tell us that all boats are going to be lifted by the big, beautiful bill. You know, the big, beautiful bill that took away $1 trillion from healthcare, subsidies, and spending in this country that's going to make healthcare costs for Americans in many cases, many cases, double, if not triple. That big, beautiful bill, the one that's going to give billionaires tax breaks, while most people will not see any real tangible decrease in their taxes. That's the thing we can all count on in the year 2026 to rise, to lift all boats. Oh, yes, rising tides. Rising tide lifts all boats. Thank you, Mike. That's some serious economics from Mike Johnson. Thank you. There's no way that doesn't work out. 2026, people, write it down. It's going to be a perfect year. Rising tides. Rising tides is going to lift all of our boats. Prepare your boats, everybody. Prepare your boat. If you don't have a boat, that's fine. That rising tide will probably, if you don't have a boat, it's confusing, actually. It's not clear to me. If you don't have a boat, when the tide rises, do you just drown? What up, GSL? What up with you, Hublot? Pitchforks with a sweet, sweet super chat. You know what they say? A rising tide raises all microplastics or whatever.
It's science.
It's true. All right, everybody. We're 4.5 hours into the stream. Which means that we must take another quick galactic intermission. Do not worry, though. Of course, we still have a lot more to talk about, and we will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button over there on Twitch and the subscribe and like buttons on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups and the subs and the gifted subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. everybody. We are back. Time to get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the fourth half of the stream. Okay, we are back. We are back. And we still have things to talk about here tonight. In fact, we have a lot of things to talk about tonight. First, let's quickly talk about the media. As apparently, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this story, but Paramount, after Netflix put in an offer for Warner Brothers, Paramount put in a counter, well, I don't know if it's a counter offer, but like a hostile takeover bid, and apparently that bid has been rejected by Warner Bros. As of yesterday.
Yuka's here in studio. Hi, Yuka.
Hi, Monty.
So the United States seized 2 oil tankers, as we've been reporting, linked to Venezuela and international waters. This just as Donald Trump says the U.S. will start buying oil again.
Sorry, I forgot. This was one of these France 24 ones where they talk a bunch of different shit. Where did they talk about this? Here? Yeah.
Netflix.
Well, the company's board says that Paramount Skydance's offer, which was sweetened a bit just before Christmas, is still inferior to Netflix's. It sees the plan as a risky leveraged buyout, meaning a significant amount is financed by borrowed money. Paramount Skydance has a market value of about $13 billion. Netflix, by comparison, is worth over $380 billion. Warner Brothers is much larger than Paramount and has film and TV studios that are behind iconic franchises such as Harry Potter, The Lord of the Rings, and Game of Thrones. It also owns legacy cable TV channels, including CNN. But it's been struggling with declining TV ads and to manage debt since it merged with Discovery. So in June of last year, the group announced a plan to split into 2, separating its movie and streaming business from cable TV channels. Paramount's owner, David Ellison, made an unsolicited bid to buy it in September, triggering a bidding war. In December, Warner Brothers Discovery said it had agreed to merge with Netflix instead. Paramount then launched a hostile takeover bid and later amended the deal, which included a $40 billion guarantee by Ellison's father, Larry, one of the richest people in the world.
Well, so Yuka, how does Netflix's offer differ from Paramount?
There you have it. Warner Bros. Rejecting the offer from Paramount after many contentious months of back and forth surrounding this deal. Whether or not that means that the deal with Netflix will go forward is unclear. They will still need government approval to do this merger because, you know, the government pretends to care about monopolies and antitrust business practices, even though we're constantly approving these sorts of mergers. And Trump approved the Skydance Paramount merger earlier this year. But while we're talking media, let's talk AI in media. Whether or not it's a good idea to use AI for scripts and journalistic settings, I guess.
Here is Chris Cuomo trying to figure out, I mean, and again, don't want to pick on a guy who thought that things were going to be very, very different for him right now.
That 2026 is going to be a little bit different.
In January of 2025, February of 2025, Chris Cuomo is thinking, my brother's going to be mayor. It is going to be, it's going to be like it was when he was governor, but even better, because it's all going to be in the city.
Yeah,
And
not
we're going
Albany.
to party.
Ugh, Albany.
I'm not going to have to go up to Albany. I mean, this is going to be, they could take me off of CNN, but they can't take me off of being the mayor's brother. And now he's just all on News Nation, and what are you going to do?
There's a weird sentence in here that doesn't quite fit with the rest of what he's talking about. See if you guys can spot it.
Oh, so he's monologuing.
Sort of. They're now sitting in a New York City detention center. They are now the center of our politics. But every day that that's the case is
Maduro.
another day that nothing is done or even debated
Non-binary
about the fact, okay, not a feeling, a fact that a majority of Americans have fallen behind financially, and we know why. Choices that kept pay from keeping pace with the price of everything that we need, let alone want. And all the sturm and drang about what Trump did and why it is great or terrible, the American military should get more attention here. The American fighting men and women and those doing the strategy.
All right, pause it for a second. You need to go back and you need to put us into frame here, because because this is one of those things where you want the audience to understand you're not the only one who can't follow this.
Right.
It sounds like Cuomo's starting to like make a populist appeal and saying,
Well, he's saying the troops aren't getting enough credit right now.
It's sort of a jarring situation. He just sort of transitions seamlessly. Well, I wouldn't say seamlessly, but without any sort of segue or reference. It just goes from one thing to the next thing. It's very weird. There's no clarity on how the two are at all even slightly.
Before we get to the troops part, he's making a populist appeal and starting to make it sound like he's saying that Donald Trump is a sideshow. The president of the United States invading a country and kidnapping its leader is a sideshow.
It feels AI kind
of. The real issue is wealth disparity. So let's follow where he goes, because it sounds like he's sort of gone off the rails.
This is his clip, by the way.
Okay.
Or even debated about the fact, okay, not a feeling, a fact that a majority of Americans have fallen behind financially, and we know why. Choices that kept pay from keeping pace with the price of everything that we need, let alone want. And all the sturm and drang about what Trump did and why it is great or terrible, the American military should get more attention here. The American fighting men and women and those doing the strategy and tactics just proved they are the best in the world. They certainly sent a message to.
They are the best in the world because we, America, whether or not anybody is actually voting for this, I would argue they're not, generally speaking. But America funnels all that money that would probably help people out that are dealing with financial difficulties, like Chris Cuomo brought up just now. The military is using all that money, right? The $1.1 trillion budget now, the year-over-year budget for the full year budget for the Pentagon, $1 trillion. Maybe if we directed $1 trillion at solving, the housing crisis or, healthcare in this country, maybe we'd actually fix it.
The hardest target in a country like Venezuela that has a lot of armed security around Maduro, and they are zealots, and to do it with mesmerizing quickness, virtually without a scratch, is impressive. Now, for all the criticism of whether they should have been there in the first place, of what this move means legally and politically, the message that the military operation sends to China and Russia is loud and clear, okay? And we see reason to believe about this in the response or lack thereof from those two parties, right? You basically got a mumble from Putin and China, who has a lot of money working in Venezuela and a lot of ambitions for that oil, and had a delegation.
I'm sorry.
It's AI. Is it AI?
It has to be AI. It reads like AI. Or my other theory is that.
You're saying the script is AI.
The script is AI.
100%. Yep. Or I have another theory. The person loading it into the teleprompter had two different monologues.
I forgot to
and it was like
all
it
the rest.
switched at one point and goes, shit, we're supposed to do the one about Venezuela.
Or they're still on cue cards, and every other cue card fell to the floor.
But you could take the income inequality part out, and it would still it would be stupid, but it would make some sense.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't make any sense to have what the initial part about income inequality and like cost of living.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that actually taking the first sentence out would make more sense. If you removed sentences, it would make a great deal more sense. But all combined as one thought, it just
like a bullet point. It would go. People like to follow a lot about what Trump is doing. But the real experience of people is that wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. And so we get distracted by what Trump is doing. But the answer is that our military was very impressive in this abduction.
Go troops.
And China and Russia are in no way even responding to what's going on because they were so impressed by our ability to kidnap a person in Venezuela.
It's almost like China and Russia aren't that threatened by taking out the leader and then keeping the rest of the exact same regime in place. And also Putin just recently was like meeting with Donald Trump, and there's a lot of theories about how he appealed to him by saying the Western Hemisphere is yours. You just let me do my thing. Like that might make sense actually.
Can you imagine like somebody like some advisor to Putin in Russia rushing in going, you must watch this Chris Cuomo.
Yes.
He's figured it out.
To be honest though,
you're in grave danger.
I can't believe.
You can just imagine running down the halls of the Kremlin. Sir, this Chris Cuomo of the News Nation, he's cracked the case. We are going to have to switch tacks. He's incredibly brilliant and incisive in mind of Chris Cuomo. Has foisted our plans. Yeah, they gotta stop using ChatGPT. I swear to God. This is making people dumber, like actively dumber. All right, let's go to this guy. Not really a journalist. It's more of a Just a man of the internet. He's got some stuff to say about AI. Penguinzo. Moist Charlie.
I know I've recently made a lot of videos spitting on all the awful stuff that's arising because of AI, such as the prices, as well as the slop. It's just not a whole lot of good news in the realm of AI, and I've been pretty aggressive about it, and, well, I didn't stop to think about the shareholders whose feelings I was hurting. And thankfully, Satya, CEO of Microsoft, really tugged on my heartstrings with his recent statement about how we need to stop calling AI slop. You know, it's going to be an integral part of our games. We got to learn to be buddy-buddy with it now as it starts to replace every human being out there. It's time that we open our hearts and open our minds to the joy that AI can bring our beloved products as they continue to get more expensive and just significantly worse. So, with that in mind, Satya, thank you for opening my third eye. I think I owe these billionaires an apology for being so mean about all of these huge AI pushes that they're making.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's true. We should. Oh. Is it true? The word slop is hurting the feelings of people like Satya Nadella at Microsoft. Oh, that is painful for me. That is painful for me. That really makes me sad. Here it is. Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella really wants you to stop calling AI, quote-unquote, slop in 2026. Quote, we are beginning to distinguish between spectacle and substance. In closing arguments or comments of 2025, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella shared an update on the company's mindset for 2026. Shocker, it's all about AI. That is shocking. I'm shocked that they're offended by us calling it slop, which just makes me want to call it slop even more. In fact, I think we now have to call everything related to AI slop. If Satya Nadella hates it, that must mean that all of these guys hate it, right? One of them comes out complaining about it, that must mean that all of them, they know that slop is not a good word for them. It makes them seem bad, and like the trillions of dollars they're spending on all this seem like a waste of money. They want us to love AI. We can't love slop. So I guess that means we're just going to have to keep calling it slop. You kids want some more AI slop? I know how you like your AI sloppy. Okay, while we're talking AI, let's also talk robotics with the Boston Dynamics latest product. The video, whatever you want to call this. This is from 3 days ago. Boston Dynamics Atlas robot. Latest product features. Right off the bat, we get, you know, some bumping electronic music in the background. Got Atlas robots running around, putting stuff in on shelves, taking them off shelves, putting it inside of cubicles, like or cubbies, whatever you want to call them, like an Amazon worker, and then all the way to literally lifting entire body, like the side body of a car. Weight capacity. Sustained. Continuous joint rotation. Safe operation with human detection. 4 hours runtime. Self-swappable battery for continuous operation. Designed for reliability and repairability, upgradability. Now these are all, if you can't tell, these are all renderings. They're fairly good renderings, but they're renderings. It's not an actual video. So it's not clear that the robot can actually do all this shit. But it's what they're selling. This isn't live footage. No. No, it is not. No, it is not. Well, you might have to start sending a robot to the grocery store if you want to avoid being surveilled by AI surveillance systems, biometric scans, Minority Report world. Now, apparently, we have a follow-up on the last time we talked about this situation. I think the last stream. We were in Buffalo, New York, where apparently Wegmans, a supermarket chain, which I believe got its start in Western New York, has been found out to have been using its cameras to collect and store biometric information on its shoppers without their knowledge. Now, let's go here to News 8 WROC Rochester from 2 days ago. Talk more about Wegmans' collection of biometric data.
All right, news that Wegmans is collecting biometric data on some of its customers might have you wondering what that actually means.
So we spoke with a cybersecurity expert over at RIT to find out. Ryan Hermanette joins us now in studio with what he had to say. Ryan.
Yeah, Adam and Teresa. First, Jonathan Weissman with RIT says biometrics is more than just facial recognition. It can include eye scans and voice prints. While Wegmans said yesterday in a statement it is not collecting retinal scans and voice prints, the notice outside its New York City store that triggered all this coverage says it may, indeed, grab eye scans and voice prints. Weissman says Wegmans is not the first business to collect biometric data, while others, like Walmart, already drawing legal action against its biometric policies, and Rite Aid receiving a federal ban. Responding to Wegmans' claims they're using the data to enhance security at its stores, Weissman says the real concern doesn't rest with Wegmans' use of the data, rather the storage of it and the risk of bad actors getting a hold of it through a cyber attack.
The primary concern is when a retailer collects biometric data on its customers, what is it doing to protect the data? These are companies that don't specialize in cybersecurity or outsource their cybersecurity. And as we know, it's not a matter of if a company will be breached, it's a matter of when.
Now, given that the future of how biometric data collection will evolve is unknown, we asked Senator Jeremy Cooney earlier today if there are any plans to regulate the use of the information gathered by it, to which he said a law addressing this is on his radar.
If this is about keeping people safe when they're buying milk and bread, that's a good thing. But we want to make sure that we have the policies and the regulations in play.
If this is about keeping people safe, it's a good thing. Stupid. You stupid man. Just because you claim it's about keeping people safe doesn't mean it's keeping people safe. Doesn't make it good. I could punch you in the face and say I'm just trying to keep you safe. You were about to run into a pole, and my punching you in the face saved you. And safened you with my fist. Is that a good thing? I'm fine. Everything's fine. Just living in an authoritarian state. Orwellian world. Constant surveillance at all times. And seemingly nobody, even those in government, seem to have any interest in stopping it. You should probably let your state senators, assembly people, Congress people, that you don't like this sort of thing, and you'd prefer they make laws against it. Just a thought. All right, let's go to some environmental news now. Of course, AI not only being used to do all sorts of terrible things and make profit for the richest, but it's also, you know, causing serious environmental issues, sucking up incredible amounts of energy and potable water. It could be being used by humans for, you know, regular life shit. Has seriously negative downstream effects on the environment. Now, it's been 1 full year, almost to the day, since the Palisades and Eaton wildfires in South California. I think today would probably a good day to talk about them. You know, somewhat of a retrospective, if you will. Start here, KTLA 5 from yesterday.
A somber anniversary. Today marks 1 year since the deadly Eaton and Palisades fires ripped through Altadena and the Pacific Palisades, of course, leaving a trail of destruction behind.
County Fire, along with many other agencies, are doing what they can to try and get water on all these different hot spots, but it's almost an impossible effort.
Seen so many businesses have burned, schools in the area have burned, homes have burned, apartment buildings and condominiums.
You can see how crazy it is out here. Look at how dark it's getting.
The two separate fires exploded during severe winds.
Ah, Jesus, it feels like so long ago. It's only been 1 year. I remember covering this from the space station. Still just feels so surreal. Hard to grasp it. And I remember thinking at the time Donald Trump's response to this being very crass and thoughtless, sort of inhumane, threatening California to not help unless they do his bidding. And thinking this can't be a good sign for the future. And I was right.
31 people lost their lives in the fires and nearly 17,000 structures, most homes, were destroyed. A year later, many survivors are still displaced as the rebuilding and recovery process continues.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has declared today a day of remembrance for the Los Angeles area fires. The governor's proclamation ordered flags at all state buildings to be lowered to half-staff. It also recognized the resilience of survivors while reaffirming California's commitment to recovery efforts. While millions of dollars have been allocated to support displaced residents, rebuilding remains slow. Only a handful of homes have actually been rebuilt in the burn zones, and over 70% of affected families remain.
Yeah, really not a lot has been rebuilt. And Donald Trump, remember, he was pledging that he was going to rebuild L.A. You know, day one, you got to let him start building. Well, it was like last month or something. Like one of the first homes was officially put up and declared, declared livable. He says handful. I think it's like 3. It's really not a lot.
Displaced.
Well, on this one-year anniversary, the LAFD's new fire chief is admitting failures and mistakes by the department.
KTLA5 Sandra Mitchell has the changes.
Okay. Now, let's go on KTLA 5 to Democracy Now! Continue talking about the LA fires. Now, yeah, apparently there's a new fire chief now in LA who is blaming the former fire chief for everything. Whether or not that's a political or professional move, hard to tell, honestly. I have my suspicions. Honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the budget for fire was reduced to increase the budget for police officers and other things. And we really, I mean, considering the times that we're living in right now, climate change getting worse and worse, we need to be shoring up funding, not cutting funding. We need to be increasing funding across the board for things like fire prevention and other sorts of disaster mitigation efforts. Not getting rid of it.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. 1 year ago today, the historic Palisades fire and Eaton fire started in Los Angeles, California, burning a massive path of destruction through the region. More than 30 people died, over 100,000 displaced, some 16,000 buildings and homes were destroyed. As the fires burned, then MSNBC correspondent Jacob Soboroff was on the ground reporting about the neighborhood where he grew up. This is an excerpt from a report he filed after discovering the home he was born in had burned down.
Yes, because the LAPD needs more money. I assume that's sarcastic. They have like a multi-billion-dollar budget, don't they?
This is the first time that I've seen the house that I grew up in, and I don't really know what to say. Mom, look at this.
Is that Frontera?
Yeah.
Your birth house?
Yep.
Oh, I'm so sad. Every one of you guys was born in that house.
I know, it makes me sad too. This was a really, really special place for the Soboroff family, and I'm very sorry to see it go. And I'm very sorry for all of the residents of Pacific Palisades and everyone across the greater LA area that's going through this right now.
That's Jacob Soboroff reporting a year ago. As recovery from the fires continues, Jacob joins us now to discuss his new book, Firestorm, The Great Los Angeles Fires and America's New Age of Disaster. We also had him in to talk about his other book, Separated, Inside an American Tragedy. Jacob is a senior political and national reporter for MS Now, formerly MSNBC. Welcome to Democracy Now!
It's so good to see you, Amy. Thank you.
It's great to see you. A year ago today, you were reporting somewhere and you get a call from your brother.
Yeah, my brother says there's a huge fire in the Palisades. It was actually on a text thread to our whole family. We're evacuating right now. And he had lived not far from where I grew up for most of my life, up in the Santa Monica Mountains, until I was about 18 years old. They left. The home they lived in ultimately burned down. The childhood home that I lived in had burned down and was born into. You know, and I think as you cover these things in real time, how do you process watching your childhood memories carbonize in front of your eyeballs? I mean, the answer is you don't. You can't, especially while talking to a national television audience. And so I wanted to do this book. I wanted to do Firestorm to understand what it was. How did we get here? Is it going to happen again? And the answer is yes, definitely. This was the fire of the future, and I experienced it in real time.
And Jacob, you talk about the causes of the fire and the subsequent defunding of agencies like FEMA and NOAA and the key agencies that can alert the public about these disasters?
Yeah, the thing about this book is that you're going to read, it's a minute-by-minute accounting of what really went on. It reads like a sci-fi thriller, but it's just the truth. It's what we're going to experience more and more. And part of that story is not just the personal nature of this and how devastating it was to everybody, but what has happened in the aftermath. And you're going to read from the halls of power in Washington, D.C., stories of government officials telling me both in their official capacity and outside the official channels, because they weren't authorized to speak, about the devastation that this particular administration, Trump was president-elect at the time, and it didn't stop him from spreading misinformation and disinformation, but how they have decimated FEMA. Senior leaders have left. The National Weather Service, that predicted this event as a particularly dangerous situation, has lost meteorologists all around the country. NIOSH, National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, has lost people that look out for the well-being of firefighters after things like this. NASA's Earth Science program is on the chopping block, and I flew with FireSense, their mission to study the future of fire and to map it using imaging spectrometry from the sky to make it easier to fight fires on the ground. I was in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, and I think EarthSense, I want to get this right. I don't think it's I want to say NOAA, but I don't think that's right. But they're technically a subsidiary or like a offshoot of a U.S. I think they work directly under U.S. agency. I just cannot think of which one. My brain is broken.
For this book, but
we've talked about that program. And it's just one of many different programs that are being defunded by the Trump administration because they don't seem to think that it matters. Like the prevention and the the systems that are needed to prevent tragedies like this, or to alert people to tragedies like this, ahead of time. I don't know, would have saved many lives in Texas earlier last year, and the floods of the summer killed all those children at that Christian camp. Stuff like that they don't think is necessary because they think the science is stupid. But it just actively makes America less safe.
With the Forest Service, who could not actually bring on firefighters at the beginning of this administration because of the DOGE cuts and the hiring freezes that were taking place. And so when you look at the fire of the future, it's a confluence of many things. Obviously, the global climate emergency, which you will read about in detail in the book, but also our infrastructure falling apart. The Altadena fire was a steel lattice tower that was not even active and had been sitting dormant for years that became electrified. Changes in the way we live. Electric car batteries exploding, 1,000 of them all over Los Angeles, one emergency management official told me. And then finally, again, this issue of misinformation and disinformation during natural disasters, the kind of which Donald Trump was spreading, saying things like we could just turn on a tap and have water flow down from the Pacific Northwest. I laugh, but it's preposterous. It is ridiculous. And those are the kinds of things today in this new age of disaster in America that Americans are contending with, in addition to the climate emergency.
Jacob, you have a fascinating story about Katie Miller getting in touch with you to see about her in-laws' home. Katie Miller, married to Stephen Miller, talking about his parents' home and your relationship with her since separated in your reporting on immigrants.
I couldn't believe it, Amy. Katie Miller was the person, as the junior most press deputy to Kirstjen Nielsen in the Department of Homeland Security, that invited me into the facilities to see family separations for myself. She didn't like the book, I think it's fair to say, and my reporting about family separation, so we had lost touch. But as I stood there getting ready to deliver a special report for Lester Holt on NBC News, my phone rang and it was Katie Miller. And I said I couldn't speak, so I hung up. But before I could even call her back, she texted me and basically asked me to go check on Stephen Miller's parents' house in the Palisades. You can imagine my surprise. I said, am I really being asked to go to Stephen Miller's parents' house? Well, just like I did for my friends that I drove in high school and my brother and other people I knew in the Palisades, I went and checked. They had lost their home. And for a second...
Honestly, like the endless entitlement of the people in the Trump administration will never cease to confound me. Like, they truly walk through life thinking that they are owed. They're just owed by everybody else. They're just like constantly like acting as if like they just deserve everybody to just go out of their fucking way. In the middle of, you know, like think about that for a second. Like they're not friends. They don't talk. Like you said, they lost touch because he wrote a book that she didn't like. And the only reason they were ever in contact in the first place was professionally. She calls him in the middle of like the biggest fire in LA history. This guy is I remember those reports. This guy was standing in the middle of this neighborhood that was on fire, reporting from like on like a melting golf cart. And she is calling him being like, I need you to go to Steven's house and check on his parents and let me know if it's good. Like, bitch, there's bigger things going on right now. You kidding me? Or like the, you know, Cash Patel using like FBI funds to like take him down to Nashville or whatever to like watch his girlfriend's concerts, or to use like FBI agents to walk his, you know, his girlfriend's drunk friends home or whatever else. Like, it's wild.
Foolishly, I thought, you know, this adversarial journalist-source relationship, the politics of the past could be put aside. But within minutes, maybe even before she had texted me, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, both her future boss at Doge, were spreading, pouring rhetorical fuel on the flames of the very real fire. And it was very clear to me very quickly that while I had gone and done this, and I don't deserve any credit, as what anybody would have done, her own bosses were making the recovery and the fire itself worse for people like her own in-laws.
If you can talk about what's happening to people.
About how,
yeah, that's actually a great fucking point. Oh my God. Donald Trump literally would worsen this situation in the near future by holding that press conference to tell Californians that if they didn't do voter ID law, they wouldn't get any federal funds, among other things. Like, actually, and I guess in the middle of it, he was of course tweeting a storm. I remember now too. Of course, he was also tweeting a storm, going after people like the fire chief and the mayor. That's right. While this was all going down, in the middle of a tragedy.
Governor Gavin Newsom.
Go ahead, Juan.
We had the same question, Juan.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Describe how Governor Newsom handled this fire as President Trump and Musk, the others attacked him online.
You know, a lot of people have been making a lot of his current social media strategy to punch back against Donald Trump in a way equally hard that Donald Trump punches at him. And you will read about the origin story of that strategy, actually, in Firestorm. There's an incredible scene where he is sitting in his makeshift command center in Los Angeles watching Elon Musk during a live stream. Prod, I think it's fair to say, local firefighters on the ground about conspiracy theories related to why there was no water in the hydrants. And there are legitimate questions to ask about, you know, infrastructure-related questions about why a 117 million gallon reservoir in the Palisades was empty at the time of the fire. And Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass and the Democratic leaders, you know, are not absolved in any of this either. But Elon Musk is there pushing these firefighters that are essentially saying to him, look, we were flowing so much water It's like turning on all the taps in your house at the same time. This is what I heard from lots of firefighters. How can you possibly expect water pressure to remain consistent when you have 3 times the size of Manhattan burning in Los Angeles right now? Well, Musk seemed flustered during that exchange, and Gavin Newsom was watching it live, and he said to his aides in some pretty salty and colorful language, which you can read about in the book, clip that right now. F these guys, we're going to go back on the attack immediately. And that's exactly what Gavin Newsom did. They put that clip on the internet, and he said that was the beginning of the way that he has started to deal with the misinformation and disinformation now. I spent a lot of time with him for this book, and I think you're going to be surprised by what that picture on the right-hand side of the screen is me and him in Altadena days after the fire with the National Guard troops, which, by the way, is still dealing with the ramifications of that. He's trying to he just got the control of the Guard back, and he expects Trump to take it again.
And the migrant workers who tried to clean.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought there for a second. There are so many factors in this fire, right? You've got the fact that not only was that reservoir empty, which I mean it shouldn't have been. I'll give you that much. It shouldn't have been. But there was also another issue with the fact that it was in a state of extreme historic level drought. Southern California got 3/4 of an inch of rain in, I think, the period between late July and the time of this fire. Maybe August. It was like for 4 or 5 months, like 3/4 of an inch of rain. Right? That was a historically low amount of rain, if I recall correctly, or at least hadn't been seen in like decades. Super low. You add in the fact hurricane force winds so high that it prevented, at certain points during that firefight, the airborne vehicles from actually being able to fight. They just don't fly above a certain wind speed. And with hurricane force winds, there was times where they could not even fly. And of course, winds that fast makes it hard to just direct water onto a fire, even from the ground, let alone from the air. Like, there were so many factors, as well as the fact that the budget had been cut so that they could increase the budget of the LAPD, which was already $2 billion at the time. As well as the fact that there was dozens, I believe, I don't remember the exact number. There was like dozens of firefighting vehicles sitting in a repair yard because of like basically monopolistic trade practices by the parts manufacturers. And it's complicated, but we watched a whole video from the More Perfect Union. You should check it out if you haven't seen it, discussing exactly this issue. So it wasn't just one thing, it was a confluence of many things, all coming together in a perfect storm, if you will. All right, you can move on from our discussion of the LA fire. That was a fucked up time, wasn't it? Feels like so long ago. Only a year. Only a year ago. All right. Now, let's stay in California, but talk about some other stuff, more current. Like this from ABC 7 News, Bay Area. From 3 days ago, talk about a troubling trend regarding the avian populations. That's right. A disturbing and alarming decline in the bird populations of the Bay Area, according to scientists.
To understand the state and health of birds across the Bay Area, scientists have been watching them closely.
We're often using a scope, which allows us to see birds that are far away, in fact, bring them closer. And when I'm doing the tidal marsh surveys, I'm often just using binoculars since I'm walking around in the marsh. And a lot of those surveys are done by ear, so I can hear birds calling and singing, and I can identify what species they are.
The latest report by the San Francisco Bay Joint Venture and Point Blue Conservation Science points to a concerning decline of shorebirds over the last 2 decades.
I was shocked. The declines ranged from 25% to 86% for some of these birds since 2006.
For almost a year, scientists monitor
86%. 86% decline in populations in 2 decades. That is disturbing. That is fucking disturbing.
about 20 different bird species, 5 in different habitat groups, and had over 100 volunteers involved to reach these findings. The last time they published a report like this one was in 2011. This new review has one goal in mind.
So really trying to raise awareness about what the needs are for some of these species and how to reverse those declines.
But what is leading to this?
This is one of them. This is the greater scaup.
Glenn Phillips, executive director of the Golden Gate Bird Alliance, explains.
Either they're not successfully reproducing, so they're not raising as many young as they used to, or they're dying young, and they're not being able to survive. And we think it's a combination.
This report is also highlighting what is working in the Bay Area.
Now, one problem is that there's been a massive decline in bug populations, insect populations across the planet. And insects, bugs, are, I'm fairly certain, a fairly large portion of many birds' diets, not all. But this is, this is the problem with the ecosystem collapse. As we continue to not steward our Earth in a responsible manner, we are seeing things fall apart. It is disturbing. 87% decline in some populations of bird species in this area. Over just 20 years. Birds that have been on this, on this planet for many thousands and hundreds of, you would assume hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, not the actual birds, but the species themselves. You redeemed Feed Leica. Yes, I saw that. I saw that a little late. Thank you for the reminder, Paige. She's snacking over here. She's snacking. All right. I still need to remember to put Leica on the short stream. Nobody can see her. Nobody can see her over there. They have no idea what we're talking about, Space Fams. It's like a secret. All right, while we're in California, let's talk about the weather. The weather has been cold and wet. Well, more wet than anything else, but yeah. Let's go here.
So far, 2026 has been historic for parts of California, but not in a good way. Record-setting king tides have hit sections of the state, causing flash flooding and significant damage. John Lorick reports.
Most of our stuff is just getting taken out by the current.
So far, it's been a soggy new year for many in the Golden State, where some streets have transformed into makeshift rivers.
This area is flooded frequently, but I've never seen it this bad. And I think it looks like people were pretty unprepared.
Severe storms struck across California over the past few days. Certain counties saw more than 4 inches of rain over a 48-hour period.
As I tried to pass through this bigger part of the flood,
I'm in a Mini Cooper and it just was a little too low, so here I sit.
On Sunday afternoon, half the streets in the Bay Area's Larkspur Marina neighborhood were underwater after the overflowing of the Corte Madera Creek.
We're trying to keep as dry as possible. You know, every sump pump, every sandbag. But this is just kind of normal for this area. But it's just this is really much worse than we've ever seen.
King tides are the highest predicted tides of the year for a coastal location, and officials say these are the largest ones the region has seen since 1998.
They happen this time of year, but when in combination with storms like we've seen the last few days, it can really wreak havoc.
Yeah, looks like havoc. I'm fairly certain this thing behind her is a street, not a creek. But my God, look at it now. Yeah, so a combination of king tides and a storm caused insane amounts of flooding here in the Bay Area. Now, king tides, if you're not familiar, are just tides that coincide with planetary alignments. Full moon essentially causes higher than normal tides, right? Tides which come into land eventually. And unfortunately, with the ocean levels rising, you got higher than normal king tides. Because, yes, they were higher than normal. We watched a report a few days ago discussing the king tide, suggesting that in some cases king tides were higher than they had been for decades. I think at least in one spot they were historically high. Quaximus, you've missed an important avian story. We were discussing the demise of bird populations in the Bay Area. It's unfortunate that you missed that. That was an important piece of bird journalism. Birdalism, as I call it. Now, in Truckee, California, which is, I'm trying to actually, sorry. Where is Truckee, California? I think it's just north of LA, like in the mountains. Right, like northwest. Actually, no. It's northwest. It's northeast, northwest of LA would be in the fucking ocean, pretty much. No, the northeast of San Francisco, apparently, is where this next video is from. Truckee, California, January 4th. Images of snow. Yeah, that's a lot of snow. Yeesh. It's a lot of snow up there. I guess that last photo, unless this last image is in some place called Soda Springs. So I guess it wasn't all in Truckee. Sorry, I don't know my small towns of California too well, so I can't tell you exactly where they all are. Take me too long. Now flooding has continued down in San Francisco. over the last couple of days, and apparently more flooding may be in the works.
The Bay Area is reeling after a weekend of flooding. Continued rainfall plus king tides led to scenes like this. Our partners at ABC7 report some of the highest king tides since 1998. Flooded Marin County, turning highways into lakes and leaving cars stranded. Businesses were damaged and crews spent hours pumping water out of homes. Residents told ABC7 they've never seen flooding this bad in decades. One driver even said he had to jump from a floating car. The National Weather Service says all Bay Area weather stations cracked the top 10 Saturday for record tides, with tide levels all above 2 feet, and places like Richmond and Redwood City broke records.
Okay. Right, so there's a slight break from the rainfall at one point, but I do believe I saw a story. I thought I had a story as well in here, but I don't see it. I'm not sure what happened to that, but there's supposed to be more flooding coming in the possibly in the near term. But I unfortunately don't have a reference for that right now. Must not have saved that story. Don't know how I did that. All right. Now all the way up in Oregon. Heavy snow. KGW News with the clip. That does look like a lot of snow. My God.
I don't.
Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was insane. When he like fell down the side of the embankment and it like was like feet taller than his head, I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of snow. Okay. Insane amounts of snow in Portland. I'm sorry, Oregon. I don't think that was Portland. That was Mount Hood. No idea where that is. You would assume it's a mountain. Now, all the way in France, heavy snowfall coming down. Not just France, really all across many countries in Europe. Heavy snowfall. It's causing delays and other sorts of transportation nightmares.
The first flakes fell on the northwest of France overnight, covering Le Havre and Dunkirk in a blanket of snow. This latest snowfall is likely to be heavier than Monday's. There could be 15 centimeters in the northeast Ardennes region and 7 centimeters in the greater Paris region.
People will be working from home or they'll have to leave a bit earlier to get to school.
If I can get to work, then I'll go. If I can't, I'll stay at home. Either way, the buses aren't running.
Much public transport has ground to a halt. 40% of flights have been cancelled at Charles de Gaulle Airport and 25% in Orly, while trains have been suspended in the west of the country. School buses will not be running in several areas, including the north and centre of the country, and almost all the departments of the Greater Paris region. French authorities are urging caution.
It's advised that travelers, notably in the Greater Paris region, put off any journeys when possible and work from home wherever possible.
Weather warnings remain in place across large swathes of France this Wednesday after 5 people died due to snowfall and icy conditions on Tuesday. In the Landes in the southwest, 3 people were killed in 2 separate incidents due to black ice, while 2 more died in separate motor accidents in the Paris region. Well, to get a better idea of the situation this Wednesday, we can cross live to France 24's Delano de Souza in the Paris suburbs. Delano, what's it like out in the elements?
Well, the snow has returned to Paris this Wednesday. It's currently -2 degrees Celsius, but I've been standing outside for quite some time now, and it feels more like -9, -10 degrees Celsius. Authorities
Winter is
declaring
coming.
an orange alert with the heavy snow and icy conditions we've had. With the snow comes obviously
This dude
travel
looks super
disruptions.
cold
Around
right
140
now. You can tell he is struggling. We've seen this guy on multiple reports with France 20. You can tell he is like physically struggling with this report. He's like, fuck this. Why am I the one out here? It's rough, pal. It's rough. Well, France getting obliterated by snow, unfortunately, somehow. Multiple people dying as a result of it. I know how people drive not expecting bad conditions, then they hit them and it's too late to drive better. Wow. Really cheery music from Global News. It's like a winter wonderland. Oh, Paris turned white on Wednesday, on the third day of a rare frosty episode, causing travel disruptions. Brussels, Belgium. Brussels saw up to 5 centimeters of snow on Tuesday. The meteorological office issued a nationwide warning for slippery conditions. Bled, Slovenia. Visitors to Slovenia were also treated to spectacular snowy scenes at Lake Bled. Near Budapest, lakes were frozen and homes were buried under heavy snow. The first snow in several years was a pleasure for many, including the polar bears in Nyíregyháza's animal park, who played in the first snow they had seen in their lives. So cute. So cute. All right, there you go. Snow blanketing many countries in Europe, from France all the way to... I've lost all the countries in my brain just now. Was it Budapest, Hungary, Slovenia? Slovenia, I think, was the furthest one in that list. For a second, I was like, wait, what? Which countries was it again? Look, brain not always working perfect, okay? That's my life. You have to do laundry before you leave for work and you don't feel like it. Look, sometimes you gotta do it. Other times you can go through the pile and be like, maybe this one will suffice today. I guess it depends on, you know, how much you're willing to push the envelope on that situation. It's a fine dance. It's a delicate balance. Apparently multiple train lines were like shut down as a result of the snow. Everybody, you know, just did not know what to do with all of this snow for some reason. You retract your statement. Which statement? That looks like so much fun. You wish your area got that much down. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So it looks fun, and then you have it, and you're like, actually, can we not do that? Can we undo this? certain kinds of snow, because there's technically different kinds of snow, right? I feel like certain kinds of snow are better than other kinds. If it's the kind of snow that's compacting, like good at compacting, it doesn't turn into slush, that's the snow that you want. Slushy, soft, sort of squishy snow can't even turn into a snowball or a decent snowman, a snow person of some sort. That's terrible. That's a waste. That's just cold. That's just messy cold is what that is. Now, yesterday, the country of Bosnia was hit by something other than snow. Although, I guess maybe it started... It's hard to say. I guess it could have started as snow. I'm fairly certain it was rain, though, that caused this one. Bosnia was struck by heavy floods. Bosnia faces flooding as winter weather sweeps across Europe. Blagaj, Bosnia and Herzegovina. There you go. Wild. That's a lot of water. That is a lot of water there in Bosnia. Rather than the snow, they got big time floods over there. I'd take the snow over the floods. I would take solid snow over moving floodwaters, generally speaking. Now, while it might be incredibly cold in Europe and in much of the United States, all the way in Australia, things are heating up. Seasons reversed down there, and it is sweltering hot in the outback. SBS News from yesterday.
A morning spent hard at work, racing to beat the brunt of a summer heat wave. Oppressive conditions are already being felt nationwide.
It's pretty tough. We did a 4 a.m. start today, try and beat a bit of the heat, but you know, this job's only 6 days, so we've got to just push through. But in a couple of hours we'll go have a beer and won't be too bad.
Workers on the job quickly faced by sweltering temperatures. Melbourne hit 37 degrees by midday. Getting off to an early start also on the mind of eager exercisers. The thermometer pushing past 40 degrees into the afternoon across much of Victoria.
I've got my water, so I'm rehydrating. I'm visiting from the UK, and would you believe it's -7 where I live at the moment over there?
The arrival of what threatens to be the most intense heat wave since the Black Summer of 2019-20 has triggered calls from authorities to exercise caution and stay prepared. A fire burning near the Victorian town of Wobegon on the New South Wales border among the present dangers, which they are closely monitoring.
We've already seen several fires in the landscape, which just reinforces that the fire danger that has been forecast, the conditions that we have seen the Bureau forecasting are playing out.
South Australia and Victoria have been the first in line to experience the worst impacts of this heat wave. Stifling heat in Adelaide mirrored what was felt in Melbourne, finding relief the order of the day. Elsewhere at Port Augusta, temperatures tipped above 45 degrees.
I was trying to stay cool near the pool and the kids can have a swim and enjoy some time under the shade.
More hot weather is on the way. The heat wave is set to peak in the ACT and New South Wales into the weekend, while extreme fire danger has also been forecast for parts of Western Australia. It means the comforts of shade and air conditioning will continue to be sought out wherever they can be found. Some trying to cool down, relying on an ever-popular frozen treat. All those who do choose to soak up the warm weather are being told to be aware of the dangers.
45, 47 degrees Celsius, did they say? That's hot. That is hot. That is well into the hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know exactly how hot. I'm trying to think. 113 degrees. That is hot. That is very hot. Good luck with that, Australia. All right, what do we got left? Oh shit, we're 6 hours in. We are 6 hours into the stream, which means we gotta take another quick galactic intermission. But we still got a hell of a lot to talk about. Global news up next. And of course, the United States deeply involved in everything happening on the planet right now. Whether people want us to be or not. All right, everybody, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without donations from space fans who enjoy the show, we would cease to exist. Never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have a great number of ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs, Prime subs. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money, go directly to funding the stream. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, everybody. Enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what time it is. It is time for us to once again back to the stream. So, get back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss the beginning of the 5th half of the Galactic Stream. Okay, everybody. We are here. We are back. We are back. Hopefully you are back in your seats. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about here. Global news still to discuss. One of the big stories, of course, in the news right now is that of Venezuela. Let's go here to Owen Jones from 3 days ago. According to him, this invasion of Venezuela has exposed a U.S. weakness.
What the hell happens next? Venezuela apparently now is a de facto protectorate of the United States. The US is intent on running Venezuela with a gun stuck to the head of the acting president. There's no better person to speak to about what happens in Venezuela, but what about Colombia? What about Mexico? What about Cuba? I mean, he's got a list and he's working his way through. Miguel Tinker Salaz, who's a brilliant Venezuelan historian and professor at Pomona College in Claremont, and also a fellow at the Quincy Institute, previously spoke to you before this all kicked off in spectacular fashion. Great to speak to you. How you doing?
How you doing?
Interesting times, as the Chinese proverb put it. What's just your take on what the hell has happened in terms of, you know, when you woke up, you're a Venezuelan historian, you woke up and you saw that Caracas had been bombed, dozens of people killed, and the president and his wife kidnapped. Let's just say it as it is.
I think I was woken up by the media. I got a phone call at 10:30 from a local Spanish language station telling me there's bombings in Caracas. And I thought, well, there's bombings in Caracas. There was bombings in La Guajira. I didn't connect it automatically to an intervention. And I went back to sleep. And then around 2:30, I started getting more phone calls. No, there's an intervention. I was expecting something. The U.S. had deployed 15 ships, aircraft carriers off the coast of Venezuela. I knew they had to use them or lose them. I knew that invariably something had to happen, and I had imagined something like this. I never imagined with such grand scale. Bombings in Miranda, bombings in Aragua, bombings in La Guaira, and then bombings at the Fort Tuna where Maduro slept, which was a military base in Caracas. So I was initially shocked, but then part of me understood that as a historian, that something like this was going to happen. The reality is what happens the next day. They have no plan. They want to govern Venezuela, but there's no troops on the ground. So they have to negotiate with the existing power structure. In this case, Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president. And especially you have to negotiate with her because he threw the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, under the bus. He basically said she had no support and she will not govern Venezuela, which was a surprise to her and her followers because they had been expecting to ride into Caracas on the backs of U.S. troops. And that is not going.
Exactly. This is almost verbatim. This is almost verbatim what I was saying the other day. I was half expecting her to show up on top of a tank, you know, like waving an American and a Venezuelan flag, declaring victory, with the Nobel Peace Prize wrapped around her, you know, and like carrying like a photo of Donald Trump or something. I don't know. I did not expect them to suddenly go, actually, you have no support and no respect. Nobody even likes her, okay? Because it totally goes and flies in the face of the entire narrative that's been sown up to this point. Oh, that she actually won the election, and that it was stolen from her, and everybody loves her. It's got to be one or the other. It can't be both.
Happen. So it is a spectacle of empire. We have the action. We have Trump talking about it as a TV show, a video game, with the fact that there was 80 people that died and 32 Cubans that died in the process. In some ways, I think that the issue is what happens the next day. He has to negotiate with Delcy Rodriguez, who is now the titular head of Venezuela. She has already the support of the military. She has the support of Diosdado Cabello, the security chief, and she has the political apparatus.
I mean, what do you just make of Maria Corina Machado being thrown under the bus? She won the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, not classically peaceful, agitating for US violent intervention, but then Henry Kissinger won the Nobel Peace Prize. But I mean, she was thrown under the bus despite being slavishly pro-Trump, and instead it looks like the aim is to make an accommodation, as you say, with Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, the acting president of Venezuela now, who he claims has said, we will do whatever you want. What do you make of all that?
I think that he still resents the fact that Corina Machado took the Nobel Peace Prize. I think that personally, given his ego, he still can't imagine. He I think has proposed that she should have said no and he should be nominated instead. And I don't.
Yeah. This is actually exactly what I was saying again. I hate to be like, oh, I said this too. But I mean, this is literally what I was saying the other day. It was like, oh my God. Is he doing this because he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize? And that she like accepted the prize instead of forcing the Nobel committee to give him the prize, something which she had no power to do? Is he really that pathetic and petty and weak of a man? Is he that much of a deranged
We have a
narcissist?
demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It seems like I'm not the only person thinking that.
His large ego, that he still resents that. And that's a part of the fact that he does not want to see Maria Corina Machado play a role here. But the fact that he can't deploy 300,000 troops to the Venezuelan country is the fact that he has to negotiate with Delcy Rodriguez and will have to find an accommodation. I think there's also pushback from the U.S. military because the U.S. military does not want to deploy.
Wouldn't ego make you not see the prize as valuable since it wasn't officially given to you? I mean, I guess that's one reaction you can have, but it's quite clear Donald Trump had some sort of underlying respect for the prize, which is why he was so upset initially when Barack Obama got it, when he didn't get it for tearing up the JCPOA, the thing that Obama basically got the prize for. And like... And now, when he's president again, the prize comes around again, and he doesn't get it, and I think he just sees it as like, just like a slight to him, like it's some sort of war against him, like in the same way that he thought that the Biden DOJ was being weaponized against him. I think he thinks that like the Nobel Peace Prize people have like some specific like vendetta against him, that he like deserves the prize more than anyone before him. I think he's that deluded that he just I don't know. He's just an idiot. I think he really is that stupid. Just gonna go here to the end of this clip.
Obviously look militarily and economically invincible, and then got battered in disastrous military routes, Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, all strategic calamities which showed the empire have no clothes.
Korea, Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do you think actually this is this a sign actually the morbid symptoms of an empire in decline and trouble?
An empire that's hollowed out, an empire that whose production capacity is really limited. Most of it occurs offshore. It doesn't occur within the domain of the U.S. itself. Where increasingly we have a casino society, a casino where the speculation is highly driving the markets. Everything right now is AI driving the markets. Some say that's going to lead to another collapse, the same way the .com and the real estate, et cetera, et cetera. So there are signs out there that need to be listened to, understood. And then if you expand militarily at the same time, we know that those are inflationary pressures because there's nothing productive about it. Intervention in terms of, except for military machinery, of course, and long term, that's also inflationary. So in this context, I think that there are concerns for the U.S. economy.
Just finally, I'm just in terms of where this could lead. I mean, Brazil is obviously the leading Latin American nation and is formed a power bloc, BRICS. That's for China and Russia and India and various other countries as a kind of counterweight, I guess, to a declining Western power. What do you think that will help consolidate Brazilian leadership? Do you think this will kind of firm up rival alternative counterweights to the US as it lashes out?
It will depend on national politics because Lula needs to buttress up his own political base with the potential election and the pressure on him to deliver as well in Brazil. So he's subject to the same vicissitudes on the international market as an export economy, and those are part of the challenges he's going to face.
Fascinating stuff. It's going to be a long few weeks / year, but
yes, this has been a very fascinating start to the year, hasn't it, folks? My God. I think that this move from the United States, from Donald Trump, if anything, it shows their weakness in terms of planning. They don't seem to have thought any of it through. And they've also shown their cards on their desires more than any other administration ever has. Directly saying, we're doing this for the oil. Something that we honestly don't need more of. All right. Let's go here quickly. This is from 3 days ago from Telesur English. Apparently China had some things to say in the wake of this ridiculous attack.
The Chinese government reaffirmed its firm stance against the United States attack on Venezuela, condemns the kidnapping of President Nicolas Maduro, and demands his immediate release, calling on the international community to protect world peace and stability. From Beijing, our correspondent.
There you go. China condemning the U.S. illegal strike and capture, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. Shock of shocks. Shock of shocks. China doesn't like the U.S. doing crimes. Especially when we're telling them that they're not allowed to do exactly the thing we just did. I think China's capable of seeing the blatant hypocrisy there. All right, let's go here now. Talk more about the in and outs around this ousting of Venezuela's leader with Drop Site News. Jeremy Scahill, Ryan Grimm. Some guy.
I'm Jeremy Scahill from Dropsite News, dropsitenews.com, and this is our first live stream event of 2026. It's January 6th, and I'm going to be joined in a moment by my colleague, Ryan Grimm, and we have a really, really important show today with two guests that come from very different perspectives on the unfolding situation in Venezuela, the abduction of its president, Nicolas Maduro. He is now in New York City, facing charges that the Trump administration trumped up, alleging a vast narco conspiracy with Nicolas Maduro at the head of it. They've also arrested his wife, who herself is a lawyer in Venezuela. And we're going to be joined in a moment by a former deputy foreign minister of Venezuela, Carlos Ron. We're also going to be joined by investigative journalist and former U.S. Army Ranger, Jack Murphy. He did a very interesting story for his publication, The High Side, detailing some of the secret units of the U.S. military that were involved in this raid in Venezuela that resulted in the snatching of Nicolas Maduro and his wife and the rendition of them back to the United States, first to a U.S. warship, then to Guantanamo Bay, and then ultimately to the United States and to New York City, where Nicolas Maduro and his wife are now being held. But before we go to our guests, and we're going to begin live in Caracas, I want to bring on my colleague, Ryan Grimm. Ryan has also been following these events very closely. And, you know, Ryan, we're going to get details from people in a better position than we are to know what's happening on the ground in Venezuela, but also from the U.S. military perspective.
A lot of the U.S. focus is going to be, I think, in the decades to come.
Yeah. Let's go straight to Caracas right now. We're joined by Carlos Ron. He's the former Venezuelan deputy foreign minister who was responsible for North America, had a lot of dealings with the United States government as the buildup to this abduction of Maduro took place over these years. And Carlos is now at the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. Carlos, thanks so much for joining us at this time of incredible tension and danger. And you are joining us from Caracas. Let's just begin by giving us the sense. You were close and you worked for this Maduro administration. And I think it would be good to get a sense from your perspective how people are now responding a few days removed from the snatching of Maduro and the taking him to New York City and all the images that have been published of Maduro in this process.
Well, first of all, thanks for this opportunity. I think it's important for voices from Venezuela to actually get heard throughout the U.S. I have to say, you know, of course, we were shocked by the strength of the attack. I mean, it's something that Venezuelan hasn't experienced in its history. Honestly, in all of its history. I mean, the last international conflict Venezuela was in the 19th century. So something of this magnitude, had a huge impact on the population. However, one thing that may seem counterintuitive is that the government was not overthrown. I mean, we have a president that has been technically kidnapped by the United States. He was abducted by the United States, but there has been a continuity of the Bolivarian Revolution in charge of the government of Venezuela, and that is important. I mean, yesterday, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez was sworn in as acting president. So there's a continuity in these institutions of Venezuela. There's a continuity in the armed.
You know what? You know what else is fascinating about that? Aside from the whole narrative surrounding, like Corina Machado, the fact is, like, there's a bunch of people in the Trump administration who really want the Chavistas out, right? Who want the Bolivarian Revolution to die. People like Secretary of State Marco Rubio come to mind. Like, that guy's got to be super disappointed that the vice president, that Nicolas Maduro's vice president, is just taking over right now. Although it's not clear if she's actually taking over or not, because of course we're also claiming that we make all decisions in Venezuela. So it's somewhat loose and confused as to what is happening.
And
right
in
now.
the streets, I mean, the reaction of people is of a lot of obviously indignation. I mean, there's this feeling of people are upset, people are angry at this at what happened. But people came out to the streets in support of President Maduro. I mean, demanding that President Maduro would be returned to Venezuela, in support of the Bolivarian Revolution and the government and the institutions. And the other thing that I think is important is that there is no fracture within the government base. I mean, you see in every act that has taken place, the swearing in. I mean, yesterday was also the inauguration of the new period of the National Assembly, and all authorities were sworn in there. You saw everybody. I mean, every leadership, every different key person, actor of the Bolivarian Revolution present. You see in the streets, there's been 2-3 days of people going out to the streets from commune, social movements, political parties. Everything that has been the support base of the Bolivarian Revolution is still there in the streets, demanding, the return of the president, demanding, of course, an end to U.S. aggression. So this has served, I would say, to actually bring together the Venezuelan population, and even people that were not, supporters necessarily or sympathizers with the government. There's a lot of people that feel angry and frustrated at an attack on Venezuela. There is no visible signs of any opposition trying to, capitalize on this and say, well, now we should have a different government. None of that was seen throughout the streets of Caracas, and pretty much Caracas, at least today, you could see it's trying to come back into its everyday activities.
And Carlos, what does the government see as a best case scenario out of this? Like, how is the government trying to navigate this situation?
Well, I mean, not speaking for the government myself, but just as watching it as a researcher and as a Venezuelan citizen, I think what the government here is mainly concerned about at this point is guaranteing peace and stability in the country. And I think that in that sense, it has been successful. Like I said, there's been there's no dispute in the streets as to who is in.
Yeah, and I mean, from as an outside observer, it seems to me like Venezuela is both in shock and simultaneously trying to mitigate any further consequences, if you will, or not consequences, but like any further problems from the United States, right? But I just want to go here. I felt that this was illuminating. I felt that I did not know a hell of a lot about Delcy Rodriguez.
Do you think there's any validity whatsoever to the idea that Delcy Rodriguez or others are in some kind of agreement with the United States?
I don't see that. I honestly, I think that what we have is a cohesive, movement that has supported the revolution historically. I mean, even because of her own history. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but
Explain who her father was and who,
sure.
who she and her brother are. Yeah.
So she comes from a family in Venezuela, a political family. Her father, Jorge Antonio Rodriguez, was a leader in the 1970s in Venezuela from a group called the Socialist League, and he was a strong community organizer, leader from the left, who was taken by the police forces in Venezuela, and he was murdered by the government at the time. Of course, this also happened with the help of U.S. intelligence, as there were advisors from the U.S. at the time who were in this counterinsurgency type of policy, and Venezuela was part of this. And I say this because, I mean, if you look at there are WikiLeaks, there's actually WikiLeaks files that talk about the murder of her father. So, I mean, just because of her history, her brother is also now the president of the National Assembly, has been a key figure. He was also vice president at one point during the government of President Chavez. So, this is a family of revolutionaries. And also because you see the cohesion of the revolutionary forces. I mean, yesterday you saw President Maduro's son, helping and standing right next to her when she was being sworn in. So, it'd be very hard to say that, there was a difference, that she was some sort in some sort of plot. I think all these things are usually done whenever you're trying to divide a strong group, like the base of the Bolivarian, or the leadership of the Bolivarian Revolution. And I say this because, I mean, if you look at it, I mean, you just said, I want to take a couple elements of what you guys were discussing earlier. First, I would say that the way, especially this whole year, the way there's been a buildup of these cases or these accusations against President Maduro, some of them not even making sense or not being coherent. I mean, first you have him accused as being leader of a criminal organization. You link him to Tren.
I just wanted to pause it there before we get too far down talking about other things, but he's basically saying that oh shit, what's her name? Celia, no, what's her name again? God damn it. Celia Lopez, that's the wrong person. What's her name? God damn it. Delia Rodriguez? Sorry. I'm still trying to get caught up on all this myself still. It was right here. What was it? Someone help me. Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, is apparently, according to him, somehow more to the left and more perhaps of the original Chavista revolution than even Nicolas Maduro. All right, now there's more to this that I want, but I'm going to skip ahead to a different part of this discussion. They bring in another guy. Right around here.
Operations community. And a couple days ago, really one of the most respected journalists, Jack and Sean, got together a couple years ago, and they launched a publication called The High Side. I'm a paid subscriber to that publication because it is they don't publish frequently, but when they publish something, you get details and insight into the perspective from inside of the U.S. military. Jack is deeply sourced in the special operations community. And a couple days ago, Jack published a really interesting article about this operation in Venezuela on The High Side. It's called Bold Delta Force Raid Leads to Capture and Arrest of Maduro. Trump says JSOCs, JSOC is the Joint Special Operations Command, the most elite special operations forces in the U.S. arsenal. Operation Absolute Resolve will allow the United States to, quote, run Venezuela. And among the news items that Jack broke in this story based on sources from within the special operations and the intelligence community was that an official familiar with the operation told Jack that the CIA had an asset very close to Maduro, someone who was able to provide real-time updates about his movements over the last few weeks. A special operations source elaborated, telling The High Side that a local source network helped enable the operation. That network helped install jammers and other technical equipment on the ground, including beacons for airstrikes. The operational preparation of the battle space was conducted by Task Force Orange, which throughout its history has been known by a host of cover names, including the U.S. Army Office of Military Support, Titan Zeus, and the Intelligence Support Activity. In Venezuela, it was operating under the authorization for the use of military force, according to an official familiar with the operation. I encourage people to check out The High Side's journalism and this specific report by Jack. But Jack, thanks. I know you're a little bit under the weather. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So Jack, why don't you just give us your TikTok of what sources are telling you, how all of this unfolded? Feel free to back up as much as you think is relevant.
Sure. So, I mean, the thumbnail sketch of it seems that the planning for this operation really took off in earnest in September and October. There were a couple key defections, I'm told, that were very instrumental to helping the CIA understand who and how to work in Venezuela, that they were having some difficulties previously. And this is a big part of what allowed them to establish a local source network, a support agent network that was able to do things on the ground that they weren't able to do themselves. Most of the people that work in CIA look like me or you, Jeremy, so that's really not happening. They started going through that process, and the operational preparation of the environment, as it's called, that's just laying the groundwork for the operations done months ahead of time. And I don't know, where do you want to take it from there?
Well, I mean, part of what I want to get into with you is, who did this raid, how these types of operations are planned for, but you can continue on with that.
Sure,
so
sure.
Based on what you understand.
So this operation was rehearsed in the Fort Bragg area and executed by Delta Force and the Ranger Regiment. One element from a Ranger battalion augmented them. But there were other players involved in it.
Delta Force and the Ranger Regiment. Doesn't sound like law enforcement to me. Sounds like the military. I'm only mentioning it because, of course, we keep being told this is some sort of law enforcement operation, which is, of course, completely bullshit to anybody who understands the law, even slightly.
Operation SEAL Team 6, also known as Development Group, hit some secondary targets during this operation. So it was the assault force was Rangers and Delta, and they launched that operation when they got the green light and when the weather cleared for it. They went in the middle of the night, the helicopters using terrain masking, meaning hiding behind land features to get below radar. There was a combination of Little Birds, Black Hawks, and Chinook helicopters were used to get the assault force into place. And as they came up over that last terrain feature, the other aircraft, there was reportedly 150 aircraft in the air for this operation, which is substantial, of course. And they began suppressing the air defense systems. Meanwhile, the local source networks that I mentioned previously, they had in place various technical devices like jammers and beacons for bombing runs and things like this. So all of that was prearranged. The assault force came in, and it sounds like they isolated the target building quite quickly.
Yeah. What this tells me is that this was being worked on for months. And while Donald Trump was making threats, a lot of these threats that he was making were actually being carried out on the ground in Venezuela. It's pretty disturbing. But I mean, he was talking about like the CIA in Venezuela, a bunch of other shit. He said a bunch of stuff about Venezuela over the last few months. And it's interesting that this is all going on. It doesn't feel like diplomacy was ever an option. They claimed that diplomacy was what they wanted, but it doesn't seem like it because, of course, Maduro literally came out the day before he was kidnapped to say that he wanted to negotiate with the United States. Said all sorts of crazy things, like he'd even let the United States oil companies maybe come in and drill. He seemed very willing to negotiate, and they just went ahead and did it. It's probably because they spent so much time and money. They're just like, fuck it, might as well just do the coup anyway.
As President Trump told us during the press conference, the operators, the American soldiers, actually caught him trying to close the door on a panic room, and that's when him and his wife were both detained.
What do we know about the time that the operators were at the main building? So we know about the time. So how much time to get to the building, to get in the building? Cubans have said 32 of their soldiers, their guards, were killed, and then to get back out. Like you've seen in Venezuela, they've talked about a 2-hour gun battle. That doesn't quite seem to fit with the timeline. Like, what have you heard about that?
Yeah, so,
that
I mean, this is what has been put out. You know, the timeline that I'm about to quote comes from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. So you can take that at for what it's worth. He said that they crossed into Venezuelan airspace at 1:01 local time and got back out over international waters at about 3:30 a.m. local time. So depending, the amount of flight time was probably not that long. They launched from the USS Iwo Jima off the coast, and Caracas is not that far away. I think they would probably have been on target for about an hour if I'm to make a semi-educated guess about that. So they probably weren't on the ground very long.
Did you hear much about
go ahead,
what that was like? Sorry. Like what kind of resistance there was, and how? Because it sounds like they were able to get to them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
If they weren't in the panic room yet, it doesn't take that long to hear helicopters coming, get out of bed, and get into a panic room.
Jesus
so that would suggest to me that they got there extraordinarily quickly.
Yeah, I would agree. They had to have achieved tactical surprise to be able to get on him that quickly. As far as I know the Cuban government is saying something like 32 of their officers were killed during this operation. I don't know what personnel may have been killed on the target itself. There are definitely reports, airstrikes, obviously, and aircraft firing back, suppressing targets. But I don't know how many enemy KIA may have been on that target, unfortunately.
And last, do we know anything about U.S. injuries? Were there any injuries at all?
It sounds like there may have been some mild injuries.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we've known about at least 2 people who were injured since the very beginning of this stuff. I don't think he had any sort of new information on that. But it sounds like it was just quite a long time that the United States was working on this operation. You don't just get sources on the ground out of nowhere. That takes time. Putting radar jammers and transponders and other things like that all takes time.
For it to maintain hegemony, for it to even compete with China or Russia or whoever, a military base, something, because it's a country that has
Sorry, I just
a
want to go to the
political
beginning of this.
stance, signifies something, and of course because of the largest oil reserves. But the U.S. interfered in elections in Honduras, where it has an important military base. It interfered in elections in Argentina, where it could secure access to lithium. It's talking about retaking over the Panama Canal. It's talking about taking over Greenland. It's talking about adding Canada for the 51st state. When you realize this whole push throughout the continent of the U.S. is trying to sort of secure its area of influence, you realize that we're going back to almost a neo-colonial setting where the United States sees that for it to maintain hegemony, for it to even compete with China or Russia or whoever, or any other superpower that may eventually emerge, it needs to really hold control over the continent. And it will do things that even that we wouldn't think about before, that weren't possible. I mean, you're expelling the president of Colombia from New York during the UN General Assembly as a form of pressure. Putting sanctions on Brazil, on Brazilian judges, because they, would condemn Bolsonaro, who was an ally to Trump. These are moves that you can definitely see are against, or are in the form of retaking control of the whole region. And I think there are countries that are especially targeted in at this moment.
Yep. Yep. Neo-colonial is truly the word of 2026. Beginning off with some serious neo-colonialism. I mean, he was already working up to it last year. Black is White, 1984 style, the most depressing book you've ever read. I don't think I've read Black is White. All right, let's go here. Talk more about this situation. U.S. running Venezuela.
There seems to be multiple different sort of like
president.
elements within the Trump administration that had an idea as to what should happen in Venezuela.
Yep.
Some wanted Machado, the
Maria Corina Machado,
I guess the extant Democratic, I put in quotes, leader who wants to be the popular. The would-be popularly elected Nobel Peace Prize winning president of Venezuela, although apparently she doesn't have any support, and so
no, she doesn't have any support.
The expat, she does.
Yeah. She had to, I think, flee. There were rumors that she was kind of ushered out secretly from Venezuela to go get her Nobel Peace Prize because she is so reviled. You're about to hear Jake Tapper make a claim about the 2024 election in Venezuela, where you will hear, and you'll hear this throughout our media, specifically corporate media, that the Machado party and what was his name, Eduardo Gonzalez, I believe, who was at the head of that party, that they beat Maduro by like 70%. It was overwhelming. The Western governments say that. Governments that are opposed to like the United States say something differently. The claims about like these elections being fraudulent.
She doesn't have the respect or the support that she thinks she does.
Have been persistent. There have been very little facts that have presented that have backed it up, and the claims about Guaido having actually won were disproven. Were lies. So yeah, I guess technically we still don't know really what the full outcome is, but if we're going by past history, we know that Western governments repeatedly lie about this kind of thing. And so like regardless, she has been in the pocket of like Western NGOs for almost 20 years. There was a great piece by Gabriel Hetland from a few months ago in The Nation that just goes point by point with how connected she's been with the Republican Party and with American capitalists for so long, specifically Marco Rubio. And she just goes out and says it, as Sam was alluding to. We want to open up Venezuela for capitalists. We want to privatize everything. We want the Americans to come in. She was even cheering on the sanctions, which immiserated the population of the people that she says she wants to lead. So the idea that she has any real legitimacy is a fiction by wealthy Westerners who want to see that happen, or Americans in particular. And so, like, go on.
Well, the irony is that there's one sort of like major cabal within the Trump administration that wants to push that. There are others that, who knows what their perspective was. You know, certainly for Trump, it seems like it could very well be, I mean, it's sort of hard to wrap your head around this, but it could very well be just sort of like a personal sense of like aggrievement that he hasn't been shown enough respect. I think there are others who feel like,
right and they
a Monroe
me.
Doctrine of like American hegemony in this hemisphere is possible in the same way it was 150 years ago. And it will also help ethnically cleanse this country. Yes. And I think that's where like Stephen Miller is. And so you have, you know, Paul Wolfowitz was, I think, a Defense Department official at the time, an advisor, one of the early neocons, said that weapons of mass destruction was something that we could all sort of like agree upon the invasion of Iraq. But that was helped by the fact that the country was still in shock out of 9/11, that there was a history with Saddam Hussein. The fact of the matter is, the American population has no interest in invading Venezuela, could not tell you why we would do it. No one could explain why.
They didn't do a multi-year-long propaganda campaign to lead up to. I mean, the Bush administration.
We did. The Bush administration with Hugo Chavez.
But they did. Well, yeah. But also, even the act of going to the United Nations and doing the song and dance manufactured consent and gave this like long runway for the media to build a popular consensus for our illegal invasion of Iraq. Like, but it is fascinating to see. You have Tapper, the thrust of this question, we'll play it in a second, you'll hear what I'm saying. And then I heard last night, because I don't know why I'm a masochist, I'm watching CNN, and John Bolton's on there with Caitlin Collins, and is like, you know, saying, I don't...
Yeah, I love how they bring on John Bolton all the time for his sage perspective. It's fascinating. But... oh god, what was I about to say? I just got distracted by I saw Sam sipping his coffee. All I could think about was how funny Sam looking over his coffee mug at Emma, just sort of like drinking tea or whatever it is he's drinking over there. Just drinking it all in, really. What was I about to say? My brain's broken. I had a good point. Come on.
I think you'll hear what I'm saying. And then I heard last night, because I don't know why I'm a masochist, I'm watching CNN, and John Bolton's on. And then I heard last night, because have Tapper, the thrust of this question, we'll play it in a second, you'll hear what I'm saying. And then I heard last night, because I don't know why I'm a masochist, I'm watching CNN, and John Bolton's on there with Caitlin Collins, and is like, you know, saying the same, I don't understand why he's keeping the current regime in place. Like,
that's what I was going to say. Is it does seem like the Trump administration is trying to speed run the long, arduous manufacturing of consent that the Bush administration went through trying to sell the Iraq war to the American people. He's just trying to do it all in like overnight, you know, like within a short period of time. Just yeah, it's, oh my God, it's ridiculous. I'm so in love with Emma, says William Corwin. She is great. Smart lady. She wrote an honors thesis. I don't know if you know that.
Machado should be installed because that's the old, like, that is the neocon playbook. Well, but Trump is uniquely narcissistic and motivated by like spectacle, personal grievance, which we'll get to, I'm sure. But I really do think the spectacle of the perp walk from Maduro was what he was after. The guy that is obsessed with TV and all of this kind of thing. To send a message to.
The most depressing book is 1984. Oh, okay. I guess the way I read your sentences earlier, Jerry, it just didn't make, that's just not how I read it. Not how I understood what you were saying. Nightmare blunt rotation. Oh yeah, big time.
Petro, to Claudia Scheinbaum, to all of these other leaders that we could do this to you too, and even to other people in Venezuela that may try to make sure that American capitalists don't ravage their country.
And we should say Bolton is such a rabid neocon that even a Republican Senate would not confirm him to be ambassador of the UN during the Bush years. A Republican-controlled Senate. Bush had to put him in a recess appointment at the United Nations. Hardcore neocon. And in some level, what he's saying actually makes some sense, Bolton, in the sense of like, why would you get rid of Maduro, and keep all the other Chavistas in there? It doesn't make any sense. Come on! Which may be true. It may not make any sense unless there's like some deal for just one hedge fund guy, Paul Singer. We'll get to that in a moment. But here's Jake Tapper, and we're looking at two different types of lunacy.
Yes.
One, which in Jake Tapper assumes that there was any legitimacy to any of this in the first place.
Exactly.
And that it would be somehow better or more rational to put in Machado, who, by all accounts, would be installed as president, and then you'd watch the dissolution of the country, and you'd just end up seeing some type of like military coup because she doesn't even have the backing of the people. And then you have in split screen another lunatic who thinks that it's like, I don't know, 1912, and we have the ability to create all these banana republics up and down and enforce this sort of racial hegemony. And
conquest of the Western Hemisphere. This is the new line.
And it's primetime on CNN.
The president was very quick to say that the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, opposition leader Machado in Venezuela, doesn't have the support in Venezuela to become the next president or the interim leader. And I wonder where he got that from, given that her cutout, Gonzalez, won the election last year 2 years ago, overwhelmingly, 70% of the vote or something like that. Why does the president think that Machado should not be the next leader? Why does he think she's weak?
First of all Venezuela experts agree. All Venezuela experts agree that it would be absurd and preposterous for us to suddenly fly her into the country and to put her in charge. And the military would follow her and the security forces would follow her. This is not a serious. It's not even a serious question.
So should there be an election?
If you give me the floor for 30 seconds, let me tell you what we are doing here. The United States, this is sort of foundational. The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower. It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us, to hoard weapons from our adversaries, to be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States.
Now, one thing I would like to point out is, of course, Venezuela was supplying the United States with things like oil. Even though we had sanctioned them, we were still, the United States is still a buyer of, one of the biggest buyers of Venezuelan oil. It's my understanding of it. And, I mean, Nosferatu here. It was funny about Nosferatu and Donald Trump, and they're like sort of snubbing their nose at like the rest of the planet. and the establishment, if you will, in this moment is that like they're kind of snubbing their nose at themselves in a way because they are the establishment. And this has been the establishment narrative for so long, and all of the neocon ghouls have wanted this regime change so bad, but now Donald Trump is like all salty about not getting the Nobel Peace Prize. So now we're doing foreign policy based upon Nobel Peace Prize recipients, and it's flying in the face of a much long-standing and held beliefs by Republicans. It's fascinating.
Rather than on behalf of the United States.
Sovereign countries shouldn't be able to do what they want to do.
Pause it.
Monroe Doctrine.
Okay. So I'm just sorry. Sovereign countries shouldn't be able to do what they want to do. That was his follow-up, Jake Tapper. His initial question was, why don't you impose Maria Corina Machado on the people of Venezuela after you kidnapped their president? And he's pretending to care about sovereignty. And what's amazing...
The cutout guy won, though.
Right, won. As I just explained, that is extremely in dispute. But in American corporate press, it's repeated as fact. It's not fact. It's far from fact. In fact, it's most likely to be a lie. But like what the fact that he goes there and then it tries to invoke sovereignty, that is an incongruent argument. If this America First crowd actually was interested in that kind of thing, Stephen Miller would have a follow-up here saying, like, what are you talking about sovereignty, right? Like we removed Maduro because he's a narco-terrorist dictator, right? But it's up to the people of Venezuela to make these determinations, etc. Like, you are talking about the imposing this kind of thing. And he's unable to do that because he's arguably he's more insane than Jake Tapper.
But the point that Jake Tapper seems to be following two separate lines of questioning simultaneously and never completing either. You can either say, okay, I'm going to accept the premise that you have decided might makes right. Why are you not installing Machado? Okay. And he says, we're not going to do that because she has no support, blah, blah, blah.
What?
Well, if your claim is, again,
right,
Tapper just following one line of questioning that is coherent within itself, then what's your plan?
That's tough.
Because you've gotten rid of Maduro, but you've basically put Maduro's cutout, to use his phrase, in office. What makes you think that the other Chavistas aren't going to continue with the exact same policies as Maduro? That should be the question. But he goes back and forth.
Exactly.
Because Jake Tapper is so, I think, who knows? This is all speculation. But I think Jake Tapper does actually feel like, oh, no, it's perfectly legitimate for us to go do this.
Yeah.
And he's arguing as to the rationality of the plan, not from the perspective of the Trump administration.
No, this is like, is the neo-libs versus the neocons. They totally agree on what's been done, just not how it's been done. Like Chuck Schumer coming out and saying, well, I would have liked to be clued in ahead of time. I would have loved to vote for this, but nobody asked the old Chuck. Nobody asked Chuck if Chuck wanted to do a war crime. I would have loved to, but nobody asked me, and that was very nasty. They're all over the place, and we can't get, we can't get together and do crimes together. What's the problem? I don't understand. It's very rude. I would have liked to be involved.
Based upon their premise, but Jake Tapper's premise, which is we should have the right to install.
Exactly, and I just find it fascinating because Tapper, he's very well connected in the Pentagon, and that is what his perspective is, and that's it, when you see him on TV, know that 99% of the time his questions are representing the military-industrial complex, arguably more than any other anchor on that network.
Wolf Blitzer gives him a run.
Okay, well, yeah. Dana Bash.
All right, so go back to a little bit.
Yeah, that's
a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us. To hoard weapons from our adversaries. To be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States rather than on behalf of the United States.
Sovereign countries shouldn't be able to do what they want to do.
The Monroe Doctrine and the Trump Doctrine is all about securing the national interest of America. For years, we sent our soldiers to die in deserts in the Middle East to try to build them parliaments, to try to build them democracies, to try to give them more oil, to try to give them more resources. The future of the free world, Jake, depends on America being able to assert ourselves and
Did Stephen Miller just say that we invaded Iraq to give them more oil? What is he talking about? I'm not aware of this. Is that why the war? Is this why the war on terror cost so much? Good Lord. That seems inefficient. Why would we bring all the oil to the Middle East where it already is? That's wildly inefficient when you think about it. Talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. It's weird. That is weird. Stephen Miller making the claim that the United States bringing oil to Iraq to help Iraq get oil somehow. Weird. That is weird. Never heard that
without
claim
apology. This whole period that happened after World War II, where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging
I don't even
and
know
engaging in
what you're talking
racial
about right
schemes.
now.
It's a.
Go back. You just missed the funniest part. That Tapper.
We should be able to assert our interests without apologies. I'm just saying, notice how he could have pointed it out. He could have said what we're talking about here. You are not making a congruent argument here, Jake Tapper. He can't, though. He's reverting to America. He says that we were giving our oil to the people of the Middle East. Miller saying we're giving the oil to the people of the Middle East. So that's the revisionist history that we're going with about our wars of aggression in the Middle East. Sure. Okay.
Period that happened after World War II, where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging
I don't even
and
know,
engaging these
honestly,
vast
what you're talking about right
schemes.
now.
It's what I'm talking about, Jake, is the idea. And by the way, you do. I know you love doing that smarmy.
We should be still colonizing the rest of the world. That's what Miller's saying.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking to a white supremacist, Jake.
yeah.
Like,
I think what I love most about that statement is Stephen Miller accusing anybody, literally anybody, of being too smarmy. Sure, I honestly agree that Jake Tapper is a smarmy bastard. Okay? But for Stephen Miller, I mean, talk about glass houses. I mean, that is like lobbing a giant boulder in a house made entirely of glass. Smarmy? Really? Really, Stephen? Stephen is the smarmiest bastard on the planet. He's the smarmiest, most despicable man on planet Earth. And yet he's coming at other people over the smart. Oh, I know you like being smarmy, Jake.
figured out what he means by that. He means that, like, France should still be controlling Vietnam and et cetera, et cetera.
I mean, there's, and again, the obvious line of questioning for Tapper here, if he's going to elide the fact and is afraid to go to the place where, oh, what you're saying is you're talking about white Western supremacy, like as if it's of the essence of our God-given divine right. If you don't feel comfortable in that, Tapper's for whatever reason, because he's so sort of like I don't know. I think the ideology is so sort of neocon oriented. Is like, then what is your, the next question is to competence. What's the plan here?
Yeah.
Because you've taken out Maduro, but like he had a government and you've just left the entire system of government. It's just a different Maduro in office.
And groveling and begging
I don't even
and
know,
engaging these
honestly,
vast
what you're talking
reparation
about right
schemes.
now.
It's what I'm talking about, Jake, is the idea. And by the way, you do. I know you love doing that smarmy thing, Jake. And I was hoping to be better than that this time.
I asked you about if there should be an election.
Exactly.
I was hoping you would be better
an
than
election
that.
in Venezuela. That's what I asked.
I was hoping you'd be better than that, says Steven. I too wish that both of these guys would be better than that, but they're not. I just love watching them go at each other, honestly. Couple of idiots, both of these guys. Just a couple of trash people. They might not get along. There's not that much difference between these two guys.
Exactly
I asked you if there would be an election in Venezuela. That's what I asked. I said, why was the president so quick to dismiss Machado? You answered that question. And then I said,
the objective, Jake, is security and stability for the people of Venezuela. With our help and leadership, that country will become more prosperous than it has ever been in its whole history. Venezuela,
the woman running Venezuela right now is part of the Maduro regime.
Well, there will be conversations, Jake, about all of these guideposts along the way. The reason why I was giving you that speech, which I know you didn't want to hear, is because you're approaching this from the wrong frame. This neoliberal frame that the United States' job is to go around the world and demanding immediate elections
Nobody
to be held
wanted
everywhere,
to hear that
immediately, all the
speech.
time, right away.
I'm sorry, we have to pause it. Then
I hate to come to the defense of Jake, but nobody wanted to hear that speech, Stephen. Not just Jake. That was a stupid speech.
neoliberal frame is not that we demand elections everywhere, you fucking Nazi. The neoliberal frame is the idea that that we should be doing regime change all across the world and doing exactly what you did, but you just did it without a plan.
It's a neoconservative frame.
Okay, fair enough.
And he doesn't want to say those words because there are too many neoconservatives in the White House, and he just doesn't want, from a rhetorical standpoint, he doesn't want to concede what it is. It's a neoconservative movement.
It's a neoliberal versus neoconservative.
Words have definitions, you know, and he just doesn't want to use that. So he says neoliberal because he knows that that is a word there. And he shifts from we are not going to allow a government to exist that is a supplier for our adversaries and is an asset against us, not for us. And then he goes on to claim that, like, we're doing this for the Venezuelan people, which, of course, is, in fact, a neoconservative, impetus.
But their disagreement is that Jake Tapper wants the pretense of elections and Stephen Miller doesn't.
Seriously, though. It's totally a neoconservative framing. Let's invade them and bring democracy. Democracy with bullets. It will be great. Yay. They're gonna love it.
About that. Isn't that amazing?
I mean, to be fair to Tapper, he did go sort of like the next step, like, then why did you leave the same regime in office?
Yeah.
Because we're too weak to do anything else. That's the answer. And like the people like Tapper want to hit them for being so weak.
Utterly mystifying about all of this is it's quite possible Donald Trump did not have a plan. Like, it was just like, I want to get Maduro out of the way because he was dancing. And I didn't like the way he was dancing around me. And Putin had said I should do that because Donroe Doctrine. And now, what is the Donroe Doctrine? I don't know.
Tell me more.
It's just like, I like the fact that it's Don. And Miller could be pushing the Monroe Doctrine, this sort of like neo-Monroe Doctrine thing that can't really happen unless you take the next step. And he realized at one point, like, oh, I got Trump to the trough, but I couldn't get him to fully drink the water. Lindsey Graham, who probably encouraged this, also realizes, like, I got Trump to the trough, but I couldn't get him to drink the Machado water. And now they're just stuck. There's 12 warships off the coast of Venezuela with 10 to 15,000 Marines sitting on them, just sitting there going, like, what are we supposed to be doing here?
Yeah.
And nobody knows. Like, and the only other thing I can imagine is that there was a third or fourth, I guess, sort of like impetus, which was Francesca Fiorentini spoke about.
Yes.
Let's play this clip because there is, like, right
this
now,
woman
who's
is
the winner?
dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, what's her face? Rodriguez, the new president of Venezuela, is, she got a promotion.
Yeah.
Everybody got a promotion, one step up in Venezuela.
Yay.
Presumably they were not, they may have, said a couple of words and gotten the promotion that way. Trump, I guess, perceives himself as a winner because he was able to take them out. And only killed 80 people, and I don't care about them. They're barely people anyways.
I did everything right.
Miller got close to what he wanted, but he didn't get what he really wanted.
Yes.
Graham got close to what he wanted, but he didn't get really what he wanted. But I'll tell you who did apparently get what they wanted. named Paul Singer.
Sounds like there's a lot of compromising going on over there in the Trump camp. A lot of people not getting everything they wanted, making a lot of compromises. It's very sad.
Francesca will tell us.
This hoe is at it again. Who is he? He is a hedge fund manager named Paul Singer, another mega Trump billionaire donor who is famous for doing things like buying the debt of struggling countries like Argentina for pennies on the dollar and then forcing that country to repay him with interest plus legal fees. And oh yeah, he's also famous for going fly fishing with Samuel Alito. Super legal, normal stuff. And in November of last year, Venezuela also defaulted on its bonds, and it was forced by creditors to sell the U.S. subsidiary of its.
You know what that's like? Sorry, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus Christ. Wow, sudden sneeze. Unexpected. You know what that's like? That's like somebody buying up like your $100 credit card debt for like $5 instead of $100. And then suing you for $100 plus however much it costs in legal fees to get the money from you, but then like using their buddy like their brother-in-law or something to do the law, like to do all the legal shit, so they can just pocket all
oil
the money
company
together.
Citgo that had been forced to actually buy its gas outside of Venezuela because of the U.S. oil embargo and sanctions. You know, the whole reason that Trump says the oil production in Venezuela has been so stifled, they weren't handling it properly. It was because of the sanction. This is like choking someone and then going, wow, you're having a really hard time breathing. Now, who bought Citgo? This same hoe. And because of the embargo, that hoe bought it for $5.9 billion when it's actually worth $18 billion. And yet, the Maduro government was seeking a court appeal for that forced sale of Citgo. But then, oopsies, Maduro was kidnapped and all bets are off. I wonder if mega donor Paul Singer had anything to do with it. Paul Singer also loves Marco Rubio. In fact, that was his first pick in 2016. Again, because both of them have made a killing off of making Latin Americans poor. So, yeah, he's a hoe. Fuck that hoe.
Come on! I mean, that's as good of an explanation as any. Like somebody, you know, somebody won. And it sure sounds like that, you know, maybe the deal that they cut, that the new regime cut was, we're going to basically do what we did, but we're going to, you know.
Yeah. And like Citgo, I think it has all these refineries,
Citgo
right?
in there
and the oil that comes out of Venezuela is very crude.
Let Citgo get in there and suck it all up. Disturbing. Just how many people are just enriching themselves through the horrors of the Trump administration day to day. I remember people complaining about something called Burisma long, long ago. Something about Hunter Biden and a laptop and Burisma and Joe Biden. In a race. And how that was the worst example of corruption anybody had ever seen in the history of corruption, supposedly. And yet, fucking crickets over here. All billionaire oil magnates literally stuck up money thanks to the Trump administration acting on their behalf. Now, Maduro supporters continued to protest in the streets. Here's France 24 English from yesterday. Oops. Play.
Supporters of Nicolas Maduro turn out en masse in the streets of Caracas, calling for the release of the Venezuelan president and his wife after their abduction by the United States. Among the protesters, Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello, who has also been indicted in the case against Maduro.
The imperialist knows that it has a prisoner of war on its territory, kidnapped here where the majority of Venezuelans elected him to be the constitutional president of our homeland. The Bolivarian revolution will move on forward, and they are going to have to return Nicolas and Cilia to us.
Delcy Rodriguez, Maduro's former vice president, who has been sworn in as interim head of state, maintained in a televised address she was in control of the country despite the threats of Donald Trump, who wants access to Venezuela's oil.
The Venezuelan government rules our country, no one else. There is no external agent governing Venezuela.
There you go. Contradictory to statements made by Donald Trump, Delcy Rodriguez, acting president, former vice president, saying that nobody is controlling the actions of the Venezuelan government. Supporters rallying in the streets. There's a shit ton of people out there. Which doesn't line up with numbers like 93% of people don't support the Maduro regime. And I'm not here to say that they're 100%, everybody loves them. I don't even know that they have the majority. I mean, it's not clear who won the election last year or whatever. Was it 2024? I think it was 2024. Technically, that the election happened. There was some disputes at the end of it. I mean, Venezuela declared that the election wasn't stolen. The claim, of course, of Maria Corina Machado and her party. They made a lot of accusations surrounding that election. I'm trying to remember who the observer was. I think it was Uruguay. I can't remember for sure. But people have been running around with numbers like 93% of people don't support Maduro, but I don't know. That does not seem to be the case. I think it's clearly a fucking false narrative. Okay, now let's keep this going here. Now to this, completely contradicting what was just said by Venezuelan leader Delcy Rodriguez. Donald Trump, on the same day, announced a $2 billion Venezuelan oil deal.
The United States and Venezuela have reached a deal that could see up to $2 billion worth of Venezuelan crude sent to U.S. ports. That's according to U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday. The agreement could redirect oil shipments away from China and ease pressure on Venezuela's oil sector, which has been crippled by sanctions in a U.S. export blockade imposed last month. Trump said Caracas would turn over 30 to 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil to be sold at market prices, with proceeds controlled by him as President of the United States. The move follows weeks of escalating pressure on Venezuela, capped by the weekend cap.
The oil will be sold at its market price, and that money will be controlled by me, as President of the United States of America, to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. I have asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Now, It's not clear to me that Delcy Rodriguez actually greenlit this plan. But it would be strange for her to, considering her reputation, to accept such a deal. Not under duress, mind you. I mean, like in a vacuum, without, you know, gunboats positioned off the coast. You would assume that, but I mean, I don't know. Hard to gauge right now. So much stuff is happening all at once. Now, let's see what people in Cuba had to say about this illegal kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday. I'm scared for my brother who is undertaking mandatory military service. He is just 18. I told him, don't go anymore. Let them come and get you. Because if they take him for one of those wars, they don't know how to shoot a gun and they would just die. What defines Cubans is the international situation. We have to live with blackouts, food shortages, and all of those things. And yet Cubans still have to keep surviving. I focus on my girls, so this doesn't affect their health. It could get worse because we receive medical assistance from Venezuela. Okay. Now, people in Cuba concerned about what this means for them. I mean, Cuba and Venezuela are both sort of intertwined economically and otherwise. This may have negative consequences for Cuba, to be sure. As well as, of course, you know, the added fact that they're also under threat by the Trump administration. They're basically living in a state, I would assume a lot of people are living in a state of fear that the United States might invade their country. Might do an airstrike randomly without any warning in their neighborhood next. That would not be the way you want to live. All right, well, we're making a bunch of progress on this situation through the list that I've got for us tonight. 7.5 hours into the stream. Probably still got like 40 or 50 clips or something like that left to get through out of 130. A super long list tonight. Why is it so long tonight? Oh, I took the day off yesterday. That's probably why. Extra long.
Phrasing.
Okay, 7.5 hours into the stream. Now is probably a perfect time for us to take another quick galactic intermission. Do not worry, though. We will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe and like buttons on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. I'm sure you're familiar with most of them, and I would recommend to everybody to consider becoming a Galactic patron. One of the best ways, of course, to contribute to the Galactic News Network and get a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Links to all the ways available, aside from YouTube super chats and stickers and Twitch bits and subs, All of that information is contained in my bios on YouTube and Twitch. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is time once again for us to get back to the show. So, you should probably be back in your seats already. Alrighty, everybody. We are back. We are back, and we still got a hell of a lot to talk about. Where did we leave off? God damn, it's late. 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good Lord. All right, let's do this update on a story we talked about the other day. Somebody had put down a massive wager on an invasion of Venezuela on Polymarket, like $30,000. They won like $500,000, but apparently Polymarket is not paying out bets on this particular trade or whatever now. Why Polymarket is not paying bets on the U.S. invading Venezuela. Polymarket has not paid out wagers that predicted the U.S. would invade Venezuela, drawing angry reactions from some bettors as the online betting platform suggested that the raid to capture Maduro did not qualify as an invasion, and the resolution of the bet would require the U.S. establishing direct control of the country's territory. The topic of U.S. military action in Venezuela has drawn a large volume of bets over the past few months, with wagers on a potential military engagement exceeding $87.4 million in trading volume. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. But there you have it, though. Some of these opportunists, unfortunately for them, may not be getting paid out on this situation. I mean, honestly, I would disagree. I disagree with Polymarket's. Like, here's the thing. I think it's hilarious that these guys aren't getting paid out. But I disagree with Polymarket's like assessment of what has happened. It clearly is an invasion. If that's all that it takes, I mean, yeah, it's happened. So what do you need exactly? I mean, Donald Trump literally came out and said that we now run Venezuela. We bombed the country, we stole the leader, and Trump said we run Venezuela, and that's not an invasion according to Polymarket. Very strange. Now, yesterday evening, United States, there was word that came out the United States was attempting to seize a Russian-flagged oil tanker linked to Venezuela. Here's BBC.
In the last few moments, we've been hearing reports that the United States is attempting to seize a Venezuela-linked oil tanker after a more than 2-week-long pursuit across the Atlantic. The vessel was last seen in waters between Iceland and the UK and has been accused of breaking US sanctions and shipping Iranian oil. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale has been following the story. Jonathan, a developing picture. What more do we know at the moment?
Well, it looks like an attempt to seize that tanker is ongoing. We think it's somewhere between the UK and Iceland. It has been tracked for a long time across the Atlantic. Now, the US Coast Guard first tries to board this tanker when it was in the Caribbean Sea, believed to be going towards Venezuela at the time. That did not succeed, and it's possible they needed US Special Forces involved because of the complexities of the operation. The US Coast Guard have tracked that tanker. It's been renamed during that transit across the Atlantic when it did a U-turn. It's also been reflagged as a Russian vessel, and Russia has said it is concerned about the US attempts to board it, but that boarding operation looks like it's happening, and there are some images already appearing on social media which seem to suggest they're using helicopters, special forces helicopters, to board that vessel. We don't know the success of that operation at the moment. It is a complex operation, difficult conditions in the North Atlantic, but we do know that over the past few days, the US has been increasing its military presence in the UK from where it may have mounted this operation originally, that there were a number of tankers, US military tanker aircraft, and also surveillance aircraft, as well as helicopters arriving in the UK for a potential boarding operation. So that operation does seem to be underway now.
Okay, John. Sure.
Ownership of it. Oh shit, I'm fucking muted. That's no good. Now, while Russia said that they disapprove of what's happening, they didn't go as far as to claim the vessel. I think some of that has maybe perhaps something to do with them not wanting to take direct ownership of the Shadow Fleet. That's just my guess. All right, let's go here. See what demented Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania had to say recently. This fucking guy.
Good morning.
All right. Yeah.
Can you tell us what you heard in the meeting? And
I'm
was
sorry,
it...
hold on one second here. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can you tell us what you heard in the meeting just now? And was it satisfactory to you?
Yeah, well, I mean, this really confirmed the things that's in the general, in the media and in the ether, that it was absolutely organized and very precise, and I guess they would describe its execution as flawless. And this wasn't some guys woke up in the morning and say, hey, let's shoot some shit up. You know, like this was incredibly organized, and they had a lot of intelligence, and they have support.
Oh, thank God. They didn't just wake up and decide to shoot some stuff. They thought about it beforehand, and then they did it. Oh, that does make it better. Thank God. Thank you, John.
In a while now too. So this was highly, highly organized, and I remain, in fact, if anything, it deepened my appreciation of our military and what they've accomplished for that. And that's also part of the bigger conversation here, why I could ever vote or shut our government down. You know, those heroes weren't paid for 40-some days. I mean, it's a disgrace, but regardless.
This guy is such a idiotic oaf. What? This guy, you gotta get this guy out of office. It is insane.
You know, like for me, find a Democrat when they're walking by that all wanted Maduro gone, and now suddenly they've changed their views. Why? Why? You know, why is that's changed? Less than a year ago, Joe Biden put $25 million on Maduro's head. Why? Why not? Why not get rid of him?
Did you hear anything about what's next?
John's like, why aren't we all down for this? Come on, guys. We were all big into this last year. Let's get behind the coup, says Fetterman. In fact, later on, he goes on to say he loved it and he wants more. Essentially. Basically, he says, I loved it and you should give me more. Do more war crimes, America, says John Fetterman. He can't get enough. Okay. Let's go here.
A long-term plan here. The White House press secretary insisted today, and to many here in Washington, that plan is based on one very short word: oil. The US is also keen to prove it is in charge, seizing 2 tankers which it says are part of Venezuela's shadow fleet. That included an operation to take over a newly Russian-flagged vessel in the North Atlantic today with the support of Britain's Ministry of Defence. Now bear with me. The Bella 1 was spotted by satellite imagery in August near Iran. The tanker was last recorded using that name in mid-December, heading towards the Caribbean. It was approaching Venezuelan waters when the US Coast Guard reportedly approached, saying that they had a warrant to seize it. It went into a so-called dark mode, evading interception after Washington slapped an embargo on Venezuelan oil. Now, just before Christmas, the tanker renamed itself and changed to a Russian flag. It became the Marinera, claiming its home port was Sochi on the Black.
Wow. Nightbot. Coming to the defense of John fucking Fetterman. Why does Congressman John Fetterman act weird? Nightbot. People notice his style and how he speaks. Some say it's offbeat. He's open about his health, which influences how he communicates. Let's keep it respectful, says Nightbot. Oh, thank you, Nightbot. Thank you, Nightbot. Oh, Soul Life being so rude, asking why John Fetterman is weird. Oh, it's too much. That's so rude of you, Soul Life. How dare you ask about why ghoulish stroke victim John Fetterman can't put together a single coherent sentence. Why did oh, how dare you ask about him acting weird? That's incredibly rude. All right, let's see what Thomas Massey had to say about all of this stuff.
Can the U.S. actually run as another sovereign country?
No, we can't run another country. I mean, there's already suspicion there about who turned Maduro in, and nobody knows who to trust down there. We're certainly not going to pluck somebody that's here in the United States and put them down there to run things. So they won't have the imprimatur, and they won't have the political backing. It was wrong to do this. This should have, if they needed to change their head of state, it should have been an organic thing that happens in that country. Otherwise, you can't make it stick.
What do you make of the White House blaming the Capitol Police for the violence that happened on January 6th?
I haven't seen that claim.
This is on a new timeline that they put on their website.
Yeah, I'd have to.
You'd have to look into it, would you, Doug? Tom, whatever your name is. There you go, the Republican Thomas Massey coming out here and saying that the United States can't run another country. Fact is, we don't seem to be doing a very great job of running our own country. Why are we running around trying to run other people's countries? We can't even solve healthcare or education in this country. Or the housing crisis. How does running another country help us with any of that? How does running Venezuela help with inflation? Somebody explain that one to me. All right, let's see what Secretary of State Marco Rubio had to say about U.S. strategy with regards to Venezuela.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
As we move forward, we'll describe our process, which is a threefold process in Venezuela. I've described it to them now. Step one is the stabilization of the country. We don't want it descending into chaos. Part of that stabilization, and the reason why we understand and believe that we have the strongest leverage possible, is our quarantine. As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and, in fact, about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime. So we have a lot of leverage to move on the stabilization front. The second phase will be a phase that we call recovery, and that is ensuring that American, Western, and other companies have access to the Venezuelan market in a way that's fair. Also, at the same time, begin to create the process of reconciliation nationally within Venezuela. So
I'm sorry. Why did we need to invade Venezuela to ensure that Venezuelans get fair access to their own oil? That's weird. I feel like they already had, unimpeded access to their own oil in their own country leading up to this. I don't see how America seizing the oil helps anybody, aside from America.
that the opposition.
Although it's not even clear to me that it helps America in any way, shape, or form, even
Can
economically
be
speaking.
amnestied and released and from prisons or brought back to the country and begin to rebuild civil society.
The administration really willing to risk the NATO alliance by potentially moving ahead with military operations?
What I think the White House said yesterday is what I You now, and I've always said, the president always retained the option. Every president, not this president, every president always retains the option. I'm not talking about Greenland. I'm just talking about globally. If the president
always retains the option to invade another country. That's technically true. Although this president talks about it much more than any other president I can remember in history. Donald Trump talks about invading more people than I think any other American president has. He's obsessed with it. Oh, I'm getting kind of tired right now, Space Vamps. I'm getting kind of tired. Part of the problem is I need a snack. I've got like no food right now. Like I'd have to cook food to eat. It's a big hassle. Where was I? Ah, right, Rubio. Yes, all right, let's go here to the Ministry of Truth. Caroline Levitt had this to say about Venezuela.
The president has been adamant that he is now in charge of Venezuela, but Delcy Rodriguez said the government of Venezuela runs her country, no one else, saying, quote, there's no external agent governing Venezuela. So which one is it?
We obviously have maximum leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela right now, and the president has made it very clear that this is a country within the United States, the Western Hemisphere, close by the United States, that is no longer going to be sending illegal drugs to the United States of America. And the president is fully deploying his peace through strength foreign policy agenda. So we're continuing to be in close coordination with the interim authorities, and their decisions are going to continue to be dictated by the United States of America.
Just one follow-up when you talk about that leverage there. Has the Venezuelan government fully committed to turning over its oil to the United States indefinitely, and what happens if they do not?
Well, as you saw, the president announced last night, this was a deal. This was a deal made by the president and his team with the Venezuelan interim authorities. This will benefit both the American people and the Venezuelan people. The United States government has already begun marketing Venezuelan crude oil in the global marketplace.
We're already marketing it? What does that mean? We're buying ads? We're buying ads on YouTube or something? Trying to sell the oil? What does that mean we're marketing it? What does that even mean? There is Caroline Levitt, head of the Ministry of Truth, telling us all that the United States will be dictating internal policy of Venezuela, and that is somehow a deal between the United States and Venezuela. It's interesting, because right before that, like the reporter just mentioned, the acting president of Venezuela, former vice president, was saying singing quite a different tune. But even with all of this going on, Carolyn wants to remind us of something. Something about U.S. foreign policy. One more Caroline clip.
Order the world,
KKK,
real quick,
if you will.
Go ahead.
So just to follow up on the oil, 30 to 50 million barrels is an initial tranche, if you will, and then what happens after that? What
I won't get ahead of the plans that the president and his team are currently speaking with the interim authorities about, but rest assured, there is a long-term plan here. Secretary Rubio and the entire team are working diligently on it, and this is just sort of the first action that you all are seeing. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So in order to get these oil companies to invest billions in Venezuela, how will the U.S. reassure that their workers will be safe in Venezuela? Could there be troops involved?
At this point in time, as you know, there are no troops on the ground in Venezuela. The president, of course, reserves the right to use the United States military if necessary. It's not something he wants to do. Diplomacy is always the first option. As you saw, he tried that with Nicolas Maduro, but unfortunately he was...
As we saw, what we saw was an airstrike and an illegal kidnapping. Where was the diplomacy part of all of this? Was it the murdering people in the Caribbean without due process? What? When was the diplomacy? Point me to the diplomacy. I am very confused. But diplomacy was the first option? We never got any of that. Where is the U.S.? Where is the Trump-Maduro meeting? Footage not found. Now, back in the United States, a woman was arrested on the sidewalk for really, truly incredible. Just doing journalism on the sidewalk. Got a woman arrested.
So look, I'm old enough to remember when the right wing online really pretended like their main issue that they cared about was free speech. It was the Constitution. It was the First Amendment. It was freedom of speech. It was comedians having the ability to speak their mind without backlash, right? And there was a solid, 3-year period, maybe 4-year period, where that's all they could fucking talk about. They would find some story of some obscure college in the middle of the country where a group of lefties tried to get like Ben Shapiro deplatformed or Ann Coulter deplatformed, and they would make that a news cycle for a week. They'd be like, censorious authoritarian lefties, they hate America, they hate the Constitution, they hate the freedoms we were founded on. This is what you'd hear, right? And I remember at the time saying, look, let the conservatives speak. Who gives a shit? I don't think Ann Coulter or Ben Shapiro, if you actually let them speak their mind, they're no danger. They're no danger because their ideas are trash, and like eventually people will wake up to that. By the way, that certainly has happened with Ben Shapiro. His numbers have imploded, but I digress from that point. Well, I always said, look, it actually is the leftists who are really in favor of free speech. We've always been the ones leading the charge in favor of free speech. Why? Because our ideas actually threaten the status quo, the establishment, the powers that be. To be a leftist, by definition, is to be an outsider. To be a leftist is somebody who's saying, hey, corporations, billionaires, the government, the people who actually run shit, y'all are fucking up, and we don't like it. And here's how we need to fix it. Here's what we need to do. We need to rein in your fucking power. If you're calling for raising taxes on billionaires and corporations, they kind of do want to silence you, don't they? Corporations run fucking everything.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead. You can't listen to this whole Kyle video. Where's this clip?
In this country, what Trump has unleashed in this country, rank authoritarianism and fascism. Let's call it what it is. So here you had a bunch of anti-war protesters get out there in the streets, in cold-ass weather too, by the way, and in Grand Rapids of all places, and they're out there and they're going, this is an illegal regime change, this is unacceptable, nobody wanted this, and watch, as soon as she's done giving her anti-war talking points, look at what happens.
This is not just a foreign issue, it's our tax dollars that are also being used to commit these war crimes. It is also the duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have immediately after the interview finished. Plickta was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video. And an officer tells Plickta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car.
Where was the command? And where was her... What? Failure to... Oh, nobody can see what's happening. Son of a bitch.
The duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you can see that police car, and now right here we're showing you video we have immediately after the interview finished. Plitka was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video, and an officer tells Plitka that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command.
She's on the sidewalk. She's on the sidewalk minding her own goddamn business. And there was no orders given. They just walked up to her and arrested her. It's insane. It is all captured on live, like, news. Who does that? What? Dude. You're just living in a full-on authoritarian regime right now. It's in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Okay, let's go here now. Democracy Now! From 15 hours ago. Talk more about Venezuela and the intentions of the president. Something hard, somewhat difficult to be, glean.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
U.S. forces have seized 2 more oil tankers with links to Venezuela days after the U.S. attacked Venezuela and abducted President Nicolas Maduro along with his wife. One of the oil tankers was seized in the Caribbean. The other, a Russian-flagged tanker, was intercepted in the North Atlantic. In response, Russia accused the U.S. of violating maritime law, calling for the release of the ship's crew. This comes as the Trump administration has announced plans to control sales of Venezuela's oil indefinitely.
On Wednesday, President Trump told the New York Times in an extended interview the U.S. may run the country for years. Trump also claimed the interim Venezuelan government is, quote, giving us everything that we feel is necessary.
Years. We're going to run Venezuela for years? How much is that going to cost? How much is it going to cost to run Venezuela for years? Insane. Even if it were possible. I mean, why?
Unquote. This is Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking Wednesday.
As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and, in fact, about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine and because it's sanctioned. We are going to take between 30 and 50 million barrels of oil.
We're joined now by 2 guests. From Caracas, Venezuela, we're joined by Carlos Ron, former Venezuelan diplomat who served as Vice Minister for North America from 2018 to last year under the government of Nicolas Maduro, co-coordinator of Nuestra America, office of the Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. He's joining us from Caracas. His new piece for Counterpunch headlined, "The Current Situation in Venezuela, a Government in Charge, a People Resilient." And we're joined by Francisco Rodriguez, Venezuelan economist, senior research fellow at the Center for Economic and Policy Research, professor of Public and International Affairs at the University of Denver. He has a piece in the New York Times today, How Machado Lost Her Chance to Lead Venezuela. His recent book, The Collapse of Venezuela, Scorched Earth Politics and Economic Decline, 2012 to 2020. He's a former head of Venezuela's Congressional Budget Office. Welcome you both to Democracy Now!. Francisco Rodriguez, let's begin with you. Start off by responding to the U.S. bombing of Venezuela, killing, according to Venezuela now, about 100 people, abducting Maduro and his wife. You say this is unprecedented in U.S. history. Can you respond?
Well, yes. I mean, more than U.S. history, being able to extract a head of state from a country, to essentially kidnap the head of state and take it to another country, something that there are no clear historical precedents of. There are invasions, there are occupations like Panama, like Iraq, where the head of state is ultimately captured. Those are essentially wars where there's a losing side. But this is different. This is a decapitation without regime change. So the political system in Venezuela remains intact. It's just lost its leader. But these political systems have a capacity to adapt to the losses of leadership. Of course, you do have a very different component, which is that it's not just that they lost their leader by chance, it's that the U.S. is threatening the country, that if it doesn't play according to its plans, it can do that to the current leader, it can, or it can effectively use its force. The U.S. has leveled a credible threat, and that is the reason that Venezuelan authorities are acquiescing to U.S. demands of control over the country's oil revenues.
Well, you said, Francisco, in another interview that, quote, you found it interesting that the United States had such an easy time capturing Maduro and his wife while they slept. That strongly suggests there was some type of internal collaboration from the Venezuelan forces that were guarding him. Could you elaborate on that? Who do you think was responsible for working with the U.S.?
Well, I mean, yes. So there are protocols. Any government, and much more so the Venezuelan government, that has been dealing with conspiracies, coup attempts for more than 2 decades, there are protocols for what you do with a head of state when, for example, you're under military attack. So the idea that you can actually be bombing a city and then catch the president in his bed sleeping at night says that there was a very basic failure, and this opens up a lot of questions. Now, we also know that there are about 100, by the Venezuelan government's account, persons who died during this raid. 32 of them are Cubans, and these are part of the security detail that guarded President Maduro. Now, that to me also suggests, I mean, that disproportionate rate of Cuban deaths suggests that something happened in the military where effectively one sector decided that it was going to back this. And then we have essentially less than 48 hours later, the new government saying that it's going to collaborate with the United States. In fact, it first issued a statement, of course, condemning the abduction of Maduro. But on the second day, it issued a statement that could have been issued by any government in the region that actually read more like a statement of a center-right or right-wing government of the region saying, we want good relations with the U.S. and we're willing to collaborate. So all of this is the type of pattern. Now, I'm not saying that I have proof of this. I'm just looking at patterns and I'm looking at behaviors, which are very much those that you tend to see when there's a palace coup.
And so, Carlos Ron, if you could respond to this raid and the abduction of former President.
Well, the U.S. now controls a whole lot of oil. Venezuela is going to collaborate with the United States. It would be a huge departure from anything I would have expected out of the Venezuelan government in this particular case. Although even Maduro was shifting his stance on this thing as things led up to this moment, so could be as you know, somewhat related to that. But it's strange. It's very strange thinking about Venezuela and the United States somehow working together on anything after this long and very contentious relationship.
One with a Russian flag, about President Trump saying that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela for the indefinite future, and it'll be funded by taking Venezuela's oil. The latest, the 30 to 50 million barrels of oil that the U.S. will just take, worth something like $2 billion.
Yeah. Well, the details are still unclear as to exactly how it is that this is going to work. Effectively, the Venezuelan economy runs on the revenues from oil sales. Oil is more than 90% of the country's exports. It's around half of its fiscal revenue. This economy does not operate, cannot do very basic things, including even feeding its population without these oil revenues. Now, President Trump has effectively said that, and his cabinet has said that these funds are going to be deposited in offshore accounts and that the U.S. is going to be deciding how they're going to be spent. But unless they want to cause a famine in Venezuela, this money has to come back to Venezuela to fund Venezuelan imports of essentials, of food, of medicines, of agricultural inputs, of inputs for restoring the.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that the Trump administration is worried about causing a famine in Venezuela. I don't think that's even crossing their minds. That Venezuela depends on this. You know, like on the oil money to be able to feed the people. I would not be shocked if that was not being overlooked right now.
Sector, it's electricity sector.
So if that was being overlooked right now.
What seems to be taking place is something that is actually similar to the Iraqi oil for food program between 1996 and 2003. At that time, it was the UN Security Council that imposed it, and it was the United Nations as an organization that effectively ran it. And what that implied was supervision over how the funds were spent. Of course, in that case, the idea was that the role would be to ensure that they were spent on humanitarian goods, on humanitarian imports. Here, President Trump is being much more explicit that he cares about these imports coming from American companies, so that it's a way to ensure that Venezuela, that the money that comes out of Venezuela is actually spent on contracting the U.S. corporate sector.
Well, Francisco, I want to ask you about something that the New York Times reported in October, which is that the Maduro regime had offered a deal to the U.S. to avoid conflict, which included, quote, opening up all existing and future oil and gold projects to American companies, giving preferential contracts to American businesses, reverse the flow of Venezuelan oil exports from China to the United States, and slash his country's energy and mining contracts with Chinese, Iranian, and Russian firms. So if that's the case, why do you think Trump refused that deal then, since it seems effectively that's what he's getting now because that's what he wants?
Exactly. And the answer has to be he wanted to get rid of Maduro. And I think that there were political reasons to get rid of Maduro. Maduro had become.
Honestly, I don't think it's got anything to do with the geopolitical reasons for why I think Donald Trump got rid of Nicolas Maduro because of the dancing. I think he got rid of him because of the dancing, honestly. You know, Donald Trump has had problems with Maduro. Maduro has made fun of him in the past. I think it's that. I think it's that more than anything else. It's certainly not about drugs. If it were about drugs, he wouldn't have pardoned the ex-president of Honduras. Okay. Yeah, I hate to do this, Space Fams, but I am exhausted and I need some food. And chat is kind of dead tonight, I've noticed. I think it might be best to wrap it up here and leave the rest of what we've got for tomorrow. I've still got definitely got some things left for us to talk about here. But I think I'm I'm just not putting my full energy into it because I'm just tired. Or maybe I'm putting my full energy into it, but I'm just low energy. Whatever, however you want to see that. Just not, just not 100%. I'm going to do 2 more clips. And then we're going to end it. First here, this is from right before we started the stream. Apparently, the Senate moved earlier on Thursday to restrict Donald Trump from taking any further military action against Venezuela. A shocking turn of events, considering they seemed to be prepared to just let him do whatever the hell he wanted.
On Capitol Hill today, 3 major votes testing Trump's policies and U.S. policy on big issues, including military action in Venezuela and the expired Affordable Care Act subsidies. Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins has been covering it all from chamber to chamber at the Capitol, where she joins me now. So, Lisa, let's begin in the Senate, where we saw a rare rebuke there of the president on the issue of Venezuela. What happened?
Right. The Senate voted today to advance a bill that would essentially say the U.S. can no longer add any military troops in or around Venezuela. It would essentially ban much of what the president has said he would be doing. According to the supporters of it, it would mean no blockade, none of that. This was a vote to advance that idea into next week. And in the end, it was a dramatic vote. We didn't know if it had the votes to pass going into the chamber. It did pass thanks to 5 Republicans in the Senate who sided with Democrats. You can take a look at who those 5 Republicans are. 2 of them unexpected. Senators Josh Hawley and Todd Young. They were someone who had criticized the president on this, but we weren't sure if they were actually going to vote against him. In the end, they did. So as I say, this was procedural, but it's important because it means next week there will be a full debate on the military action in Venezuela, and there will be a vote on this bill. It is expected to pass. Now, it has a steep uphill climb in the House, and President Trump has threatened to veto this bill. So in a way, it is symbolic, but it's a very important symbol because this is Congress asserting congressional power for maybe one of the first times, at least this term of office.
Yeah, seriously, though, she's right. This is the first instance in the last 13 months, it would seem, of Congress asserting its legislative power in any form or fashion against the Trump administration. This Republican-led Congress has been essentially just an arm of the Trump administration for the last 12 months. I say 13. We're not even at full 12
against
yet.
President Trump, and it is about a specific instance. I want to show you what this measure actually says, what it would do about Venezuela. It reads, reading from the text, Congress hereby directs the president to terminate the use of United States armed forces to hostilities within or against Venezuela unless explicitly authorized. Now, as I say, it's about congressional power in a time when some like Speaker Johnson, who I just spoke to yesterday, are indicating they really think the president can send the military almost anywhere.
It's a very strong language from the Congress here. Congress hereby directs the president to terminate the use of United States armed forces for hostilities within or against Venezuela unless explicitly authorized by a declaration of war or specific authorization for use of military force. Wow. Congress found their balls. They're attempting to actually go against the president on something. I mean, not a lot of them. I mean, 5 Republicans are going against the president on this thing. So no huge number. What is that, like less than 10% of Republicans in the Senate? Still though, I think it's meaningful.
Now, as I say, it's about congressional power in a time when some like Speaker Johnson, who I just spoke to yesterday, are indicating they really think the president can send the military almost anywhere without congressional authorization, short of a full-scale war. So it was an important vote today, and we'll keep watching this next week.
I know you will indeed. Meanwhile, let's turn now to the House, where lawmakers passed a 3-year extension to those Affordable Care Act subsidies. That is despite opposition from Republican leadership. How did that pass, and how likely is it to actually become law?
That's right. It's strange. Another loss for House Republican leaders on the same day in the other chamber. This was brought to the floor by the rarest of means, a discharge petition, a literal petition, which is a work around the House leadership brought by moderate Republicans. And today it passed because 17 Republicans signed on to this 3-year extension. None of them think it's the perfect way to extend the Affordable Care Act subsidies, but what this vote today shows is so many of them are worried about the health care issue in November, worried about what the expiration of these subsidies mean for their constituents, that they were willing to push this. Now,
okay, I just figured I'd leave that one in there because that's pretty huge news. It's not done deal, but it's gonna be hard for the Senate to vote that one down. Especially with the House having already passed it. All right. Now, last story of the night. Everyone was just about to wake up. Yeah, you think? Well, where are they exactly? It's very quiet in here. And also, I'm hungry. This is what you all get for lurking instead of chatting. Yep, it's true. All right, let's go here to Greenland. Talk about what's been going on in that frozen island in the Atlantic.
President Trump going after Venezuela's oil now that former leader Nicolas Maduro has been deposed by the United States. Posting on Truth Social, quote, "I am pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the United States of America. This oil will be sold at its market price, and that money will be controlled by me as President of the United States of America to ensure it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. I've asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. At today's prices for oil on the open market, a shipment of that size would be worth approximately between $1.8 billion and $3 billion. CNN's Chief White House Correspondent Caitlin Collins.
Jeez, chat. Why, you're all so sad. This whole life is crying, shade, depressed. Come on, guys. It's gonna be okay. Probably. It'll probably be okay. 80-20.
In no uncertain terms that it is considering a variety of options on possibly acquiring Greenland, and that the deployment of the United States military is not off the table. Of course, this is coming just days after the military's successful capture of Venezuela's leader, Maduro. In a statement late today to CNN, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said, quote, "President Trump has made it well known that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority of the United States, and it's vital to deter our adversaries in the Arctic region. The president and his team are discussing a range of options to pursue this important foreign policy goal, and of course, utilizing the U.S. military is always an option at the commander-in-chief's disposal." Now, Greenland is more than 830,000 square miles. It's got a lot of natural resources, including...
You notice that Greenland is larger than the United States? We're going to occupy a landmass bigger than the United States, really? I suppose that's going to be free. Probably not going to cost any money, right? Honestly, this is a stupid foreign policy goal. with zero good options. There should be no consideration into invading Greenland. One of the dumbest, and it's hard to quantify them at this point, but certainly it's got to be like, I don't know, like top 10? No, top 5? It's so difficult to put a finger on it, but it's certainly one of the dumbest fucking ideas Trump has floated
Rare earth
in his
minerals, which are
second
increasingly
term here.
crucial to the global economy. It's a former Danish colony and now an autonomous territory of Denmark. Today, America's major European allies expressed support for its current status, saying Greenland belongs to its people, and it's up to Greenland and Denmark to decide its future. Denmark's prime minister says that Greenland does not want to be part of the United States, but President Trump has been talking about this, as you know, for some time.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it.
And the president's top policy advisor, Stephen Miller, said this to our Jake Tapper.
Greenland should be part of the United States. The president has been very clear about that. That is the formal position of the U.S. government.
Right, but can you say that military action against Greenland is off the table?
The United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking of a military operation. Nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland.
Well, tonight, a source tells CNN that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has told lawmakers the Trump administration is considering buying Greenland.
It's a bold and insane fucking strategy. Nobody's going to attack the United States for invading Greenland. Yeah, I mean, just because people won't necessarily, it's not a given that nobody will not, the claim that nobody will attack the United States is not backed up by any real evidence. I mean, what it absolutely will do will shatter NATO if we were to do such a thing. Something that is not clear to me that they aren't actively setting out to do.
Source. So the president says he'll control this money made from those 30 to 50 million barrels of sanctioned Venezuelan oil, and that'll benefit the people of both Venezuela and the U.S. Is it clear to you at all how that would work exactly, what that actually means?
No, and I'm not even sure it's clear inside the administration what they would do with the money made from this oil. This is very real, this deal that is coming together to deliver this oil from Venezuela, tens of millions of barrels to the United States. I've been talking to some officials about this tonight, Anderson, and basically what I'm told is that...
Sorry, this isn't the spot that I wanted. It's my bad. Oh, I'm beat, Space Fams. I gotta call it there. Gotta call it. Well, we made it 8.5 hours. Not terrible. And we're, of course, gonna have a Friday weekending stream. And Saturday and Sunday stream is the plan for now. So you'll have 4 days of galactic streams in a row. When you think about it, that's not so bad. We made it through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That'll be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Whoopsies. Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godgat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Momonoa, Nadia, Jokey, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frisla, Benihana, Dark Sparkle, and CJ from the Six. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.